Run that up, Rico.
Caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution. Look at my face, pay me respect, please do not play with my line. If you want taste, what you gon' get? Shit that gon' bury your mind. All that's at stake, where is my check? Need every nickel and dime. You play with my race, put you in check, but stopping the vision to climb. They mad that these niggas done woke up and now all our visions to go. Where is the bag to get us so caught up? Yeah, that is the mission and goal. Staying on cold, some of y'all doing too much. Straight up be looking like hoes, never gon' grow. Can't count on you and cuz most of y'all doing the most. Like this is a show, doing it for entertainment, or you doing it for clown, or you doing it to sit at the table with crackers with words in your mouth. I don't play with enslavement, these are the days of the South. These days we play differently, this is what black empowerment's about. Wait, I said there's no time for no friends. Either you with us against us, don't switch it, cause one of us die in the end. Hey, I'm keeping my eye on the lens, watching the ops despising the picture cause they wanna see the one end. Hey, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind. Hey, I do not play with my lines. Wait, I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind. Hey, I do not play with my lines. Wait, I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution.
Hold on, wait. See a black man doing great with black-owned businesses, building in a different state. Why you snakes way late in the grass, plotting on what you can take? Black money in a black bank, mean black money is safe, protected, like it's heavily protected. If he ever feels threatened, then he go with lead and knock him off his check. Let's check this. For the record, he can never be weak. Disrespecting any checking your cheek. Rep your city, reppin' red, black, and green. Never fall, won't quit. There's no limit to what I do for mine. But you so they don't take them up with the anger and hate of all of my ancestors combined. You wanna get one time? I keep it fully loaded, extended in a fully auto effing to keep you from crossing that gun line. Hit you in violation. I ain't never shot a caveman. Should be the first, I'ma give you this work. You get in the way of my occupation, yeah. Like I'm the boss and I don't like the way that you talking. This is my office, get permission before you walk in. The yellow tape across the door means
caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my lines, wait, I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my lines, wait, I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution.
Run that up, Rico.
Yeah. There you go. 84 music, baby. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. Woo. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame niggas, it's fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. If the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get the block what it needs, leave him watching like woo. You know I'm on rhythm with a painless. Cold stove stepping, watching my lean shoot. Building weapons and gold, you know they aim is. Living leathers and smalls, don't know the English. As long as we keep working while the game comes. If not, break it open, taste like one thing for certain where the game done. Yeah, we taking over where the lanes run. Watch us break it open, make it free. Watch it take them true, watch it take the streets. Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking this. Fuck the police and law, watch me bring the heat, woo. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame, nigga, this is fool. We paper chasing, if not, we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get the block what it needs, leave him watching like woo. No matter where I go, I see the same shit. Cops kill another with the same clip. And all I see is movies, bars and slave ships. We wonder why we struggle just to make it. Preachers giving sermons, but we don't see the work. Another body down, they gon' need a hearse. Cops playing games, take his body search. Play into the grizz, everybody hurt. Watch us break it open, make it free. Watch it take them true, watch it take the streets. Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking this. Fuck the police and law, watch me bring the heat, woo. Black as a motherfucker, let them know. Cops ain't frame, nigga, this fool. We paper chasing, if not, we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get a block what it needs, leave him watching like woo. Damn, I can't get that. Hold on 1 second. Okay, here we go. And we're back. Yeah, I know. Had a very interesting live stream last night, in through the middle of the night, and nobody thought we was going to be live this morning. I know. Even if it's only for a short period of time, we still back live once again on a Saturday. We got Psycho coming at you in a couple of hours with the Wake and Bake. Just get you going. Try to keeping it going through the weekend if we can on this first official weekend of spring 2025. I like to kind of acknowledge the celestial new year, new season, new revolution, new perspectives, spring cleaning, throw out the old, come in with the new ideas, new advancements. So what's up with it, Wale? Yeah, I know we're probably gonna have a low crowd. People sleeping in late. A few people fell off, including me last night. I'm not sure what happened in terms of the dialogue. Looks like it got into book reading hour. Kind of ventured over into some other things that didn't need it to be. Oh, Michael Lowe, hold on. Okay, what about now? Let's see. System. All right. That should be a little bit better now. All right. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened last night. Actually, yeah, I was just talking low. Because we still have a lot of work to do with regards to creating an environment to advance and progress in the society that we're in.
been trying to put some focus on different aspects of education. Hold on one second. All right. I've been trying to put some focus on education, a lot of specific, detailed information, information that you can actually put into practical use to help not only build yourself, but others around you that follow you, help steer others that may have swayed off track, versus spending a lot of time on things that really don't add to uh, anything. For example, I think the recent rapper situation, rapper, rapper shooting, rapper killing. Seems like whenever I see the word rapper in a headline, it has nothing to do with music. That's the trend. How does that benefit anybody? How much time are we gonna spend on that? Some people, feel a certain way about certain history subjects as well. Me myself, I don't want to go too far back into 3000 4 million BC, but I think it is helpful to understand how uh, more recent history, when we're talking about Reconstruction, earlier 20th century, uh, through those years, the different events that take place to shape and dictate how we operate and socialize in the community to in current time. But if we're going to spend a lot of time on uh, acknowledging, what entertainers and celebrities do, and try to pretend like, that has a direct, tangible effect on the community from a beneficial standpoint, I don't know. It seems like we're just fooling ourselves. We're pretending. So what do we really want to do? Do we want to pretend, or do we want to engage in things to make us feel good, or do we actually want to build and have some sort of tangible standing on services and actual things that other people that come behind us can actually build on? These various STEM programs, these various community programs, these literary programs, these technical resources that are readily available today. Back when I was coming up, you had to pay thousands and tens of thousands of dollars just to get access to the information before you get to the job. Now we got internet access all the way around, 24/7, even in our sleep. What's up with it, Mari? Corey, Tells, Lou, what's up with it? Even in our sleep. And time again, it seems like there's a great large portion of the population that wants to indulge in ratchet, degenerative, I don't want to use the word nonsensical, but but it's not productive at all for extended periods of time. I know we need a break every now and then. Kick back, relax, but don't kick back for the rest of your life. Jeez. You don't want to not try to sound so critical. I know it's early in the morning, and some people don't want to hear all that. But this is going down a path into some of the same cycles that we've seen over the courses of time. We don't need a deep analysis of uh, what it takes, at least from a self standpoint. A lot of people say things and circumstances and challenges that seem to be preventing or inhibiting the advancement of our youth and the black community as a whole. We know these things already. We're managing with them. We are never going to completely stop all the stuff that's being talked about. Nobody's out here trying to say, oh, we're going to fight until we make all white people stop being racist or all the racist white people, stop, behaving like, savages. That's never going to happen. People are always going to do wrong. They're always going to say stuff. They're always going to type stuff and throw monkey wrenches in your program. It's always going to be there. What's up, Go? So this self-assessment, and then yes, the word accountability at some point is going to have to be dealt with. Is the white man stopping us, or are we allowing the white man to stop us? Put that in a broad sense. If we knew that the white man was the enemy uh, back during civil rights time, how is that still the subject matter today from a primary standpoint? Do we have access to the same type of education information during civil rights as we do in 2025? I see all these LLCs running around, all these tax ID numbers, all these commercial bank accounts. What are we doing with it? For me, I would hope to have a I don't know, it's kind of hard to describe because I'm going to leave myself open for criticism, which is okay. But in the end, the bottom line, you do not have to prove to others that your desire and what you feel is going to be sincere and authentic. There's no way to project. You have to be true to yourself. I hear a lot of people saying, uh, don't be fooled. Uh, don't listen to what I say. Don't do, what is it? Don't do as I say, not as I do. Something like that. But the bottom line is you have to be true to yourself. You spending so much time trying to fool others and trying to sway others, but you're also trying to fool yourself. You're not being true to yourself. Are you being truthful to yourself? What is the purpose of lying to yourself? Are you acknowledging how truthful are you to yourself? Self-assessment. If I'm not truthful to myself, I definitely cannot be truthful to others. If I don't recognize and acknowledge my own, I guess, obstacles, detriments, things that get in the way of me staying focused, steadfast, and confident. One of the main reasons why we have that issue is because we don't want others to perceive us as being in a place of what? Submission. So what's the priority? What's more important? How others see you or how you see yourself? Are you doing things to please others, or are you doing things to make yourself feel uh, more confident? Now that could be kind of tricky, because if you're engaging in behaviors and activities that don't progress, then yes, you are making yourself feel good, but you're also destroying yourself when you engage in reckless, ratchet behavior. You know what I'm talking about? Spending a lot of time gossiping, spending a lot of time uh, primarily criticizing others, spending a lot of time engaging in subject matter that's not really progressive to yourself or others, not really being able to demonstrate uh, this is what I've invested in, and these are the results. So you take Q Butter for example. He's in his I think this is sixth or seventh year of the institute, and so he has a very defined track record of expanding his curricular, expanding his own personal knowledge, uh, getting involved in various programs for his own advancement for himself and his institution and the people around him. Pretty clear cut. I don't even really see a lot of the criticisms that I did earlier on now. He doesn't really need to get up here and boast about that. His work is showing. He's letting his work show. So I was just using that as an example. If you let your work show, then you can cut down on all of the bullhorn talk. Is that who you're trying to please? You're trying to please God? Can we save that for tomorrow for the Christians? I didn't want to get in that today. Nah, I'm just saying. I'm supposed to be reading a book that I was introduced to that talked about self-assessment in the pursuit of happiness, for for sure. One of the things that it highlighted was what or who makes you happy and who or what makes you unhappy. I kind of touched on this the other day, a couple streams ago. Who in the chat, for the most part, can say they are relatively one or the other? Are you happy or unhappy for the most part? And then once you answer that question, are you able to get to the source of what pushes you on either side of the fence? Is it something that whatever you're gonna put it on is doing that, or are you doing that yourself? So then we got around to being in a state of unhappiness. So how can you actually see when someone says you actually have control of both? No one can make you happy. No one can make you sad. No one can make you crash out. No one can make you feel a certain way unless you actually give them the green light, give the consent. So in a sense, yes, for the most part, I am saying it. If you're unhappy, you, for the most part, making your own self unhappy. You're making your own self sad. You're making your own self feel that, what is it, low self-esteem. Things have always happened. Things have always took place. Nothing is linear and consistent. Your emotions, how you feel, environmental and the dynamics of your surroundings, they don't never stay the same. Stuff is not always seemingly exhilarating, positive, vibrant. Just like the weather. Some days it can be good, sometimes it can be bad. It's relative, subjective, like you said. You have to put a reference on it. But the primary controller of that is still the person. This ain't no the black man is God or chakra. I'm not talking about that. So don't get it mistwisted. I don't want my sound bites coming back to me. He done shipped it over into the pseudoville. No. It all goes back to being true to self. That's it. That's as simple as I can put it. You don't have to believe me. All you have to do once you get disconnected from the internet is do your self-assessment. Ask yourself, what is stopping me from pursuing whatever it is that I wanted to pursue? How did you get in the position that you're in if you're going to use that as an excuse? Is it something that somebody else did, or was it something that I allowed to happen? I know we're going to try to twist and leave out certain things to make it a certain way, but at some point you're just going to have to keep going and keep peeling back. That's all. Oh, Dr. Greg Little and Dr. Kenneth Robinson, uh, my Discovering Life and Liberty in the Pursuit of Happiness. Oppression, suppression, repress, and depression. So, what's up with it, Miss Bond? So, do we blame others for oppression, or do we allow others to oppress? Since we want to be subjective, are others uh, uh, committing the acts not knowing if they can have some sort of effect on you, or are we allowing them to continue or commit these certain acts based on our interactions? Usually, if you're around a certain group of people or persons that have your similar interest, for the most part, things usually go, somewhat kind of even keel. You know what I'm saying? But I know we have this sense of uh, uneasiness, if you will. Sometimes anxiety sets in if somebody steps in a room and they have some sort of aura about them. I mean, like you can be in a place or be in a room, and then somebody walk in, and based on the look on their face, their expression, you pretty much can tell if some BS is going to go down or not. You know, we have that intuition, if you will, that sense of, hey, uh, what's really going on? And then sometimes people are, they go through the extra trouble of associating themselves around you for the sole purposes of controlling you, for the primary purposes of extracting uh, different things from you, whether it's money, assets, whether it's information, or just simple manipulation. They appear to be genuine at sometimes, but like we said, the actions and the results, you know, come out on the other end. So for me, if we're not distracted, if we don't put too much things on our plate, it can be overlooked. Next thing you know, the person that you uh, invited over over for dinner or had a casual meeting with, in the blink of an eye, they got the keys to your car, they opening up your mail, they making withdrawals out your bank account, so on and so on. So one of the things in the book, in the first pages, has a line that says, develop the tools to find your path to contentment and happiness. You will also realize what you may have to do if you choose to change things to put you on that path to contentment and happiness. So once again, is there something that happens in society, in life, that changes how you pursue happiness and contentment? Or is it something within yourself that you have to acknowledge and pull the trigger or push the button itself to change your path to contentment and happiness? After a brief analysis and diagnosis of the different events that take place and how they took place, you will find and realize that the most efficient way to change your path is to make that choice. That's it. Yeah, is it uh, levels and uh, the old easier said than done taking place? Yeah, life has always been not a cakewalk, right? If it was simple, I don't think we would have different levels and different dynamics to uh, address, the problems that we encounter. But repeated action gets repeated results. If you're in a certain state, if you're in a certain mindset, and you're not changing your actions, how what is supposed to be? How are you expecting any different results unless you're waiting on something outside of yourself to change it? No magic wizard, no magic pill, no magic secret book. Even though I am reading a book, but it still comes down to self choosing to change your own path. Self awareness. How aware are you of the things that go on with you? That's the bottom line right there. Just want to get that out. So I'm not sure how the things that were going on last night, played out. like I said, everybody's dealing with a lot of different dynamics, and people have their own way of managing and coping with different circumstances and things that happen around them. But certainly, for sure, if you look outside, if you're on this path of searching for something or someone outside your own self to lay out this perfect uh, set of fundamentals to make your life happy, that's going to be a never-ending cycle, waiting on the magic man. I know y'all didn't wake up Saturday morning to hear me rant about self-accountability. Let's see. I don't know if I think I put the link in the chat. Let me see if I can put the link in the chat. Man, I appreciate y'all for waking up, and instead of going to the breakfast table, instead of going to IHOP, yeah, went ahead and clicked the link. I mean, yeah, click the chat. Yeah, you can come up and explain what you're talking about, Miss Bond, if you want. Hold on, I got the link right here. Right. Uh, people's definition of happiness may not necessarily be synonymous with uh, another person's definition. Mm. So, for example, happiness does not necessarily automatically synonymous with laughing, smiling. Some people's happiness, they equate it to their access to, materialistic things. People have stayed away from their family and community, have their family and community been resourceful to them. I know when in that context of family, that would be blood, that would be relationship, that would be who you are biologically related to. By now, I don't know anyone that can actually testify that they have minimal or low conflicts within their own family. Then when we get into conflicts within your family, what is the game that gets played? The blame game, right? Is his fault? It's her fault? It's their fault? grudges are held. Kids are affected. The younger generation coming up. Hold on. There you go. They don't know what's going on. They just got here.
They just got here, but they think they know everything.
Yeah.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, devastating.
What's up with it?
Is it Monty?
That's
Mon
what. Yeah. Yeah. That's Wale. He
Wale?
changed it.
Hi.
Yeah.
Good morning,
Yeah.
Wale.
Yeah. Here come.
No, what I was saying, because even somebody in the chat before I came up, I think your name was Big Ups or something like that. They mentioned that people aren't happy; they just in situationships, and that's the weird thing, right?
Oh, he talking
Because
about that.
yeah,
I
because
missed it.
because I hear that all the time when they talk about people not happy. They're just
Mm.
with that person. How do you know what people are doing in their relationships? And what happens with a person when people judge like that, they don't understand. They're judging from the outside, looking in. They don't know what's going on for real in the inside of that relationship, and they shouldn't even be worried about what's going on with that relationship because they should be worrying about themselves, right? And what's going on in their relationships. But this is their excuse to say, I'm not going to be like them. And so they walk away from their family, friends, and they're scared to even get with anybody. You know, black people, we walk away from our families, and that's based on only what I'm hearing here on YouTube in the past 12 years, right? Not what I see in the communities, because I see communities with their families, raising
Yeah.
their families.
Yeah.
But based on what I'm hearing here on YouTube, though, people
Yeah.
talk about my family ain't this, and I had to walk away from them. My family ain't that. Um, but soon Trump is going to teach a lesson, and the only thing they're going to have is the community, and hopefully they have family there for them.
The community ain't no guarantee.
Yeah. Well, we ain't gonna have no choice because they're gonna put us all together. But you're right. But they. Well, I'm quite sure you know because you always been keeping up on what's going on, uh, current events.
Yeah, I've
But
been kind of out of the loop lately, though. I ain't gonna lie.
oh, okay.
That stuff is
But
happening day by day, hour, literally hour by hour. I can't even keep up.
I know it's hard, huh? But he didn't sign reversing segregation, right? To where we could go into restaurants by law. I don't think these young people knew this, but it was law that had us being able to go in restaurants freely and sit down at a table, you know, uh, without them kicking us out just because we're black. But he reversed that. So now they can say no blacks allowed. Or if you want something, go around back to the kitchen. He just did that 2 days ago. He sent us back to 1950. And I told people this was happening because they did a test run on this in Florida a few years back when they made it legal for a community to not accept black people in that community, to not sell them a house just simply because of their ethnicity.
Yeah, I think I remember that.
Yeah.
It slid, the conversation slid from happy and stuff real quick to Trump and his little stuff. How you doing, baby?
I'm
Listen,
doing okay. But what you mean
let me
is
deal.
happiness?
Mm.
Let me deal with this happiness before you walk into the political arena and all this stuff about where you can eat at and who can talk what to what.
Mm,
The happiness thing. Let me deal with that because I see it like this, and I want anybody to give it a 10-second. It only takes 10 seconds. Give it a 10-second try. Happiness is a decision. You decide before you open your eyes. You can close them right now. Before you open your eyes, decide to be happy. Once you make that decision, You have to stick to that decision and carry it out. Pretty soon, that decision will become a habit. Then, after a while, you will stop even thinking about it because it's a habit, and you will just be happy. Now you can take that in reverse because I got a guy over here who takes it in reverse. He decide before he gets up in the day that he's going to be miserable. Life is a misery. It's a religious thing with him. He gets it from his religious thing. Life is miserable. You're living on earth just to do this, and when you go to heaven, that's when you could be happy, whatever the rest of that. So every day he wakes up miserable, and guess what? Every day he's miserable. So I'm saying, happiness is a decision that you could try and to close your eyes for 10 seconds, make a decision to be happy, and the rest of your life you just follow your decision until it's no longer attainable. But follow your decision just like any other habit. You have to build it up, make it become a habit, and then there you go. That's what happiness is.
Yeah, I kind of agree only because you put that word try. So you could try to be happy. So you could wake up and say, I'm gonna be jolly today, right? But and somebody step
Jolly.
on your toe, and then you could be like, oh, I'm happy. Somebody could stab you in the chest, and you could be like, oh, yeah, I'm happy. And your dog can die, and you'd be like, oh, yeah, I'm happy. Okay, is basically what you're saying. So because there are things that we are emotional
So
creatures,
that's exactly what I'm saying. You're 100% because I presented it to my daughter and she said the same exact things.
right? Exactly, which means that you can fake it until you make it, I guess, because you
It's
won't
not,
really be happy.
it's not really a fake. It's a decision.
No, it's truly a fake. Because I'm not
I'm gonna
gonna be
tell you
happy if
why.
my dog died. I could say I'm happy. That don't mean I'm really happy though.
Right,
Yeah.
because of your perspective. I'm saying in order to be happy, it's a decision. You have to change your perspective. You want to remain in the same perspective, yet be happy. That's impossible. You've been doing it all your life. It's impossible. Even now, you think it is impossible. And you're correct. It is impossible. You can't keep your same perspective and be happy at the same time. It's impossible. You just said it. Everybody knows it. When you make the decision, you must change your perspective. In order to maintain that decision, you must have to also change your perspective.
Right.
And that's
Those
why.
people go crazy. The people who faking it till they making it at their own detriment. They end up being depressed.
Mm,
So there's other, like I said, we're emotional people. We should express the emotion that we feel at the time that we feel it. Now, I agree that there are people who wake up every day kind of unhappy, miserable, and because that's just them. So, but there are lots of things in the world that affects our emotions. Things that happen
oh,
day to day, moment to moment.
I get you. You're talking about emotions. I'm not talking about emotions.
What is happiness?
Happiness is a decision. Emotions are flexible based upon what occurrences and stuff and how you respond to those occurrences, right? Also based upon your perspective. But those are temporary. They just flying by and yeah, jibby jive. But
Are we are,
meanwhile,
are we
happiness
born are we
is
born happy?
yes.
No, we come into the world crying when we get
I ain't
No,
smacked.
we
I didn't
don't.
I didn't
No,
come in the
we
world crying.
No,
thank you. No, we don't. Thank
yes.
you.
I didn't say everybody, but yes, and I said we come into the world crying when they smack us. That's what I said.
Oh yeah, we
That,
Yeah, that's
reacting to
that,
what
exactly what I
happened.
said.
Yeah.
That's what came out of my mouth. They smack
I,
us on the butt to make a lot of
Yikes.
kids breathe, and the ones who not breathing, what they so when you how you came in the world? Because I know we come in the world crying. How you came and you was laughing?
no, we don't come in crying.
My
We
my mom
absolutely are born, and the first thing the kids do is cry.
Once you hit them on the ass or something
No,
like
even
that.
if you don't hit them on the ass, they don't have to hit everybody on the ass. So they come into the world, and if they start crying on their own, then they don't have to be hit them on the ass.
Dale, you say that's your experience. Please inform us how
Nah,
that
my
works.
my 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 auntie said I came out. I wasn't really saying nothing until they swung the light around, and when the light hit my eyes and the smacking part, that's when I
That's when
started
you cry.
crying.
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
but
Okay,
before
and that
then,
can happen.
yeah, it was just I was like, what's going on here?
And they find that
Yeah,
weird. That's why they put them lights in your eyes, right?
yeah,
If you
yeah,
come out quiet, not moving much,
right,
then they want to make sure you everything's right. So they'll either smack you on your butt, on
yeah,
your feet now, and they do different things now. But
yeah.
they want to make sure that you got that stimuli that you. But yeah, so but I was being facetious a little bit when when I went to that level, but
No, that's okay.
um, I wasn't.
But yeah, decisions are made though. Uh, things do happen, like you said. Things will always happen and will continue to happen.
Right.
Uh, is it within ourselves though? Like, are we making a decision to feel a certain way? Control over emotions is a big thing. Some people manage with it differently than others. Uh,
Hmm.
Coping skills, reaction skills. Some people develop habits. Uh, Others let it involve and
You
swallow them up.
you
Yeah,
think we could control our emotions, or are you saying that we control how we relate our emotions, how we show it to the world? Which one?
the latter. Yeah,
Okay, yeah, because we cannot control our emotions in a lot of cases. But I understand why they're saying, put a positive spin on it, telling everybody, hey, stop being so sad, stop being miserable. Wake up on the positive side and attempt to go through your day that way.
I got that from a young boy because we used to hold meetings at a little gathering of young men, of men, not young, any age, and a young man was there. He didn't say much the whole night. We had been doing it for weeks, one day a week, and he didn't say much at all. And one day he said, "It's a matter of perspective. When if you could look at the same thing, just look at people experiencing the same event. Some people will say, wow, a hurricane just went through. That's terrible. And somebody will say, wow, a hurricane just went through. That's beautiful. From their perspective, it's their perspective that the hurricane didn't change. It's not the thing, it's how you relate to the thing that occurs. That that is the matter of everything, of everything. Is how you relate to the thing is a matter. Like this thing you were talking about, Trump, with the thing about this, and you can do this and you can do this, and we're gonna be forced into it. Well, I lived through the time when the signs were up and we didn't feel forced into it. We felt like we wanted to be around each other and we had a chance to be around each other and work with each other. Right now, that emotion and feeling has
Mhm.
been categorically and systematically eliminated or reversed. And I gave you the oppression. Oppression. First, you oppress something. Once you
Mhm.
oppress a people, you can manage to oppress them. Then you go into that. That means whatever you say, they take your authority. That's the first thing of oppression. Oppression starts
Like them
by
signs being up that you claim you lived through and that you didn't feel oppressed. Most definitely, we felt oppressed. We knew
oh
we
no,
couldn't go in certain areas. We knew we bet not at going in certain areas, right? Um, and the water fountains, and I remember going to the ice cream parlor, right? And there was a window over here for blacks, and then the window over there for whites, and they would make sure they took care of all the white people before they would even come over here to take care of anybody black, even if I was there first.
And
So,
where were you when that occurred? I'm
well, I'm
curious.
from Louisiana.
So you were in Louisiana when that occurred, yes?
I'm saying I was in Louisiana when that occurred, when I was a little girl, and I was born in '69, and it
Okay.
changed, right? It changed before that, and still in the South, they still was enforcing it. And in fact, if you go deep in the South still today, they still enforcing shit like that. They just took them signs down. But I saw the water fountain of the white kids looking all clean and things, and the black water fountain not being any good at all, tore
Where
down,
and where
barely.
was that? Where was that at?
Louisiana, I'm telling
No,
you.
no, excuse me. I don't mean that. My dear, I'm from the deep South. As I
You don't get
say,
no deeper than where I'm from.
baby, you can't get no further south than where I'm from.
You what you talking about? Texas or Florida?
Oh, I'm from the deep South. Yeah, I'm from the
Why
deep
would you
South.
think I'm sitting at the bottom too? You just on the other. I'm from Louisiana. We right there. What are you
I
talking
know,
about?
I know where Louisiana is, honey. I'm
Okay,
not
so
trying to.
you ain't
I'm
get
trying
we
to
all deep in. We the deepest we could go in the area, and we
now, that's beautiful because that's what I'm trying to get you to understand. That I know the South, and then quite a bit. You say it's 69, 70. Said at 70, I was already in business by 70.
Baba.
Personally, I mean, as a person,
Mm.
yeah. So yeah, and so what I'm saying to
So
you,
you mean so? Are you saying that I'm wrong? So you must know that I'm right. Then that's all you saying. Because I'm
I
saying I had
must.
the experience at 69. You was claiming you didn't have that experience, and you older than me, that's shocking. That's my point. My point is, even
Mhm.
I, who about 10 years younger than you, um, experience what you
You
claiming
say
that
10
you
years.
didn't
You say 10
experience.
years. Go ahead, baby. But let me tell you something that I am telling you, which is this. And I'm not telling you that you did not experience what you experienced. I wanted to know where and at what time you experienced that. And I further wanted to know under what conditions, but that's cool. Where and what time, it gives me a good idea of how the society was moving in the area that you're talking about at the time that you're talking about.
Oh no, I
That
got
and
we
that's why
never get to that. I'm just no,
I'm not trying
and I
to
gave you that
say
information, but you were trying to say you from the deep south. We both from the deep
I
south.
am. Then I agree. That's what I'm saying. You kept saying you from Louisiana, like you from the South, and I'm not. And I'm saying, yeah, I'm from the South
She never
also.
said that you wasn't from the South. She ain't
I
like
said,
uh
cousin. I said she kept saying she's from the South, like that was something, maybe I'm not. So I'm saying, okay, now we both
no, that's how
understand.
you interpreted it.
Yeah.
That's not her saying it.
Okay,
You
fine.
interpreted it
The
I
that
only
way.
reason I
interpreted
said I was from the south
that.
is because you asked me. As a matter of fact.
Okay, and then when I asked you, and I asked you what time, because I was curious about the social structure or the social movement at that time in
Mm-hmm.
that place you're talking about, because I have a different idea of the social structure in that place that you are talking about
Mm-hmm.
at the time I was talking about.
Right. No, I get that, but and I was calling you pulling your card on that, right? Because I have heard how some black people are trying to rephrase and uh, rebuild this black community thing that we had, right?
Oh,
Which we did. I'm not saying we didn't, and we still do, but we can't act like everything was in perfect harmony because we wouldn't have fought for what we fought for if everything
okay,
was so perfect. Because we wasn't
oh,
separate equal, we were just separate and definitely not equal at all. There was nothing equal. Our
let
water
me know.
fountains was shit. Our neighborhoods was we kept them clean, but they didn't take care of our roads or nothing like that. We had to do that shit ourselves. Um,
Mhm,
so if it would
mhm,
have been different if they would have gave us that
mhm, mhm,
equality for us to run our shit the way we want to take care of it ourselves, because we were the builders and everything anyway. But
mhm,
that's not what happened. And when they
mhm,
wanted to come in to our area, we couldn't stop them. And when they wanted to come in and burn shit down and lynch us, we couldn't stop them.
mhm. Oh, that's And that was in your time, you say, in the 69, 70 era.
You saying no men has been lynched since when the last time you think anybody been lynched? They hanging little boys now.
I was asking you about the statements that you were making, and I was trying to, and I told you before, I
Yes.
was trying to understanding about
Yes.
the time, space and space that you are referring to. And if
About
you're talking about you,
By the time I came in, the federal government came in and started escorting people, black people to school, right? They did that before I was born, right?
right?
Civil
Sounds like it.
rights happened. Civil rights happened. Was it right after I was born or before? It was like a few years before I was born, like 5 years before I was born, 65, if I'm correct.
Yeah, a document was
A
signed before you was
document,
born.
that's right. So he heard me when I said that um it's still happening today. So even though a document was signed, doesn't mean that everybody was abiding to the document.
You said a lot, and I wanted to approach some of the stuff you were saying as you were
Okay.
saying it, but you went 10 things deep. So
Okay,
I'm gonna
I'm sorry.
just
Back up.
stop.
We can back up.
I'm gonna just deal with number 11.
Okay.
I'm not going through all that stuff. And the thing is, you asked me when was the last time I heard of a lynching, and I'd say, just a few days ago or something like that.
There you go.
And so I actually, with these eyes, witnessed a lynching. So I'm not tripping. I understand the dynamics, and but I understand from a different perspective than yourself. My people, where I was, the adults did not fight for integration. We fought to not have integration. We appreciated running our own shit. Where I was, I don't know where you were, hon.
Hmm.
The government give you something. No, all we wanted them to do was stay out of our way. And they did not want to stay out of our way.
How they gonna stay
Because
out your way if they own it? Like what you said don't even make sense. You're saying you want
see, now you're going to say something because you just said, how they going to stay out of your way? Now you're going, that's one question. Now you're going to the next question.
no, I'm not giving another question. I'm
How they
going
going to stay
into
out of your way if they
yes.
own it? They
Yeah.
didn't own us. They
Oh,
didn't own us.
okay. I'm not saying they own you as an individual.
But what do you mean own us? I mean
Yes,
own.
when I was
Own what?
trying to explain that, you
Please.
wouldn't let me finish. You wanted me to stop so you can answer. That's why
Yeah,
I was
because
expounding on what I was
how they
saying.
gonna, you ask a question, ask it again. Maybe I misunderstood you.
Okay, never mind. I never forgot the question. Because it seems like you think I'm fighting you. I'm not fighting you. I may be disagreeing with you, right? But I'm not fighting you. You have your own perspective on it. Most of the world back then see it differently. So yes, there were some people, I guess, who wanted to not have their children get the education, the fair education. Maybe there were some people who liked them schools being raggedy and tore down. Maybe they liked the idea that they couldn't have access to jobs and the fair market, get paid the same as others. Maybe the people you talking about, they enjoyed being oppressed because that's what you're telling us.
Not at all. That's what you're inferring. What I'm telling you is the people that I was with were not oppressed. They were doing their own thing. We didn't listen. At the time that you're talking about, we had a pipeline from school to university and college. We had our own pipeline from
Mhm.
school to university and college. Two of my brothers were already in college. This was before the integration thing. The integration thing, they bust me and a group of, my group of people to a cracker school. And the crackers were out with shotguns to keep us from going into the school. And we were telling them, we don't want to be here. They are forcing us to come to this goddamn cracker school. We were already in our school, going through our regular pipeline from school to university, from school to college, from school to owning a business, from school to a doctorate. I was already in the pipeline when they come up with this integration garbage, talking about, oh, we want you to go, because you ain't all that noise you just made. Y'all not getting what we getting in the, we don't want what you got. We got something on. We got our own shit. We had our own doctor. We had our own nurses. We had our own bankers. We had our own everything. We did not need them.
We did need our hospitals weren't up to par. It was difficult to get the doctors
up to par. See, you say things and then you try to pass those things. What do you mean by up to par?
I mean, it wasn't the equipment. What do you mean? The building itself. If the hospitals, the ambulances, they're not getting the equipment from the government that is needed, because you know those things cost a lot of money. So
okay, before you go past, you said your
wow, you asked me to explain, and then you want to stop. Go ahead.
Okay, you do it. No, I mean, hey, what I'm saying is, if you look at it,
unless you are in your 70s, you're not old enough to be my parent. So I thought, are you in your 70s or 80?
Yeah.
Because you said, wait, I'm a little confused because you said you was bust and I was bust, right? So if you was bust, then you something ain't right. You ain't telling some truth right now. Because see, our generation was bust. I bet you Devastating gonna say that it was our generation, Gen X's, was bust into the white schools. Now, my parents wasn't bust into no white school. They were the ones who they had to go, federal government had to take them to school, right? Where there was some white people at, but the busing part that you mentioned isn't the same thing. And you use the word busing, so that's what I'm trying to understand. That's what I'm trying to get a feel for your age group. Because my parents, they got on buses to go to school. They took them to a school where there was white kids. But busing, as far as the history goes, is our generation, where they took us out of our community, took us away from our schools, and bused us into a whole nother community that we didn't live in. These better schools.
That's what they said. They were better schools when they did that to us. And that's why our people said, we don't want that. We have our own schools. We have our children going. We had almost 2 years of community meetings that our parents went to, because I just was aware. You know, I wasn't a parent at that time. I was a child.
Right.
And my parents and the community went to all kind of meetings to stop that from happening, because we had what we wanted already set up. We were producing people. And if you look at it, what you were talking about, the hospital thing, if you look at it, our health has deteriorated very badly over the past 40 years. Look at it. Our death rate, our birth rate. Calm down a second. The fact that when we go to, they call it the mortality rate in children, infancy, and births for the mother and the child is higher than it was before we got all this up to par crap and better crap. We were doing better. That's what I'm saying. And we knew that was the case. But I'm saying, I understand that you were in a different environment. And the words that I'm using, like you said, the circumstances that cover your environment, covered your environment, sometime not at the same moment that it covered my environment. We were thousands of miles away from one another. Right. So sometimes they try something. Like I watched a couple of things in my, my age as an adult.
You keep, and you say that I do it when I'm trying to have to talk. You stop me. I got to go point by point. But anyway, so what my premise is this: you're saying, like we right there, like my generation, your generation is side by side. Okay, you can either be one of my aunts and uncles. Oh, I'm sorry, my uncle, because I'm sorry. I meant, you know what I meant. You could either be my uncles or you could be my father, right? And so that means I'm right there. You can't say that your time was better and act like I didn't see your time because I'm right there with you. And
You did not see my. You
no,
saw your.
listen, what I'm saying is because you keep trying to make it seem like, remember, we both from the South, the deep South.
That's true.
You trying to
Okay.
make it seem like your state, the people in your state was doing so much better, I guess. But we know
No,
that's not
never.
true because people fought for something different. You're claiming that people fought for the reverse, and we know that to be not true. Okay,
Okay, you
we know
know it
that
to be
people
not true.
fought
I
what they
know it to be
wanted.
true.
What they
I
wanted was
understand.
war.
No problem.
Okay, so even in the instance where you talked about the schools, if
Mhm.
you go and do the research, somebody got an echo. But if you go
Me.
back to the schools, you will see that when they was going back and forth, right? The parents was okay with the schools. They just wanted, hey, give us our children the same things. We got the school here. We like the school being in our community. We could do more. We can participate more. Yes, that's true. But they didn't want to do that, right? They didn't want to allocate money to blacks. They didn't want to do that. So what they did was they got sued. It was some lawsuits going on. Actual lawsuits that had us end up being bust. So I'm a little confused about when you claiming that we didn't want to do that. We didn't want to do that. No, look, we got to just be honest and tell the truth. Um, Tell the truth that most people wanted to. They had other communities that were saying, look, mixing in with these white people ain't gonna do us no good. That would be Malcolm X and things like that. That's true. But they little pocket of people was small. And that's all I was saying on that. But and then now
Right.
we can look back
Yep.
at it later and then claim though that we did wrong by doing what we did. Yeah, they wasn't gonna give us no land and say, here go black people, here you go, and here goes some money. We're gonna provide this, that, and third. They wasn't gonna do that. But I get you though. I understand what you're saying. Go ahead.
From
Just
what you just said, apparently you have no idea or any understanding of what I'm saying. And you just said actually that I'm lying. So
lying
that's what
about
you
what?
said.
I called you a liar.
Oh yeah, you just said right there.
I just said I understand what you're saying at the end. We just giving different perspectives. That's
I
why I
got
said I
that.
understand what you're saying. I know that that's a different perspective. That's not calling you a liar.
But you said that it wasn't true what I said.
What part wasn't true? Some things you said wasn't true for the majority. That's what I said. I didn't say that you're wrong, that there was some people not want to do that. I said the majority of people, though, who was fighting, right? I said Malcolm X was saying what you're saying. I said, but they wasn't large enough. They wasn't the majority. That's what I said, my brother.
You didn't hear it
Oh
when she
yeah,
said that, Wale?
I heard her when she said that part about Malcolm X. That was like something else I wanted to speak on too, because where we were, it was a large majority. That's a lot. Matter of fact, oh man, I could tell you how this thing went down,
She's
but
talking about people as a whole, Wale. You keep
I
saying
know.
where you at.
Yeah, because obviously
But I'm saying
she
though, where you at don't represent the large majority.
she was talking about where she was at and where she was located and what occurred, where she was located, and at what time. So that's time and space. And then at that time and space, it was different in the time and space that I was existing in. That's why I mentioned time and space, because possibly when she understands or even takes the idea to deem that what I'm speaking might be true, then maybe maybe at that point we can get an understanding of the big picture of what's happening around the what's called the United States.
Nah, it sounds like you want to listen to what people say, but you want them to take your perspective regardless of what they say. That's what that sounds like.
He
Oh no,
just
I heard
said,
exactly what she
he talking about his area, and then right at the end of all of that, he said around the United States.
Yeah, I'm
So
saying the whole place, baby. That's
oh,
what
like me, like what I was doing, right? Remember, I never mentioned just my area. You the one who asked me where I was from and things like that. You asked me that. I'm
yeah, I
speaking
know.
as a
Yeah.
whole, as us as a people, and you. The reason I didn't even mention where I'm from until you asked me where I was from, which means I'm speaking as a
No,
whole. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
you're speaking as a whole, and I'm saying as a whole, I didn't see what you see as a whole. And so
Mm.
as you see it as a whole, I didn't see, and I still don't see it as a whole, but you speak of it as a whole. And
You
that's
had to
why
see it as a whole because the action, the results are as a whole. What do you mean? Civil rights is as a whole. That's why
what
I'm
does
mentioning it. That's
what
why
does
we was marching in large groups all over this country. That is the majority, and that is what I'm speaking to. And now you're claiming you didn't see it, but we all know it existed. What I'm talking about, because civil rights
yeah,
actually happened.
this is what I'm saying now that you might hear me out about. Civil rights, as it came to us, was a usurpation of freedom rights, which is what we were on. We were on a conscious trip or movement called the Freedom Rights Movement.
Freedom from what?
Excuse me?
Freedom from what?
Great question.
Freedom from lynching, freedom from assault, freedom from attack, and freedom to do our business and our personal freedom.
That's right.
That
Freedom.
we know freedom from getting picked up, coon hunted. You know about hunting coons. That's where they go out at night and find a nigga by himself and they pick up truck and they abduct him and either kill him, beat him up. They call that coon hunting. That's what a coon was today.
I thought we were doing so great though, and we wanted to be left alone.
I'm not saying, child. Hey. So what we did, we built up militia for our communities to defend ourselves. And then when we started building, then the feds came in. Because initially, the cracker was coming in and just destroying our communities like they lost their mind from the 1800s Reconstruction all the way up until you can name it. It's all over the place. Half of them places were in Florida where I was at. People decided we got a militia and defend ourselves. The government has said it would defend us, the federal government. That's why we even helped it when it fought against the British to separate itself, because they say, oh, everybody was offering this so-called freedom thing. The British, that's why they sent
How far back you going? You going pretty far back now, huh?
Mm.
I thought we was talking the 20th century. I am.
I'm talking about, I'm talking about the 19th, 20th century. What you just said.
Well, I meant that I said 19, but then I corrected by saying 20, and I'm sorry. So I thought we were talking about the 20th century.
Mm-hmm. So now, like I was saying about depressions, the system of depressions, the first depression was oppression, constant oppression. That's where you can do anything like this the same way. Dogs are treated. This is how dogs are trained. Anything. You oppress it first. You make sure it can't move. You put it on a chain, a rope, or something. You control it. You assert authority. Then you go to the next one. You go to what's the next one? Suppression. Anything it tries to do, you make sure it can't do it. It try to do this, you make sure it can't do it. It try to do this and make sure it can't do it. And then after a while, once it goes into suppression,
it
it'll
think
go
it's
into
happy. See, after a while, y'all, I'm gonna go back to the reason why you and I started this conversation, where you said no, we was happy, we didn't concern about that. That's what happens to that dog that's oppressed. See, as long as it's not getting hit over his head every day, and it's allowed to do a little bit of something, then now it becomes content and happy that it's not getting hit over the head, even though it's being oppressed. And that's how we started this conversation. I was saying we was oppressed. You said no, we was doing good. I mentioned the differences between that white owning line and blacks, and how their line, they was served first, no matter who got there first. I mentioned those water fountains where ours was, you could see it just falling apart, and theirs looked nice. The bathroom, right? We wasn't able to go use the bathroom. You might have had to go 2 miles just to get to a bathroom. Or how about what we used to do? Find a little place we could tuck off somewhere and use the bathroom.
Okay.
But you said we were doing
it.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm telling you.
We got to stop the make-believe lies, because we about to possibly go through this shit again.
Here we go. Now, I'm going to tell you, you're talking about the dog thing, and I was telling you, yeah, it's very similar to training a dog. Go through depressions, and I was about to finish depressions, and you stopped me at the second one, which is okay, because we're going on. The next thing that happens after but what you said about a little bit, giving a little bit, giving a little bit, that's how actually you train an elephant. They used to have it on YouTube. They took it off because they said it was too violent. To have how to train an elephant on YouTube, but it's the same thing that I'm talking about now. It's how to train anything that is trainable. You could do it like that, but first, like the doctor said, Dr. Clark said, one must be able to maintain what's called a state. Once you maintain a state, no matter what the state is, once you can maintain that state, you can control the state. You can control what grows in that state. And that's what they were doing, creating a state of affairs. It's called a society, as they put it. So what happened is they did the oppression that I was talking about, and then it went to, what's the next thing after oppression? Oh, suppression. Anything you want to do, try to do, make sure you cannot do. All of this stuff happened over a period of years. It didn't happen all at once. The next thing that happened was depression. Depression came upon the people, and the people felt depressed, like they weren't getting enough. They weren't getting, like you say, up to par. And then came repression. Repression is where you stop even your own people from doing anything, because you have accepted the depression.
So are we ever going to get on progression?
Yeah, I'm about, I got progression like that one. I appreciate you saying that, man, because I like that one too. The thing is, so we thought the repression is how we treat our children. Somebody was saying earlier, that's why I came on the thing. Somebody was saying,
I want to know, is that repression when we lied to the people, the younger people, make it seem like things were so much better when it wasn't, so they can be accepting to be oppressed again? Is that repression? Because
I don't know. I don't know. Have you been lying to the young people? Because I don't.
I mean,
you're saying I'm lying. You're saying I'm lying. Wait a minute.
No.
Excuse me.
I didn't say you're lying.
Okay, because I need to know that right away.
Okay, listen. I know how to use the word lying. Okay, I know.
You just say, what about when we lied to the young people?
Yes.
I don't understand that comment.
Because I'm not just talking. I'm not talking specifically about you, and not only about you. If I was talking about you, I have no fear of calling you a liar, right? If I want to call you a liar, but I thought we was having a discussion. I don't have to resort to calling you a liar, but you want me to call you a liar. So what I would do is I would say that you're not being totally honest, and you can take that how you want. Right? If we lie to our young people, make them seem like, yeah, we wanted to be separated. It was the best thing for us, right? Without giving them the other information, then we're not being totally honest. Doesn't mean that you're lying, but you just may not be being totally honest. And what we do when we do that is then they start thinking like when what might be happening soon, where they start segregating us, we think, oh, it's better for us anyway. It's gonna be better, y'all. Businesses, we're gonna have businesses and we're gonna do this and we're gonna do that. But most people, like my grandmother, right? My grandmother was in them white people homes cleaning their toilets. Even though she wasn't a slave, she was kind of like a slave, if you think about it, right? Because that's the type of jobs black women did back then. Not everybody. You're going to always have a group of women who had the ability to get educated. Because like you said, in Florida, y'all did have lots of y'all had people who were pushing forward, right? So it's true. In certain states, they had these colleges that were there built by black people and things like that. But remember, I'm talking about the majority. So yes, in Florida, y'all had your community most possibly had more than other black communities. And that's what so make the conversation so unfair, because you would speak about one particular area when we had a whole nation of black people living in filth, people just doing the best they can. And then they had those who were just working, trying to survive. And that's all I'm saying. So yes, Florida, y'all was doing, they had communities that were doing well. Louisiana didn't have that so much, though. Mississippi didn't have that so much. Arkansas didn't have that so much. Tennessee didn't have that so much. Houston didn't have that so much. Like we could go on and on and on and on and on and on. That's all.
You don't want to talk about that.
He? Are you mean by he? You're talking about me?
Yeah, you don't want to talk about that, do you?
Talk about what exactly?
What was going on in Mississippi, Arkansas, Tennessee, and Missouri?
Mississippi, goddamn. Not only talk about it, we talked about it often. Matter of fact, that's part of it. Anyway, Mississippi, goddamn. I know people who came in from Mississippi, Alabama, not so much Louisiana, but them two places would come in to town because they had to leave them places. Oh, I'm talking about at the time when I was a youth, because I met the children. When children have to relocate like that, it's a different thing. So anyway, I met the families that relocated, and I talked to them and see how they behave and everything and how they looked and how they moved once we got around each other and stuff. So I talk about that. I don't mind talking about that. I know how that goes. Like I said, I have seen a lynching with my own eyes when I was a child in Florida. A lynching. The man was murdered. They were cutting his parts and distributing them to the crowd.
I'm sorry to hear that. When my grandmother mentioned the lynchings that she witnessed, she could barely talk. And then she cried. Like even me imagining just a little bit that you said that had no feelings in it, like the emotion come across me, and like that's why my dad called the white people cracker, and gave him no respect until he got older. Like when he got older, when he was a young man, he couldn't, white people, he wouldn't even tolerate them. Right. But anyway, yeah. See,
I still call him
there, like I said, I know you want to tell your age, but you either old enough to be my dad or you old enough to just be my uncles. That's it.
I still
You're not
call him
way out there where I can't see everything y'all went through. Even if I didn't see it and witness it, I experienced it through y'all fears and all kinds of things that were going on. My grandmother was deadly scared of white people. She wouldn't look them in the eye. She didn't want to be around them. She didn't want to have nothing to do with them. My dad like I said, had anger towards white people, right? But you make it seem like black people were just doing so great and everything was fine. How is it that all these black people from the past had all this depression? Because you make it seem like they wasn't depressed. They was depressed because they was oppressed. They were depressed because what they were witnessing. Even you say you witnessed it. So how could it be everything be so great when you witnesses things like lynchings? It's just not making sense, my brother. That's all.
Right. Because we were a mind like we were of a mind like this. We're being predated. I heard the elders speak. I used to sit around the meetings. My dad was different. And I've called crackers all my life. And I still do. I don't call nobody white. Anyway, we go on. The people decided to defend themselves, and that's what we went in. We went into self-defense mode. When you are faced with something, you know, I don't understand how you see it, but things come up that we have to deal with, even if it's just a mosquito. You have to deal with it. It could be a lion, it could be a mosquito. You still got to deal with it. And the adults that I was around, they dealt with it as best they could under the circumstances they were in. So they organized themselves and checked on each other to make sure we were in good shape. Anytime somebody saw somebody hitchhiking or whatever, trying to get somewhere, we would stop and pick each other up. We worked with each other in order to facilitate our situation. We knew what we were doing, and we did it up until, first of all, we didn't even consider ourselves black. We called ourselves colored people. And we work with colored people, and that's how it was.
Yeah, you're right. It was colored, then it was the Negro, and we black, African American. Those are just terms that we just adopted. No big deal. You saying we ain't consider we even called ourselves the N-word, which we still do today. So
we are. I say I'm a nigga. My dad was a nigga. We are niggas. Okay. That's what we are. They ain't nobody gave us that, just like color. We
no, somebody color. Did give that to us. What you mean they ain't give it to us?
Hey,
I know you ain't just saying. See how we adopted something they gave us. You want to claim that they didn't give it because you want to lie to the young people to make it seem like we were so empowered. We called ourselves niggas. Come on, my brother, what you doing?
I'm telling you already what I'm doing, and I can, you know, there ain't no lie about it. You don't agree with it, or you think it's something different, or you have an objection, that's cool. But I'm telling you what I know. And it's not, I mean, if you want to
You're not even old enough to know. You didn't give the N-word. Yes, it was handed down to you, but it was provided to us so many years ago.
How do you know that? Do you know anyone that told you that?
Well, it's something that you as a black person asked me that, because you know how our families do, right? There's always a Bible, and that Bible keeps track of everybody, right? And even when we found that we had some family members writing in books, but how do I know? Because it's the white man who called us that, because in Africa, are they calling themselves that?
What happened happened was this, and you may not know this.
You're not going to answer the question?
What was the question?
Are they calling themselves that in Africa?
Oh, really? I don't know. I'm not concerned with that at the moment. Okay. I was concerned with myself at the moment. I'm not in Africa, as you well know.
You said that we called ourselves the N-word.
No, I say nigga.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay.
I'm just trying to be, polite and not use it. But
okay.
But that that's not true.
I do know it to be true.
I do know, like the white people want to lie.
As a matter of fact, you can Google it enough. Huh?
I gotta Google it. You think I gotta really Google that to find out that we didn't give ourselves that name? You could
I was about to tell you something else, but it's okay, baby. Go
Okay,
ahead.
great.
I interrupted you, and I really didn't realize I was going to be interrupting you. And when I did, I just try to back off, let you finish. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay, my brother. We just having a conversation. That's all. Go ahead. You could go.
So Google is
Give
the
me
only
some.
way you'll know. You have to
No,
rely on somebody else to put up some information that's posted on Google. That's somebody else's work.
no. I was actually referring her to something that's a little on an angle, not a tangent, but an angle of what we're talking about. Because if should she just Google what she was directly talking about, she'll find
You just
directly.
told you she ain't got to rely on Google. That's something you like to rely on.
What's she gonna rely on then? Please tell me.
See, you sound
Go
like
ahead.
the white people, right? The white people will say, y'all don't know what y'all talked about, and they want to give us history. And then when I say something like black people have been keeping historical facts in their families for a very long time. I mentioned the Bible, right? I bet you most black people, especially of
Oh,
our
that's what I was about to talk about.
know that there is a Bible or some type of book that was being held by the elders in the family or the most responsible elder, right?
Hmm.
Keeping historical facts of the family. So
Hmm.
see, the white people may not have been doing that, but we were. And so for you as a black man who's older than me, an elder, to not know this, you either playing with me or you just want to blackwash history. Like, what you doing, my brother? What's going on?
Okay, I'll tell you. First of all, I don't speak to you as a black man because
What?
that's not where I'm coming from. No, I
What?
told you already. I'm colored. I'm colored. I'm not black.
Or you want to play? Well, you're
No,
not
I'm
black.
not playing. See,
Oh, okay.
I'm trying
You're
to
not
talk to
black.
you.
Because I was about to
You're
say I don't talk to white men. See, if you was a white man, I'd be
playing
shitting on you. I'd be playing with you. I won't give you no respect. I would have called you all
games.
kinds of N words because we know what that word used to mean. Now they didn't change the meaning of the N word. Right, but when my grandmother was when the music started putting the N word in it, my grandmother would like, what is going on? And they explained to me that the N word meant ignorant, so a white person could be ignorant too, so a white person could be a N word. And every time they come around me, I'm nice to them and everything, and then I proceed to call them the N word as soon as they get disrespectful, even the tiniest bit, a hint of disrespect, I start calling them the N word. They don't like it. So if you're not a black man, okay, then you a white man or you an Asian man. I don't mess with Asian men. They got small wee wees. Ain't no reason to even talk to him. He don't offer me nothing. He don't give me nothing. Nothing. No education. No wisdom. I don't speak to Asian people unless I'm buying me some motherfucking Chinese motherfucking food. Who are you? Who am I speaking to on this panel right now, my brother? Because you trying to play with me, but I got the time today.
Oh, beautiful. I'm a
Okay.
nigga
Okay.
from a
Well,
long line of niggas. My dad was a nigga. My mom was a negress. That's what I
you
was telling you. Google the word negress and then get images and you'll see.
Why you keep
But
telling her to Google shit?
because when I talk to her, she says I'm lying. And
So
then when
what? So what does Google have to do with factual information?
I have no idea, man. Wherever she finds it, that's why I say, where did she find her
I know
factual
what
information? Where do you
ignorant
find it?
mean. God damn. My brother,
What?
I said I didn't want to use that word, but I can use it. And then later you will
You know
say,
what?
look
What?
how disrespectful she being. Right?
Wait a minute. You say you know what? What? I didn't understand the words you said. What did?
I said
Okay.
nig, right? Without saying the word completely. S. We know what RESS, that's the woman, right?
Yes.
Okay. You what's going on? I think I'm educated enough to defeat any bullshit you put up here. And I've done that so far.
So
So
far, you think
you tell me to go to Google. I've been on the internet before Google was here. Okay? Before Google was even in existence. I've been on this thing called the internet. So
Oh,
I
I'm
don't
with
need to
you.
rely on it.
Okay. Let's not rely on it. No problem.
Okay.
When did color mean one color? Like only one type of anything?
I have no idea. I never said that myself.
Well, you reference color as it's supposed to only mean one thing and not this. Why color can't mean yellow, or yellow color, or red color,
I ain't
or
got no
green
problem.
color?
Green. Hey, man. There you go.
That's not the reference that you're making, though. You're not referencing yourself as yellow, green,
No, because
red.
I ain't into them color bars.
Yeah,
I'm not black, red.
but that's a society that we operate in, though.
That's the society that you operate in. I
No,
do.
no. You're engaging on the internet. So you
Exactly.
went through a whole bunch of different layers and nuances in order to communicate with me. I don't own the internet. You can't just
Me,
talk directly to me. You have to go through a series of networks, and those
I
were
agree.
already established before both of us was here. So
Oh no, not, absolutely not.
yeah. Just like her. Yeah.
You mean before we
Sometimes I
were
play the
on
game with you, but yeah, I'm just being real too.
play the game all the time. What do you mean before we were here? That's what I objected to. You mean before we were on the internet? The internet was already
Yeah.
here?
Before YouTube, before the internet, yes.
Oh, okay. Then I agree. Yes, of course.
Somebody wanted, because I said hello to Mental, and the people in the chat reminded me that that we must have bumped heads a while back. And then so I had to think about it, and I said, oh yeah, I remember doing a stream on it. Now I don't remember what it was about, because I'm one of them people, if we have a disagreement on that day, we had a disagreement. And
I ain't even hear you say nothing, Bomb Cherry. My bad. I ain't even hear you say nothing. I'm over here doing something. I was listening to y'all, but I ain't
oh
hear
no, it's okay. I was just saying hi to you, my brother. That's all. That's all.
No, it's all good. What's up, sis? No, I don't. Yeah, I ain't holding on to nothing from the past and nothing like that. That's the chat. Don't worry about the chat funny like that.
Oh yeah. I don't even remember what it was about or nothing. It's all in fun. If we had a little disagreement, if I went to my channel, talked about it, tried to get you over there, you didn't come, and I talked. It was all in fun.
Nah, it's all good. It's all good. I appreciated the engagement.
Okay. And so
Hey,
this is my only issue with Montegro or Wale, right? Is when we're elders, the truth is, once we become a certain age, and if we have information, it's like our job, right? It's like our job to provide information, but it needs to be correct information. There's no need to whitewash, blackwash, or whatever, because the truth is what is needed so people won't repeat history. And if we are up here, and that's you, right? When I say we, I'm talking about you, making it seem like, yes, segregation is what we need. I am going to assure you, y'all, unless we come across a different type of white man who is going to say, yes, be separate, but you're going to equally get what the other people get. We know they're not going to do that. But if they do that, then that's the only way, right?
Okay. Can I speak on that? Let me know when I can speak on that.
Oh, that's a shame, because I was talking. You like to break in.
But you just said the thing.
I was talking. You said I said, what did I say? Jesus, go ahead.
You were saying something you were saying, there's niggas like Wale come up here and talk this bullshit.
Wow.
Yeah, I think
you heard all that. You heard me say this N-word that I keep not wanting to use, and you heard me talking that bullshit. You heard me say those words. God damn.
That's why I try to stop you before you go on, because now you ask me, because I'm concise, and I'm not. Otherwise, I got to. Oh man.
Why you got to take my words and make them stronger than they were? That's my point.
I didn't have to. All I wanted to do was address the words you actually said, but then you said, now what words? So now I got to go back over them again. I'm trying to concise them down So less
You
time.
already used the words you claimed that I said. You used the N word.
I didn't
And
even
you
say
said bullshit, which I did not say.
that. So listen to what I am going to say.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, please. Thank you so much. At the time that this place, that I'm going to refer to one place and then others as well, because all of them fit the same category. But I'm referring to one because most of us have acknowledge its existence, which is the place in Tulsa, Oklahoma, where the people were working together and unanimously prospering as a community.
False.
Okay, go ahead. Why is that false?
Okay, because see, when we talk about the Black Wall Street, we make it seem like everybody in that, how many blocks it was, right? 30 blocks or whatever. Everybody was doing well. But what we need to know is that, yes, everybody can't have a business. And the business, in order to make money, the other people got to be making money. That means most of them people was working across the track over there, cleaning them white people's homes and digging ditches and all of those things. But we won't talk about that. Now, I'm not saying they wasn't prospering, the business, the community, doing their thing. But it's like we like to romanticize what's going on. Look how quick that shit went away. You could talk about what they were doing, but where is it now? Why are we talking about? Because my point isn't that we can't get together and do things together. That's not my point. My point is we get together, we start doing great things together, and when they get mad and jealous or they want to come and take it, they coming over and taking it. And that mean our shit not together if we not protecting and can't protect our own. So what's going to be this time? This time when they segregated, put us, and you say that's the best for us, what's going to stop all that other shit that happened in the past that they want to whitewash away? So they're going to make it seem like it never happened. So if it happened again, it'll be the first time. And then farther in his, in the future, they're going to make like that incident didn't happen.
So what I'm going on to say is that at the time of the Oklahoma situation, and they built themselves a community that was generally prospering. There were other places all throughout the United States that were doing similarly. They were actually in communication with one another.
How were they in communication with one another?
Because the way
I didn't say because, I say how.
The way I know that that's all I can speak on. The way I know that they were in communication with each other is because a man who lived in our area had a Patterson. He bought a Patterson car.
What? Well, how did that? You talk about they in communication with each other. You was making it seem like they got on the internet and communicated. They got on the phone. And they was in communication. Now you talking about because somebody traveled and got a car, and that's how they was in communication with one another.
They didn't have internet at the time.
I know that. That's why I asked you. But you the one who said they was in communication with one another, as if they was, sharing each other notes and. You know what I mean? Like they, come on, my brother. Tell us how they was in communication. You made the statement.
I say how I know, and I told you how I know because the guy and a man in our neighborhood, our environment, bought a Patterson, and he spoke on it. Whereas we had our own communication networks. We had radio stations and stuff where we talked to one another. We had communication with each other. We had a series of magazines.
Can you stay on Tulsa? Tulsa did not have radios. There were no radios in Tulsa in 1919.
No,
they had CB radios, and they were like breaker 19. Are you there?
So just stay on Tulsa then, Wale. If you can, stay on what she's talking about. She's only talking about Tulsa, Oklahoma, and the other black communities around the United States.
I'll stay on that. We had newspapers that we produced, and they go back further than this time period we're talking about, and magazine, a whole series of magazines.
Okay.
And communication.
That's not what you was trying to say. Because that's not communication the way you was trying to say it. You were like, they was in communication with one another. Like,
right, they were.
But if you talk, so in fact, what you mean is that we was communicating with each other all around the world, right? They had black magazines out of Chicago and various places, right?
No, I'm not saying all around the world. I was really.
I mean, all around the nation.
Okay, the U.S. Yeah, okay. For sure, ain't no doubt about it.
But that ain't what you had said. That's not what you said. That's why we know you wasn't talking about newspapers and magazines. You said they had communication with each other.
And I meant that. And that's still the truth. And I was telling you how, and I started with something, and then y'all started, and I say, okay.
But nobody got in the car and then drove from Tulsa, Oklahoma to Wilmington, North Carolina to let each other know what's going on. Nobody did that, Wale.
No, most people use buses for that kind of tour.
They didn't get on a bus either.
Yes, they
didn't get on a bus in Tulsa, Oklahoma in 1919 to go all the way to North Carolina to let everybody know what they was doing. Nobody got on a bus for that.
People were indifferent. Yes, people were indifferent.
No. You're trying to twist what is being said. So let's be clear, Wale. I am not talking about going from the front yard in Tulsa, Oklahoma to downtown Tulsa, Oklahoma. I am not speaking of that. That's not what you said. I am talking about Tulsa, Oklahoma and Wilmington, North Carolina. That's what I'm talking about.
What about
because
Wilmington?
That's what you brought up. You brought up that different black communities in different areas. So different areas would imply that they are in different locations, such as Wilmington, North Carolina, Rosewood, Florida, and Tulsa, Oklahoma. These people were not getting on buses and cars and traveling to these different areas to let each other know what they were doing in their businesses. That's what you imply.
And I'm implying that they had a communications network. Our family had a communication network for that kind of information to travel. Yes, we were communicating with one another. Was it internet? Was it instantaneous? No, it was not. Even though, and I don't know why you're addressing me in this manner, but
because you brought up a man in a car. That's why I brought it up.
That's for sure. That's for sure. The man in the car, because he had the Patterson.
He used his car so he can get around his own town. He didn't get in his car so he can travel to different states to let everybody know what was going on. That's not what he got his car for.
Oh, I see. You don't. My reference. Okay, I made a lousy reference. Thank you so much, Dan.
You made a lousy reference.
Yes, I did.
No proof was the car. You forgot.
I'm sorry. Hey, I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I miss.
Oh, you mean you was wrong?
No.
And you didn't gonna say that I called you a liar though by just saying you was wrong that you misspoke.
No. I'm not gonna do that. None of that. Listen to what I'm saying first before you continue, please.
They're not gonna do that.
Yeah, just give me a moment to catch.
He's already done it enough.
All this half talking. So now, what I'm saying is this: the Patterson car was made in Tulsa, Oklahoma. So when I mentioned the Patterson car, I assumed that you both knew that. and then I wouldn't have to say much more. However, y'all argued about it, and I couldn't understand why until just now. You think I'm just talking about a car. That's why I even made the name Patterson, because Mr. Patterson made cars and buses in Tulsa, Oklahoma. And this man in Florida, Miami, Florida, we weren't even in Miami, we were outside, but they call it Miami, Florida. He is driving one that he has purchased, and he's telling us about it in our neighborhood, right? So we do have a communication or a network of knowing what some people are doing here, some people are doing there. That was my first indication of that type of networking. And then since then, I've seen other indications of that type of networking for sure.
Let me Google some shit real quick, y'all, because he like for, okay.
No,
So,
you ain't got to Google it.
I know what he's talking about. I'm not talking about that. I'm Googling something else before I say.
Oh, okay.
Why is somebody calling me? Okay, but he double talk. He backed himself out, but it's okay. I can accept
for the people in the chat.
You about to Google something. Wait a minute. I'm double talking, but you about to Google something. He said, why am I Googling something? What is it for and stuff? And I say, well, you got to do this and beat me across the head or try to about me Googling something. Now you Google something. He said, and now you Google.
Well, first of all, I don't have to Google nothing. When you said the Patterson car was built in Tulsa, Oklahoma, I ain't got to Google that shit. I know about Greenfield, Ohio.
Yeah, but that's not what I was, and that what I said is that I'm not Googling what he was saying. But he heard me say that, right?
Yeah.
I heard you say you're gonna Google something.
I said y'all hold up. I was being facetious when I said y'all hold up while I Google something. You the one who kept telling me to Google some shit. Now, so, I could, if I really was Googling some shit, I could have did it without you knowing. So me announcing it, but I know you don't get it, though. You don't get it. And I don't know what it is, because my parents had humor. They were funny. And if they didn't know anything, they would learn it, right? My dad didn't go past the 3rd grade, so it is what it is. He was a smart man, street smarts, but he was not book smarts. He was very similar to you, it seems, and you learn some shit on the internet through your Google searches, and now you think everybody needs to Google some shit to learn some shit. So I just want to say thank you for being here, having a conversation with me, reminding me so much of my dad. I loved him. And so that's why I'm respecting you. Hey, Pops.
I appreciate that. Thank you. You know what? You made my day. Thank you so much. I am so happy to know I have lived to bring joy to someone's heart. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. It's all good, my brother. See, that's why I can't use the N-word towards you, because, my dad wouldn't have played that. I couldn't get real disrespectful with him, So it's hard for me to do that to you. So it's not love. But my dad was dumb as rocks, if I think about it, as far as book smarts. But you couldn't tell him nothing in them streets, though, baby. You couldn't tell him nothing in them streets.
May I offer you a statement about my dad? May I offer you? Oh, okay. I'll take that as a yes. Then it goes like this. We are niggers. We were here when the cracker came. We are Aboriginal. That's what Aboriginal simply means. We were here when the cracker came. And so, as being niggers, they are attempting to get us to abdicate that position. My father and the group of people that we spoke around because we spoke in groups. We didn't even have television at the time. No telephone, television, none of that shit was, excuse me, that stuff. Technology was widespread throughout our neighborhoods. Most of our things were word of mouth.
Because the shit didn't exist. What are you
I'm
talking
saying,
about?
I got
We're
that.
going to have something that didn't exist.
That's what I'm just saying. While I was there and while I was living, that's all I'm referring to. So you understand why I'm saying what I'm saying. And then that's it. I understand it didn't exist, I'm saying. And so that's why we had the concept that our word was bond, because we had to speak the truth. That was the only thing that bonded us. And so
we ain't have no criminals. We ain't have people lying. We ain't have none of that.
We had that, but mostly that came outside of the community. And soon as it came into the community and the community became aware of it, it was corrected. Even like the lady next door to us, she made moonshine and sold numbers, the numbers racket. You know that? The numbers racket. She did both of that thing, and the community supported her because she didn't defile any of the community's values.
Wait, gambling wasn't against the values?
If somebody wanted to gamble, that's up to them. A gamble is a choice. You don't have to.
You see how you double talk, baby. Listen, everybody got different morals. I agree with you. In our community, we had all kinds of, we had the robbers and the killers. We had all that in the community, but we did have more unity to those who wanted to unite in the community. Everybody wasn't uniting. Everybody wasn't doing right. You know, men had families all over the place, right? So the idea that we stick to these lies, but I understand because when we was kids, they told us to stay in kids' place. Them adults was doing what the hell they wanted to do. But you know, now when we became adults, we looked and we saw. We like, wait a minute, how is that my auntie, but she got a different mama than this auntie? But they all got the same day. Stop lying to young people. And we're not even talking to kids. I could see we were talking to the kids. You want to lie
I'm not
about Santa Claus, but stop lying to grown ass 30, 40 year old people.
I'm not lying to anyone. If you disagree,
you up here making it seem like we had all this moral compass as black people. Just because we were black, is that why?
I'm saying we were not black.
Okay, well, whatever color you want to put yourself, you keep saying the N word. Okay, and which is the worst thing to hear somebody of your age use. Like they were so against that word, and you just using it like it's like the scraping your nails against the chalkboard.
I know it is. My father taught me that one too. I know it is. That's what it's supposed to. That's part of the repression. That's actual suppression. Repression. That part of the repression. This comes after depression, because what I was going to tell you how it worked. He told me what they would do is come in and look for niggas, because niggas meant when they find niggas were rebellious. Niggas wouldn't submit. Niggas couldn't be controlled. And they knew niggas were like that. So they wanted to suppress all revolts and stuff that of these niggas going through. So they come in and they bust the door down and say, you know what they say, we weren't supposed to be in no meetings of 3 and 4. They made their own laws and then try to impose them on niggas. Niggas don't play that. We make our own laws. That's niggas.
I thought just a minute ago we was all good church going folk doing nothing.
I ain't never mentioned church yet.
I know you ain't mentioned church, but that's the narrative that's being pushed when we talk about we was all community, we were doing great things. You know, that's why I mentioned when you mentioned that woman doing chords or numbers and making alcohol. That's why I mentioned the church, because the narrative is that we was just these great people, which we are great people. Nothing wrong with great people. Everybody wasn't great though, right?
What church got to do with it? I ain't mentioned
Well,
church.
we know
Why?
what church got to do with the black community. Stop acting like you don't know.
No, you don't know. Is
No,
what
I
I'm
do
asking.
know. You act like you don't know.
I don't know. I don't.
Our community is standing
No,
silent on some white providing religion
you have
that
no
tells
idea.
us that we are cursed forever, right? I'm
You
not
have
sure if it's forever. Just based on something that happened years ago, our skin color is a curse.
you have no idea of what I'm doing, and
Okay,
yet
no, I
you.
don't know what you're doing. Why would I know what you're doing, my brother? I'm not talking about you personally. I
I
have not
understand
done that
that,
to
but
you
you're
yet.
denying the reality that I'm speaking on as though you are. And I'm
Well, you
saying,
listen. You
understand
keep
that.
saying I'm calling you a liar. I am
You
calling you
have
a liar at this
several,
point.
you
Okay,
just said
you want me to
why
use the word so bad that you have it. You
you did it
need
twice
to
already.
stop
You
lying.
used
I
the
didn't call
word
you a liar.
replay.
To me, a lie.
You
Just
said stop
because I
lying
can
to
say,
these young
listen,
people.
I can say something that's not true without knowing that it's not true, and that wouldn't make me a liar. But I could be actually lying. See See, I understand that. I understand that once somebody called me a liar, they're saying that, I lie a lot. I lie. I could be lying without knowing it, and which mean I would be misspoken, mistaken, you know. And so I did not call you a liar, right? But you are lying. But now I am calling you a liar. You know why? Because you are purposely saying things, standing on it, and then when it get corrected, you either pivot and act like you didn't say it, or I don't know what's going on with you, my brother. You're supposed to be an elder. Like, you supposed to be the elder. You're supposed to be where everybody could come to and ask for the stories of the past and get them, because they interested in the real stories. And you don't have to make them feel bad if their thought process is different than ours back then. You'd be like, yeah, when I was a kid, I was a devil, I wasn't, but we'll rather say, nah, we was perfect back then. Everything was good. All the women were virgins, and all the men, they stuck by their families and took care of their families. Most of them men were alcoholics, y'all, and they had multiple families. Oh, and then they had women too who had multiple children by multiple men, but she ain't gonna never speak on it unless you go and ask her as an adult. She might tell you, though, how pretty she was when she was young and all the fellas liked her. See, so it's us as the elders who are doing the lying. And we're expecting these young people to do shit that we didn't even do. And that's that oppression, right? That's why I ask you repression. I ask if we are lying to them and making it seem like they doing something that didn't happen, that we didn't do back then. Is that bad or good? People was dancing and twerking or whatever it was called. It wasn't called twerking back then. Women was doing that and men was doing that back then. The thrusting of the hips, shaking of the butt. And today we put that on the women and make it seem like they're doing something so bad, so disturbing, and so terrible. And then we had the men who had multiple families. They were doing that back then. That was a difference back then, though, right? Because the families had to be taken care of some kind of way. And if we tell them the truth and say, look, having these multiple families, that wasn't a good thing. But today we try to tell them, you shouldn't be doing this. You shouldn't do that. Keep your penis in your pants. And most of these men cannot keep their penis in their pants because they couldn't do it back then. But what you would do is tell them to protect themselves. Do it with some type of responsibility. Like everybody be responsible and not be having these children that you really don't want. But I'm just saying, we as the elders are the ones tearing our community apart through our lies and deception. That's all.
So what you saying? leaving out part of the story or only telling half the story?
Yes. Now, you won't tell a kid all the story, but if an adult approach, and they start talking, tell them the truth. My grandmother had 13 motherfucking kids, and they all lived in the same house. No, not all, but in the same area. And then when I go to look and I start realizing a man would show up and one of my uncles be like, oh, that's my dad.
Mm.
And I look at my dad and say, what? Like, that's Uncle Daniel's dad. What you mean that's Uncle Daniel's dad? Y'all, that's not y'all dad? My grandmother had 13 kids by 13 different men. And I'm not saying that's how most grandmothers were, y'all. But I'm just saying she wasn't the only one. Okay? That's all. The judgment of young people, to me, it seems like we are harming them. And if we can't tell them the truth, then the way they move and we pointing fingers and, it's almost like when I was a little girl and somebody would call me fast. I'm a little girl. I didn't even know what fast meant. I thought she was saying that I was fast because I used to be out there like a tomboy running and jumping, playing basketball, football, everything, kickball. And so when she looking at me, you so fast. Just imagine when I got a little older, teenager, I realized what she was saying, which is crazy because no boys had touched me. I'm out there playing sports. That's what the elders used to fuck up some of us, right? And then they always used to, oh, boys to be boys. I go and tell my grandmother, this boy grabbed me by my, private part. Oh, boys to be boys. It's my fault because I shouldn't have been around him. And so I'm saying a lot of these things molded and created me into the person I am. Now, I'm not mad at who I am today, but at some point I did go out there and what I would say, I don't know, I just felt like I just rebelled, right? A lot of kids rebel, but I rebelled in my own way. And it was not because of the children, and it was because of them goddamn old ass motherfucking people. Now that's just my story. I'm quite sure everybody else got their own little story. That's probably different than mine. But why can't we be honest with adults though? We can't even be honest with adults. We want to make it seem like we were so perfect. Our community was in great shape, y'all. That's some bullshit in a lot of these states. And even in the states where they had nice communities around that, other black communities was not in such great shape. So when we go back into segregation, like some of y'all claim y'all want, which one of us gonna live in a good, nice shaped communities? Huh? Do we have the men who gonna fix our infrastructure, gonna make sure our roads are taken care of? A lot of these men just as sweet as I am. Okay? Don't want to get sweet is the wrong word. I'm sorry, I didn't mean that word. Let me think of another word. Soft. And what I mean by that, that's not necessarily a bad thing. What I mean, he don't work with his hands, right? His hands just as soft as mine. That's what I meant. Okay. My dad had calluses all on his motherfucking hands. All my uncles had calluses all on their hands. Montangro, I'm quite sure. I don't know. Was you a teacher or something? I hope not. Please don't say so. Was you a construction worker? What you did?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, was you a construction worker? Like, what you did?
Check this. You hear this sound?
Nah, we don't hear nothing.
Oh, you don't hear nothing. Okay, I could dig it.
What
I do? I do a lot of things.
I didn't ask what you do. I said what you did. I'm talking about. You say you older.
What do you mean?
Back then.
What do you mean? I did a lot of things.
Was you?
You know what?
Oh my God. What
Huh?
did you do when you was like 19? What kind of job you went into the world doing?
Okay. The first thing I did, I came out of the high school and went right into business and opened what my brother entitled Black Books and Things. That was in 1970.
Okay, 1970, you was 19.
No, I wasn't even 19 yet. I was 17.
Okay, you
But you
17
asked
in
what was the
1970.
first year you say when I went out.
No, that's what I'm asking. So you're in 1970, you went from high school to working in your brother business?
No, we had a joint business. We joined together to open a business. I say he had the title. The title was the title he picked out. It was his idea. He asked me to work with him and his
I don't
idea. And
understand motherfucking people. Dude, I
what do
asked
you
you
mean?
what was your job and you start talking about that's why I'm confused. That's why I'm asking you step by step. And you still going in circles with me, will make me believe you lying. Because if you asked me
I
what I
don't
did
understand.
when I first got out of high school, I would be able to say, hey, I went into the army. Or if I was a secretary, I'd be like I was a secretary. You start giving these stories, this long story, dude.
I told you, my brother and I opened a business called Black Books and Things. What's
Okay.
this long story? I don't get that. What's
Uh,
your problem?
so you open a bookstore.
Yes,
Okay. Oh, Jesus Christ.
I'm trying to tell you because I don't mess with Jesus Christ.
I know. I heard your story before. I'm with you.
Beautiful.
I'm with you. Good baby. He said we started up. So no, but books was a big thing back then. So maybe I'm looking for a book, but I don't know the name of it exactly. You might be able to help me though. Because you may have had it too. It went through my family. Like my mom had it, and then she passed it off to me. And it was a big brown book with black history in it. It told me about Martin Luther King Jr., told me about Malcolm X. It even had some women in there, like these civil rights people. But for some reason, I always focused on Martin Luther King Jr. I don't know why. Like maybe because that's the one I always heard about back then. In the 70s. And
Oh, was it that Budweiser collection?
mm, I don't know. I'm at the hit one of my aunties up because I'm looking for that book. Um, because we need to find those old history books that we put out there that's gonna give us the actual truth. You know what I mean?
Of course.
Instead of books that other people are writing on our behalf. And sometimes we can't even rely on books that come from us because, as we can see, y'all, we'll make up some goddamn stories, right, to make things look better than they were or worse than they were. Um, so yeah, that's crazy. I didn't even know who Malcolm X was until I was a grown ass woman, married, and me and hubby went to see the movie. Y'all found out who Malcolm X was by watching that goddamn movie.
Let me tell you something. I first was introduced to Malcolm X. I was 11 years old. Came on television talk show in
Hmm.
front of some cracker. The interviewer is famous. That I was 11 when
11
I
years.
became 11 years old when I became aware of Malcolm X.
Yeah,
And when I heard that nigga speak, I was like, yes,
I know that's
that's
right.
what's up. And everybody around me was like that kind of way because that's how we were wired. Malcolm wanted to come down. You know what I mean? I'll leave it at that.
Okay, so my family were more into the church on one side of the family, my mom's side of the family. So therefore, all they talked about was Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Okay, and they were mostly girls. Now I heard that my uncle Charles was a part of the black. They had a little small group of Black Panthers in New Orleans. Um, I don't even think. No. I'm wrong. That was another group. Another group out of was it Tennessee, Mississippi? I think it was out of Mississippi or Arkansas. Another pro-black group. Something of defense. Was it the Deacon of Defense or something like that?
Yeah.
Okay. That my uncle was a part of. And but he was, when they're young like that, and it was pro-black, of course, right? Right before he went into Vietnam. And then when he got out of Vietnam, also. They were pro-black. But I never heard of none of them. And maybe because I was a little girl, I was a little girl who was always outside. Like you said, was there a TV? I remember one TV, small, black and white, and I only watched TV either on Saturday mornings while eating breakfast. As soon as I ate breakfast, I was outside, and we didn't come back in until the street lights came on, which means now I'm looking at them old ass Hee Haw and the movie Sanford and Son and Maud and all that, like the old people until we go to bed. And I definitely didn't see no interviews. I was too young. Why would I look at interviews? But no, I understand what you're saying. And also, them TV shows was whitewashing us too, right? Because it was just a lot of white shows, y'all. Just a lot of white shows. And even when the spinoff would be a black show, it still had a lot of, if you go look at them now, a lot of where we laughing at racial shit, When we look at it today, we would be appalled at the shit we was looking at and the things we were laughing at. Always underlined with some, you a nigga and you ain't shit. Like Sanford and Son had you rarely saw him work, but he had a junkyard. And the Jeffersons, he finally made it on up, but you ain't never seen him really go to work. And when he did go to work the few times, it was a small little business. But okay, they made it seem like he had some money. And then, which one when they was in Chicago?
Good time.
JJ, yeah. Hey. No, that's Fat Abbott. Even Fat Abbott, if you ever look at Fat Abbott, like they got one that go yabba dabba dabba, like he couldn't speak. Like a black man created Fat Abbott. Go look at that motherfucker shit. And that's why I never fucked around with that man. When I became an adult and now I'm seeing things for what it is, I'm like, what is this? Right? But that was my perspective. Once I started getting into the real world and seeing the bullshit. You got any stories to tell us since you're older than me? Any good stories to let them know what you was watching?
I still respect and like Bill Cosby.
You respect Bill Cosby, the one who admittedly gave women drugs so he could sleep with them?
Yep.
Okay. Because you understand that type of...
Let me put it this way, because this is the truth of the statement. I respect his work. That's the truth of the statement. I respect the work he put in. Yeah, I respect his work.
Okay.
I don't disrespect his work.
What work was that?
His comedy, his stand up. Because I watched him I saw him come in as a suit and tie stand up guy, right. And then I watched him do his little sitcoms and stuff. I watched him in the movies and stuff. Yeah, so that's his work. That's what I'm calling his work.
Okay, I could get.
And he did some other work by assisting people to go to college and stuff like that.
Yeah, he did.
One of his things he did. So he did. I'm just trying to give you like what I mean by his work.
No, you're right.
I don't I don't respect any guy raping anybody, and I have no inclination toward crackers
No, I
personally.
got you. No, I
So
understand.
I'm not defending his actions at all. In that be a matter. But his work, yeah, I think most of his work, I'd say 95% of his work was excellent. Because I
I
saw him do some things I disagreed with, but
I can agree with you. What about you, Devastating? Like, we did have a lot of us of my generation X going to college, and and then he also showed another viewpoint of the black family. With him being the doctor, he was the doctor, right, and she was the lawyer. Or
Yeah, I
and
know. I didn't grow up in a community that had a doctor father and a attorney mother.
yeah, neither me, no.
Yeah,
But
but
you came from a teacher though,
yes,
so yeah, so
the education part of it, yeah, I definitely respect that. I mean, in the area of the South, junior colleges, colleges that were administered and ran by mostly predominantly black folks, the education part of it was kind of pushed.
yeah,
So we didn't need the Cosby Show to get us motivated to
yeah.
read
But
and pursue knowledge and to make us productive in life.
we did though, like Louisiana,
Oh
like
yeah,
because like here I am in high school and nobody ever mentioned anything about going to college. Like you were supposed to have a what they call that person who would come and walk you through things.
counselor. Yeah,
Something counselor, I forget what it was, but they would do that for the white people. In fact, they would call them out of class and
yeah.
talk, but none of us blacks ever. No, they never I never had a conversation about college. I didn't know anything about student loans, the none of that stuff. Taking the
Scholarships. Yeah,
Yeah, I didn't know none of that, y'all. I ended up just paying for college and then going in the army. And when I say college, I mean like I was in the army and I paid for classes until they started giving me some paperwork. And it was like, oh, you could get this loan? What? Um, but I didn't know any of that. And I'm not that goddamn old. Like this shit existed, right? Even for my parents.
yeah.
Um, so, but if you live in these southern states, they truly racist for real, right? I remember there was a black girl who was very popular, and she was up for what they call that queen, um,
Prom,
uh, yeah, homecoming queen, yeah,
homecoming. Yeah.
yeah, homecoming queen, and y'all, she was known with the black people, the white people. She was a cheerleader. She was the only black cheerleader, which means she fit that physique, right? She was just thin shaped like a white girl, but black. She was real nice though, and everybody liked her. So we voted for her as homecoming queen. And them people threatened that if they gave her the crown, they was gonna burn the school down. And that happened the year I graduated in 88. No, I'm sorry, 86.
Mm-hmm.
86. 86, 1986. But then that shit happened again in 2012 in the same school.
Hmm.
Nothing has changed with some of these white people in these southern states, but we know that though. Right? How do we know that? Look what the results we just got with the election. But you know what got me shocked is they got a lot of black people voting just like the white people in those states. They have been officially brainwashed. And all you got to do is give them a little something, let they give them something so they kids can go to a certain school and then be like, oh no, I like that. I'm like, you don't even know you oppressed. You don't know you oppressed. Black people in Louisiana is oppressed, baby. And they think they don't know it. Mississippi got to be the goddamn worst. I'm sorry for those of you who live in Mississippi. Louisiana is not too far behind, so forgive me. But them got to be the worst motherfucking states ever, with more black people than anywhere. And how in the hell aren't they getting up and voting to make change? Because they oppressed and don't know no better. They think just like my dad. What's the sense of voting? My grandmother was scared to vote because they was lynching people who go to vote. My dad didn't vote because he just, he just didn't vote up until a certain age. My mom got him to start voting, right? Um, Uneducated people usually don't vote. They don't know.
That was the story they were telling, and you could see from all the way from the after the Civil War, and they call it Reconstruction period.
Mhm.
There are newspapers and everything showing and records that we were voting. Not only that, we were voting in record numbers. We were actually winning parliaments and congresses in certain places like Louisiana. You should look that up. The
I ain't got to
Congress.
look it up. You're right.
Oh, okay.
But you went way back to construction, and I'm not talking about construction.
I'm
Reconstruction.
saying
The women
I'm
wasn't voting.
I know.
no, the women weren't voting at all. I agree. I'm saying, meanwhile, we were moving through that space differently, and then we are moving through the space now. That's all I was referring to. And
Right.
something else about the space you moved through, and something you said in some year that you had to do this at school and that at school. Those years, we did that almost 15, 20 years earlier, about 20 years earlier, where I was.
Did
And
what?
we have photographs, the integration thing into the schools. They have photographs of my cousins moving because they had riots up in them schools. Man, niggas didn't want to go to them schools. We didn't want to because first of all, they split our neighborhoods up. Okay, they took all of us from one school and sent us to a cracker school, and they took half of us from another part of our community and sent us to a whole nother cracker school to the north, let's say, and they sent me and my group to a cracker school to the south, just
Right.
of our community. And then
Right.
when we got there, we all encountered the same thing. We didn't want to get off the bus. We never wanted to go. Our community was against it from get-go.
Mhm.
They said it came down from the feds, so we had to do it from the federal government.
Right.
Had brought the system down.
So the
Okay, so
reason
now,
you didn't want to get off that bus was because of what? Because of the fighting?
no, because we didn't even want to go there in the beginning.
Right. But why? I asking you are old enough to know now why.
Why what?
And I just told you why. Just simply because
Why
you was a
what?
child and you wanted to still be with your friends. You just told us.
No, I didn't tell you. No, I told you,
When
but
you start
listen,
talking about they split it up the community, was
right.
the school when you went to the white school though, it was a better school as far as the
Absolutely.
equipment, the school itself. That is why they did it. You should know that now as an adult.
I know that then at the time that we were going there and doing those things, I knew what I know now that I'm gonna tell you now. No, it was not. We were in a better situation before they bust us in. That's why we were trying to stop them. We already knew what they were trying to send us to.
What was the
But you
situation
see
that was so better? What was the
Mhm.
better situation?
The situation, as I said, we had a pipeline almost from birth to college going on in our community at the time. Around, that's how people were functioning.
A
You're gonna go from
pipeline.
birth.
The pipeline didn't
What?
go away. If you had a
You
route from school to college, that didn't go away because you went to a different school. So I asked you,
absolutely it did.
no,
Absolutely it did.
how?
Absolutely it did. That's
How?
why
If it's already in place due to your community, how does it go away? Remember,
I was
your community is the ones who got it set up where you are going to go from here to there, right? You're going to go from here to there because there's no real pipeline. So, okay, so we got to get that out the mind. That means there is community, maybe some community center, maybe a group of churches or whatever came together and said, okay, we're going to make sure our kids get the education and then we're going to come up with the money to help them go to college. Why would that go away just because you went to another school?
the school that we were going to was part of the community.
Okay.
The school they sent us to was not.
Okay. I asked you, you didn't understand the question?
You didn't understand the answer?
You didn't give an answer.
I just gave you the answer.
No. I asked, why? How would the money go away? Why
I didn't
wouldn't
say
you be able to still go from a school to a college? That's what I asked you, and you did not answer that at all.
Mhm. Okay, so I did.
So
However,
your
I'll
answer
break.
was because the school belonged to the community. That's your answer for why you couldn't go to college.
I'll tell you, and let me, if you will allow me to, anything new to enter, then I'll tell you, because you're starting from that point of view, and that you already said, this and that. So I'm gonna tell you.
I said
I
this
was.
and that.
I'm gonna tell you my personal, and I know several people because I ran in a group. We used to run in a group of
Here
age.
we
We
go
all.
again. I don't know. Are we gonna stay on the topic, or you want what's going on right now?
I'm telling you something you asked.
Okay, so let me ask the question again, just so we can be clear. Okay, because you didn't tell me your age, so I don't know. Maybe you're going through what they call it, Alzheimer's. I'm assuming not because but it could be. So my question was, if you had this pipeline that takes you from school to college, that's community based. Just because you change schools, why would you not still have that pipeline from whatever school you went to college?
Okay, here we go. Oh, the thing is on. All right, beautiful. It's on. First of all, this is something that has happened in your own era as well. So I'm going to tell you what happened in my era or yours.
Tell
Which would you?
us. Okay, give us the answer.
Okay, because the school that was in our neighborhood was our community. It was part of the community. The instructors and the teachers all knew our parents. We knew one another. We worked together. Everybody worked together. That's how we all functioned. That's why we called it a community, because we would commune. People knew each other.
Okay, get to the part where you can't go to college anymore.
Uh-huh. Meanwhile, while we're being separated and segregated by the government, not
You
upon
getting
our own.
how you getting segregated? You was integrated. Who segregated from who?
Excuse me. You're right. I used the wrong word. While we're being separated and integrated by the government into these different establishments where the authority and the authoritative situation was no longer of our community.
What you mean you got to come home to your community every night?
I was saying about the school that we were now attending
Right,
was
but
not.
the question I asked is just because you're going to another school, which I've already I conceded that you went to another school, why wouldn't you still be able to go to college? See, because I'm from your time, right? I know that
No, you're not
those
from my.
pipelines that you're talking about was community based, right? You
Okay.
even said it, which means you still had the opportunity to go from school to college if that was in existence. Even if you went to a school that's now outside of the community, you still lived in the community. That you still come back to community every night. You'd still there. Like in our community, y'all listen, in our time, summers, man, they had so much for us to do. Even if me and all my friends went to separate schools, lived in the same community, but in the summertime, we were still there. In the daytime, we were there. In the evening time, we were still there. They still had the churches there. They still had the community center there. Now, I know these things are gone today. So I understand where the young people don't know what I'm speaking about because they may not have had these things. These things disappeared in the goddamn 80s, right? Late 80s. But you and I know they existed. So I'm saying, even after you got home from school, there was a place for you to go to, do homework, get any help with your homework, and you can now go play basketball, volleyball, whatever else at this community center. If you needed any help, them teachers and adults, parents, volunteers, and everybody was there, which still would help you through your high school right, with your homework if needed, and then you would still be able to go to college. They made sure they had the money, the funding to help you, or do the paperwork to help you go to college. So you said that existed, and I'm asking, what would make it go away just because you went to a different school? When you still are a part of the community. See,
Oh, I didn't realize I was muted. I'm saying, but the school was not, and so the school didn't behave as though. Matter of fact, when I first went over there, they put me in remedial courses. And I objected. We all objected. We objected, except one or two people that did not. They were actually needed remedial classes, but the others of us, we all objected, and they put out a thing, told us to shut up, and we got to wait and do this and do that. And half the year went by before they addressed us and stuff like that. But by then, we had rioted twice. We messed that place up twice. We were like, okay, throw us out. Kick us out. We didn't want to come anyway to your school. We want to be where we were. We had our stuff going on. Y'all interrupted us. Like I told you already, two of my brothers had already went to college.
So y'all chose not to go to school?
Everybody, no, yeah. At that point, what happened was, here I am. I was already in the college prep classes. They put me back in 7th grade math. They put me back in 7th grade everything almost, because they said the reason that they were bringing, they had a audience, auditorium meeting to explain to us, they doing all that liberal crap and explain to us this and that. They brought in Negroes from different places that advocated this integration thing to come in and explain to us. And, the crackers was running the school, so they had to be there. And they're going to explain to us how this was for our betterment. Because, see, when the schools, we didn't have adequate education. We didn't have adequate ventilation or whatever they want to say.
Woo, look, he admitting it, y'all. When I said earlier, you going to a better school, right? Because of the schools that were in our community wasn't up to par. And then you asked me, what does up to par mean? And I kind of was like, yeah, the schools was falling apart, right? I even mentioned hospitals and things like that. And now you're finally admitting what I said earlier, even though you denied it.
I said, when they came into the auditorium, they started giving us that same spiel about how this is good for us and la-di-da, the rest of that stuff, because we don't have adequate, equipment and education and all that kind of stuff. Yes. That's what they came in preaching to us. Meanwhile, we called it all bullshit. And that's how we played the game. So when they came down and started talking about, okay, well, see, we telling you what to do and all this kind of stuff like that. Hey, niggas rioted. You can't do that to us. You can't just bullshit us and we go for it. And that's what we told them at the time. And they didn't believe us. So we had to show them. And now
you showed them. Did you go to college? Did you go to college? Huh? Did you go to college?
I did go. I actually, when I got out of, I went to college. My mother asked me to see.
Oh, Lord.
So I did.
You did. Okay. You went to college through that pipeline or no?
Oh, not through that pipeline at all. No.
Okay. Wow, it's crazy, y'all.
Actually, I went to college and university, but not through that pipeline. And that was the one that was set up by all our colored children. Because the 3 universities, about Morehouse, Selma, all of them universities and stuff like that. Man, people were working to get all this other stuff. Our focus was different than having a water fountain with them, sharing a water fountain with them, and a bathroom with them. Our focus was much different.
Like what? Because we definitely didn't want to. It's not like our focus was we want to share a bathroom and a water fountain with you, right? We did want to get on a bus though, without having to go to the back We wanted to be able to use the bathroom.
Listen.
Which is one near. We didn't want to.
What we did with a problem, the same. This is what I'm saying about perspective. The same issue that you're talking about, the back of the bus thing, that was a normality in our environment as well. Our answer to it was different. Our answer was to form our own busing service.
Where that happened at?
I just told you, Miami.
Okay. Tell me where y'all formed your own busing service. Let me go look that shit up. Where this was happening.
We called it jitneys. It's called jitney. The jitney service. It's phenomenal.
You like talking about just your area. And that's the problem, right? Because if black people had formed their own companies, just like, you know, in all these cities where we are, then yes, I thought you was talking about us all. You want to talk about in your area only.
But all I can do is tell you my experience.
No, I get that. But you're making, so you are openly telling everybody that it's best. We were best. We, you ain't say you, me and my family, me and in my area, we were best segregated. You telling that black people are best segregated.
Of course, you know, I didn't say black people. I said colored people. And
colored people. Okay, yes.
And that's to me. That's my opinion. And that's like, you know, what they call beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
So when I gave you my opinion that was saying no, and you made it seem like I was the one like attacking you. I know we all have different viewpoints, but I'm talking broadly, and you're talking in a little area. And you're trying to convince young people today, because I even see young people saying this stupid, most ridiculous shit that we're better segregated. We know that's not true because we know we would never be equal. They never gonna just say, here go a whole plot of land. Here y'all go, all y'all colored people go over there. And if they don't do that, then we are not gonna be equal. They're gonna be controlling everything. And your background is horrible.
Oh, is it my background?
Yeah. So and so now I'm listening to, I go in different areas and they talking about, yeah, we're better segregated. Says who? We're better segregated to do what? We don't have the infrastructure. We don't have the buildings. I can't even get people to grow their own fruits and vegetables in the yards that they have, let alone what?
I already do that.
Okay, you talk about you. And I can say I do, but I didn't say anything like that. I'm not talking about what me and you and the few people do. I'm talking about for us as a community, as communities that we're going to exist. Because I'm sure, I know goddamn well I'm not going to the South unless they make me buy gun force. They're going to point the guns and say, okay, all the black people, y'all got to go back to the South and pick cotton. I'm going out with a bang. Fuck all that. Y'all want to talk about all those who gonna say, okay, it's best for us anyway. Yeah, y'all let these old dumb people convince you that was best when they ain't lived through that shit. But you and I do, right? You lived through it, and I was at the end of that shit. So we got to stop lying, and we need to be loud and tell them, no. Because once they segregate us, they're going to do exactly what they want. We're going to be the workers. We're going to rebuild this country because they need it. They need the infrastructure. They're going to get rid of the Mexicans. They're going to get rid of all these other people. Because they don't remember that them Chinese people came over and built, right, these highways and shit. They're not going to remember. See, we like to only talk about us, too, like as if we the only ones who built this country, but we're not. Right? Because we want to lie. We want to lie to ourselves and our people.
This is the whole thing. But this is I want to add though, through integration, we lost a lot. To be honest with you, we lost a lot.
You got to tell me
if you let me without cutting me off, you let me. If you look through the education system, we lost a lot of. All you gotta do is look this stuff up. All this stuff is statistically proven. We had more principals when schools were segregated. We had more black teachers when schools were segregated. When they integrated, we lost a lot of black teachers. We lost a lot of principals. Because when they integrated the schools, all this stuff is documented. You ain't got to argue.
I'm not saying that you're wrong, but a black teacher, I know black women who are teachers. If they wanted to be teachers, they will be teachers. They will be integrated and be teachers. So what you are saying is ridiculous, right?
No. I didn't. Hold. That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
You said we lost teachers.
I said no. That's not what I said. Please don't misquote me. Okay, I said black principals.
You said, okay, black principals. My cousin right now is a black principal.
Okay. Statistically, all you got to do is look it up. We had more black principals.
Okay. So
with things were segregated. Hold on. Let me finish. Before you cut me off again. We have more black principals, which equals more black teachers, because a black principal going to have black teachers. Okay, so you can't take away one from the other.
I thought you said
take one from the other.
That's what he did, huh?
They're both. Hold on. Let me finish. Because I'm talking facts. I'm not talking opinion.
Okay, we're not saying you're not talking facts. We're saying that.
No, these are facts. You have more.
That teachers who want to be teachers.
Listen, and not just principals, and not just principals. Let me go on. Let me move on.
Brother. You can't ask her to go look up a claim that you made. If you making a claim, you should substantiate it. You can't say there's more.
I will. I'll put it in the chat, but this is common sense.
No, I understand. Having a conversation.
I'm not even saying he's wrong.
Statistics.
And then you got black superintendents. I'm here to say you're wrong.
What I'm telling you is you can't get mad at her because you want her to go look for stuff that you're making a claim of. If you're saying something that can be substantiated, then you got to bring that information to the table. If you're saying that there's more black teachers back then in the time of segregation than there is now, if you're saying that there's more black principals and during the time of segregation than there is now, then that would be on you to provide the evidence to back up what you're claiming. It's not for her that you can just go look at it. Like that's just not how.
Let me get in right here, right now, before we get into all this super over the top fake pro-black quackery, right? So here's the issue with what you're saying, bro. You have to understand that it's not integration itself. It's the fact that they don't want to pay black teachers. They don't want to pay black superintendents. They don't want to pay black principals. They certainly don't want to keep paying them a separate wage. So when they integrated the schools, that was lost for that reason. It's not that we just had a bunch of teachers in a bunch of schools. Yeah, they were there, but those schools were falling apart. There was a whole lot of issues with those schools in terms of what the education was versus what white children were getting. There's a reason why Jim Crow was a problem. You can't make it seem like we had a bunch of teachers and a bunch of success out of that time period, because that's not what happened. They needed to integrate those schools to give those students an equal opportunity.
Facts. And hey, Taz, how you doing, my brother?
That just has absolutely nothing to do with my experience at the time that it occurred in the area I was in. If you see that in the area where you were, then I succumb to your experience.
Dude, we could go through Florida right now. Yeah, I know you tripping. Okay, you tripping. You keep wanting to go back to your time that we could prove that you're wrong. Right? I asked you what happened to the pipeline. The pipeline was about the community, not the actual school you went to.
How did you prove that I was wrong?
I asked you, did you use the pipeline that you claimed that you lost? You said no. Right?
Oh, I sure did.
Okay. And I proved that your pipeline was through the community, right? It was the pipeline was the community. What?
No, you never proved that.
You said that. You said it.
I did not say what you're surmising.
Are you saying that your pipeline was just, you had to go to that one school in order for you to be successful? to go to the college, my brother?
In order to continue in that pipeline, yes.
Wow.
Because the actual teachers that were teaching in that pipeline were from those universities. Almost all my teachers were Negroes from Negro colleges and universities, to a man, to a person, to a being, women and men.
Okay.
They all were, and they all would talk about their. Even when I was
that's
in the
personal.
seventh
So
grade,
that makes sense. So that's personally only to that school. What about all the other black people in Florida who went to all the black schools? I guess they ain't had that pipeline up. Thank you for telling.
Because my cousin, the ones that were further up north, they went to a different school, and my actual brother, he had.
Did they have that pipeline at your cousins?
Oh yeah, he was part of the pipeline I was part of, and the school
Wait a minute.
my brother went.
You just said that he went to a different school.
I mean that, and my
so
brother.
You just said you had to go to school you went to.
And my brother went to a different school as well.
Never mind.
They were all schools. They were all colored schools. They all had colored teachers from the colored universities, all three of them. And we were all in the same, Florida, South Florida. It was more schools than just the ones I'm mentioning, but and they all had the same, similar
because
pipeline.
it's community based. It's not so much as school based, it's community based, which the community is the black community, which means even if you go to a school with black and white kids, you still come back to a black community because you are black, which means you still have the pipeline possibility to still go to college if you want to. And that is the point I was making.
Well, it's in the chat. The link is in the chat. The link is in the chat.
I told you what I had. And then, if you want to argue with my experience, please be welcome to do so.
The link to what?
Yeah, the link to what?
That there were more principals, more teachers during, before the decision from the Board of Education. I mean, did you hear what I said, though? I mean, schools are segregated. No, I had to provide a source, though, because people saying I had to provide a source, so I just provided a source. I was going to say, no, I don't. Yeah, I don't think anybody would contest that, because if you're going to have segregated schools, you're going to have more teachers, right?
Exactly.
I mean, I think that's common sense. I think where we get caught up in the issue of our understanding is we act like the separate but equal pay scale was going to be there. Okay, yeah, you got a separate school, but the state don't want to pay them teachers the way they paying the white ones. Like, it's like, yeah, we got principals and superintendents, but they're supposed to get paid by the state. When we get into these conversations about quote unquote white supremacy and all that shit, all this has to be factored in. They weren't just fighting to get proximity to white people. They wanted to make the same money a white superintendent was making. You got to understand these arguments when you're making them, fam. They didn't want to pay no black motherfucking superintendent the way they was paying the white ones. They didn't want to pay for black education the way they was paying for white education. So it was like, fuck it, we just put them all together. That's the end of that.
That's when the people that had the audacity to complain that they weren't getting what they had contracted to, which was to get equal this and that, as a citizen of the United States, the government money even, and I mean the federal money even. So the federal came in and collided with the states and came to this conclusion that you're reaching. We'll just get rid of all the niggas schools and we don't have to pay them nothing. They complain about we ain't the federal government is stingy on the
you made it seem like they got rid of schools with Olympic-sized swimming pools and nice desks and shit. These schools,
no, but
hard, bro. Like
the school.
Sometimes y'all make me wonder if you truly were involved in that time frame, bro. Because I've read enough.
Okay, listen to what I'm gonna tell you though about the swimming pool. The swimming pool was not owned by the school. The swimming pool was owned by the community, the municipality. The community owned the swimming pool. So when that's where I learned to swim, man, because they had swimming lessons and yeah, it was a school could sponsor anything they wanted that community swimming pool.
No,
Anytime
they couldn't sponsor anything they wanted because they wanted better textbooks to keep it basic. I ain't got to do Olympic size schools. In the South, we didn't really need schools I mean, swimming pools inside the school system. There were other places to go to swim. We were trying to go to school to learn.
Some of them didn't even have heat.
Yeah, he mentioned swimming pools, so I addressed that.
He was giving you an example because dude came up here and tried to make it seem like there were positions available for a black man or a black woman to be a principal. So comparing a principal at a school that no longer exists is not a comparable factor.
Yeah,
of course there weren't principals at schools that weren't even in existence. You can't.
Yeah,
you
and
can't
even in the article that he posted as far as link, as far as his link is concerned, you're talking about immediately after segregation. Like today, still after segregation, and there are way more teachers and black principals today than there were back in segregation. So you're talking about a percentage.
Exactly. They I don't know if
it's not like there's, because I mean I don't know what point you were trying to make. I guess you were talking about immediately after segregation, but if you're talking about immediately as there weren't supposed to be.
Right now, if you want to be a teacher, go to be a teacher. In fact, they're giving free education. They're giving free education to black men. Like they like, please, we need you to be teachers. Here go a full ride to be a teacher. And so I don't know. But
yeah, they weren't supposed to be equal amount because the schools were no longer getting funded. So they had no choice but to close. That's why it's not supposed to be the same amount. That's basic math.
I was saying simply what Taz had said. They simply closed the school, didn't pay the teachers or whoever was complaining, because the complaint got taken up to the feds. And that's what they did. They decided, hey, we closed the school.
They were burning down schools too. Let's add that. They were burning down schools too.
Yeah,
My school got burned down.
Yeah, that happened.
My father went to an all-black school and it was burned down. That's why he had to go to integration. They forced it.
Where was this?
Yeah, where was that?
In a lot of cities.
Let me hear what the man is answering the question. Where was your father, please, if you don't mind?
North Carolina.
Atlanta?
North Carolina.
No,
North Carolina. Okay, North Carolina. Thank you so much, my man. Thank you so much. I'm just trying to understand the time frames and what be happening in different places.
Yeah, they'll come down
the East Coast
everything that belongs to us. Okay. With no punishment.
Oh, that's why we were doing that, what you had referred to as the deacons of defense, because we had started defending ourselves when we realized the government them wasn't going to protect us. So we had already had a fault for these things. And then we signed what we considered a contract, which was
Deacon of Defense and Malcolm X and all them groups ended up killed or in jail, huh?
Not all of them, but
not all of them, but they essentially put a stop to it, didn't they?
Only if it stops. Only when it stops. You can't stop a movement until it stops.
They stopped the movement. They actually stopped the movement.
No, people still speak the same thing. The movement didn't stop. The leader was not the leader, even the representative was the one who was representing in a mass model was murdered. Yes, you're correct. They were murdered.
Okay.
And that was done in a framework to say, look what happens if you try to get from under our thumb, nigga. And I can show you the newspaper clippings that show the cartoons of them doing that themselves. I got it. You want me to pull that up and put that on?
If we would have remained segregated, do y'all think it would have changed? Through time, they would have just been easier on us, let us build, and everything would have been okay.
I'm saying in a time we build ourselves up, because what happened was when we took a deal with the Fed to like that, especially that civil rights. A lot of people say, hey, we ain't got to do the freedom rights, and we're going to do the civil rights thing. And you don't have to fight. We got this we're gonna run it through the courts. We got it. And people start lowering their defenses. And then of course the cracker attacked us while our defenses was lowered, just as they're doing in Israel and in Russia. That's when they attack you. When you think you are making a deal with them,
What
that's
they
when
doing
they
in Russia?
Russia had made a peacekeeping deal to ceasefire. Excuse me, a ceasefire deal.
When?
And before 3 or 4 days ago now.
Dude, you don't
and
know
before,
what you're talking
okay, and before
about.
and before the ink could dry, or before the words can be disseminated around in the news and stuff, Russia had already attacked right away. Again.
Oh, okay. So you said Russia was the bad people. They the ones who lied, right? That's what you said.
I'm saying they sat up and said that they would not attack, and they did attack.
And they did. Okay.
The Hebrews, I mean, the Israeli IDF, whatever they call it, they are doing the same thing in what they call the place they call Israel, as though it's not really Palestine. And Israeli is under Israeli occupation because they just been there so long occupying it, which is a similarity to the thing here. You know what? My mother.
I had a question for Mercy. I think it's Mercy, who's talking about principals and teachers. Let's move past the principals and teachers, baby. Now let's talk about the other jobs. Let's talk about the other jobs that existed out there. Go ahead. What kind of jobs our people had for the most part back then, if they wasn't a principal and a teacher?
Oh yeah, I was going to say though, I want to make something clear. I'm not going to say things were overall better because I wouldn't make that argument, but I believe it was better in certain ways. I mean, we can't ignore that because there were opportunities created, for us. And if you think education is not the pathway to a career, then I mean, I don't know, because I mean, a lot of our careers was gained through education. Even back in those days, we had the trade schools, we had all those things. So getting your education got your training to go into a career.
Yeah, but if there was no careers for you to step into because you was black, because they wouldn't allow you in because you was black, what's the sense in going and get the education?
Because first it was no education, which means you was on the plantation. Now to get an education is the way to get to sustain yourself while you're off the plantation, because you need some type of income.
I asked you a question. You gonna answer it?
I just answered it.
No, you didn't. You went all the way to the plantation. We wasn't nowhere near the plantation.
Well, put it this way: most people who are
the question was
most people.
What the question was? Let's say we segregated. We got principals and teachers. You go to get the education with those black principals and teachers. That's great. You get the education, and then where you go from there? What industry were black people largely going in with their education through segregation?
I mean, do you remember Black Wall Street?
Dude, what are you talking about? You know where we are, right? You went. When was Black Wall Street? Let me see if you know.
All I'm saying is education.
No, wait. Because y'all like to do
that.
Please give her the year.
He cooking with
Please give me the year.
You done put yourself in the frying pan.
I mean, why is the year
give her the fucking
so y'all
year,
argue with me that education don't create opportunities? Y'all disagree with that?
Give me the year so y'all can stop going back to slavery and
you think education
Can you just say I don't know the year? Can you say I don't know?
You got to remember your overall point was segregation. We was better off during segregation, and she's trying to point out to you right now why it wasn't.
No, that wasn't my point.
That was your point. You came up here to let us know what we lost during segregation.
No, I said it's better. I just said it. I don't even think y'all listening, because I said it's better in certain ways. I didn't say it's overall better.
Even in a certain ways, I'm trying to prove that even what you're saying in a certain ways is wrong.
She's still on you. You ain't getting up out of that figure 4 leg lock.
We play certain ways with the ways that it is. So what certain ways equals what? Like what?
So I just put something else in the chat. I don't know if y'all read that, but the percentages that it was during segregation, it has not reached those percentages that it was. So in other words, you have fewer principals and teachers today, and it haven't even came close to what it was during
Okay.
segregation. I just put that in the chat.
You keep talking
So you
about
saying
principals
that's
and
not?
teachers,
So you saying
and
that's not better?
well, yes, I'm about to prove that. First of all, you only focus on teachers and principals. And I'm about to say that everybody don't want to be and couldn't be a principal or teacher. So when you go to school with those principals and teachers and get that education, what was next for Black people doing segregation?
So are you also aware?
I'm asking what jobs do, just
Okay,
not announce them.
I'm about to answer your question.
Oh my God.
When Blacks are not educated, do you understand there's a higher percentage that they
If
end
we're
up in jail?
educated, what jobs would we have gotten back in
Oh my goodness,
segregation?
you just missed what I just said.
I heard what you said, and you didn't answer my question. You just want to present me with a question. So
No, I just made a statement. I said the percentages of
no,
when
you
Blacks are
asked me,
not
did I know
educated.
the percentages? But I'm
No, I
asking
did,
you.
but then I made a statement.
Okay, but if you don't
Black,
even know what a question versus a statement is. Okay,
no,
but
I do. When
okay.
when
Anyway,
Blacks are
let
educated,
me tell you what Black people
they're
did.
less
Let me tell you what
likely
Black
to
people,
go
most
to
of the
jail.
jobs in the Black
That's
community
also a
were
fact.
not
Do I need to
principals and
do I need to
teachers.
present the source for
Most
that
of the
too?
Black people back then, like we did have some educated people, right? We had some educated people who worked in education, like you said. And then we had like my grandmother clean. The neighbors, they went to some white people's house and clean. The other neighbor on the side, the women went out to clean. Now my grandfather, he worked for the train. The what they called it? It is the train, but they called it something else back then. He
Railroad workers.
Railroad, there you go. Thank you. He worked for the railroad and he was a server. So you find that Black men and Black women, for the most part, were servers across. Even if they worked at a restaurant, they was a server, right? They worked in the back, couldn't be seen. So even if they went to college, when they got out, if they didn't find a way through writing, trying to sell books, struggling or whatever, but trying to do music or whatever, they end up being servers. And is that better for us today? So you want to focus on just teachers and principals. You could still be a principal and a teacher today. My little cousin, who is a woman, by the way, and I call her little cousin because I remember when she was born, right? But she's a grown woman. She is a principal. And they got a lot of Black teachers, but not enough. We need more, which means you could go to you could be teachers.
But see, this is the whole thing. Many jobs require a high school diploma. Are you not aware of that?
Most jobs require college. I don't know what year you in.
No, but hold on. So that even makes more of my point. So again, so you keep telling me, oh, well, you don't really need education. Yes, you do, because they
I never
require you
said
to have.
nothing like that.
No, but the point is, where can you go with an education? That was your question. Where can you
that
go?
was not my question.
What occupations can you go into with an education? That was your question.
I said doing segregation.
What are we talking about? Education?
Even when you had education doing segregation, I asked you what jobs were there for them doing segregation. What are you confused about?
Segregation is over. Segregation is
over.
over.
Now it's over.
It's been over.
So what jobs were available during that time before it was over for Black folks?
You talking about way before they segregate, before they
yeah, the time when you said that, the same time period when you said it was more teachers and principals, the same time, that time.
Okay, during that time when things were segregated, when you had Black schools and white schools, of course we had fewer opportunities. That's why they started the color schools. That's why they started the schools
and of course you had a large percentage of Black teachers because the white people had more options other than being teachers and principals. So the percentages would be higher. They had way more options. And now black people got way more options in terms of opportunities to work. So there would be a less percentage of black teachers and principals because there's more opportunities to work within the society when you desegregate. So that's why your percentages is even skewed.
No, but see, if you read the article, it also talked about how they wouldn't hire black people.
I know what your
no, hold on. That's the part I'm getting at. Them new schools, them integrated schools you talking about, they wouldn't hire those teachers and those principals when
of course they wouldn't. You talking about a racist time, but even after today, like how you brought up today, there's way more black teachers and principals than there was back then because of the everything.
I just put that stat in chat where it said it's not. We have not reached those percentages.
What? No, you said percentages. I said actual amount. I didn't say percentage. You gotta. That's why I said your whole statistics are skewed because you gotta use percentages in order to try to make an argument. But in the actuality, there are way more black principals and teachers than there was back then, and that's because black people created opportunities within integration.
So now you gotta provide that source, right?
Well, you even have we on a site, we on a page of a man who created his own school. And then, you know what I mean? And we need more of that, to be honest. But that's what I guess he could have done that in segregation also, but he also was able to do that in integration. So I guess it didn't stop, right? Well, we could still move separate, which most of us do anyway. Most of us still deal with other blacks, mostly blacks. So, but I understand you came up here showing us, but you came up here to show us this because you were saying we lost something. Okay, we lost that, but not really, because Mitso is saying, nah, we do have a lot of, and I'm saying too, we have a lot of black teachers out in society. We may not have as many principals.
Let me show bro what to do with a source, fam. Instead of putting shit in the back. Let me show you how you use a source, fam. Let me show you how you do this shit. Right. So I tried to explain to you why this had to shut down. They don't want to pay everybody equally. According to Plessy versus Ferguson, in separate but equal, these black schools were supposed to get equal pay. If you're not equating that understanding to the conversation, you're lost. So what isn't showing on the screen yet is the NAACP and their fight for 20 years for teachers to get equal pay. You have to acknowledge these things in regard to understanding why they would not want to pay these teachers anymore. Some of this ain't gonna be laid out for you in some textbook. Some of this you have to study the time, you have to learn the time frame and understand why some of these events took place. So the demand for that equal pay meant now these teachers are going to get paid the same as white teachers. These communities didn't want to pay everybody equally. Why not just integrate the schools and hire less black teachers? You're not making sense in regard to how we were going to sustain making less than all the white teachers, making less than all the white principals. That's nonsensical, bro. They fought for that equal pay for a reason. But the law was separate but equal. That was the law. Are we gonna ignore that? No, that is the entirety of the reason why they're fighting for equal pay in these separate schools, bro. That's why the NAACP takes up the fight for equal pay in these separate schools. By the time they realize they're going to lose that fight, they start integrating the schools.
Right. I don't think people was really wanting to integrate. People wasn't fighting for integration to get next to white people.
Yeah, that wasn't the goal. I know some militant mindset niggas talk like that, but that was not the goal of most people. They wanted equality, but they weren't going to get it in a separate society. And some came to that realization.
Hey, Taz, if you, I would like for you to look at it, or in your mind even, the possibility that Motown and other things that were happening in the 60s with the finances of those kind of workers and the trained people who were making what they call substantial amounts of money, and some of them became generational. That's why a lot of the manufacturing was shifted out of the country to make sure in the same way that the teachers didn't get paid which was their point. They're not going to pay them niggas that money. I think that's what I heard you say. The point of their thing was, the bottom line was, we're
when was
not paying.
manufacturing in the country? I don't remember that. People moved up north, and I don't remember.
I'm saying, the people, car manufacturers were down in mostly around Detroit area and stuff like that, and niggas were getting real big. That's where Malcolm came out of. They called him Detroit Red. He came out of that kind of assemblage, what I'm talking about, Tad. So I think if you look at it, you'll see that they moved it because the people were becoming, what would you call, generationally comfortable, which led to a lot of innovation and a lot of other things that the government, I told you before, spent over 20 trillion or 16 trillion dollars in the past 20 years just to maintain racism. Just that alone.
These fools, so our infrastructure is all fucked up, right? And you know why? Because we're not building it. They paying these people. They don't want to even hire black men to get out there and really do the work. And they'll pay white people. And you ever see where they fix a roadway, the whole, and they got to fix this damn shit every year. So they just wasting money. But
that's called planned mediocrity. See, the roadway could be fixed in a more permanent manner, but they have to keep hiring all these crackers. So when they hire them and it break down, they just hire more crackers, give them more money, and then tell us they can't hire us, so we're not in the game. What I was suggesting about the thing when I was mentioning Tulsa and the other places throughout the country, that people were relying on each other, and we were building up our own networks and communities so that we could have work for each other and work with each other.
Listen, but you can't. So look, this is the issue with what Nick is doing. So listen now.
Go ahead.
You mentioned Motown. Motown,
yes, I did.
Has been like Motown would not be Motown without them white dollars too, without them white radio.
White dollars? Oh, you're talking about that.
I'm talking about buying it. I'm talking about purchasing the product, right? And so sometimes, like, you have to consider that if you're gonna go back to Tulsa. Okay, Tulsa's a small community working within itself. That community wasn't really expanding anywhere. Motown is something that we all know because it expanded all over the country as a business.
I'm saying Tulsa,
those local businesses that took the hit during these time periods. That's not the same as the business that white people supported.
Taz, Tulsa was exporting, not only internationally or just intrastate. Interstate.
What company in Tulsa was exporting, Wale? We're gonna stop this. Tulsa had cars, manufacturing the Patterson car and all that, and misleading the people. Name the business in Tulsa in 1919 that was exporting internationally.
Patterson Car Company.
That is incorrect.
Go.
Oh, okay. Show me how that's incorrect. Check and see.
I don't have to check. There's no place where it says that. Nowhere. No record. Nowhere. There's no record.
Okay, I get you.
Yes.
I mean, I'm not saying you got to have a completely black society, but what I'm talking about, just like you have schools for girls, you have schools for boys. They segregate boys and girls. They do that, and some people feel that they get a more quality education that way. Now, I'm not saying the society has to be all girls and it has to be all boys, but what I'm saying is there is a part of education that segregation may benefit. That's all I was saying. I mean,
Yeah, you're not able to name the benefit. You just like to say it because it sounds and feels good.
I'm gonna go ahead and name another benefit. I guess I got to keep providing sources. But the point is, like,
you failed on the first source, nigga. Don't make it sound like you did, like you made a point with the first. You died on the first source, nigga. It's more like try again with this second one.
What are you talking about?
Nigga,
you agree with my source. You agree with my source. You didn't disagree with my source. You agree with it.
No, I didn't. I came up to disagree. I absolutely vehemently disagree.
You said you agreed that there were more principals and teachers during the time second. You agree with that. So why is that a problem?
It's simple math.
The schools are segregated. You got,
and that's all the article was saying. So what's bad? So what do you? How I don't understand how.
Their money. They're not getting paid.
But that's not what the article was talking about. That's not what the article was talking about.
Right, because that article was meant for slow niggas who don't know the rest of the research. These kids are sitting in cold classrooms with leaky roofs. What about that part of it? Textbooks that were handed down from 3 fucking decades ago. What about that part of it?
So you think I didn't know that?
Obviously not, or you wouldn't be fighting for those fucking schools.
No, because I got to provide a source for every statement I make. You don't.
I just provided you a source.
You didn't have to provide that because I already know that. I already know that they got less funding. But the point is, you have to have separate. But hold on. The law was separate but equal. That was the law. They did not uphold the law, is what I'm saying. That's my argument. They didn't uphold
for those black teachers to get equal pay, bro. Who fought for those teachers?
Separate but equal was the law. They did not uphold the law, is what I'm saying.
Who fought against that law to get that law changed, to make it work? Who fought against it? I just showed you. I just fucking showed you. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's an entire movement of the NAACP fighting for teachers to get equal pay because the schools are separate, but the pay ain't equal. What is it? What is it that you're not getting?
You're telling me what I already know, bro.
Well, you should already know that it ain't no fucking benefit in being separate.
I'm right. I'm trying to figure out why.
If it was equal, it would.
Yeah.
But it's not.
But you said
that's the law. But see, that's the law.
Was equal, but they didn't do it. So you proving
that's my
that it ain't
point.
gonna work.
That's my point.
Which means that it's not best being separate because they're not going to abide by any of the law, even if it is law, right? The law, they still didn't care.
So it's not better to be separate.
No, it's not better to be separate. Not in the United States.
Is that what you said, Mercy? Is that what you came up here to defend?
What I'm saying is they did not uphold the law.
Better in certain ways, but you're not able to provide how better it was. You're not able to.
I've already, and there's more,
No, there's not more. You haven't provided one. You haven't provided not one benefit on separate and better. You have never put that together since you've been on this panel.
And here's the other thing that's kind of scary with your understanding, right? Separate but equal is a federal policy. It's a federal policy that the states did not have to enforce, which is how we got here. And the idea of not understanding that the states could do what the hell they want to do. The closer you go back to the Civil War, the more likely it is America didn't contest what the South was doing. They didn't even push back because they didn't want another Civil War. So they start letting Mississippi change the Constitution. They start letting these places do shit that was poll taxes and all this other crazy shit. Those things have to be understood when you talking about this conversation moving into the 50s. Dog, niggas tired of everything we learning is behind. This is how you create a wealth gap. Like, so again, I'm just lost on how we have conversations about closing the wealth gap and making things better today financially without understanding how the shit was created. They created a wealth gap with segregated schools, right?
Right.
And then you just don't say nothing, which leads me to believe either A, you don't understand, or B, you're dumb. I don't have no other conclusions.
Or C, you just state reality. That's just what it is.
I'm sorry, say it again.
No, you don't understand. I know what reality is. That's reality. All you stating is what reality is. But reality, they didn't uphold. Hold on. Time out. You want me to answer? Now I'm answering, and then you cut me off. Reality, yes, that is reality. All you doing is stating reality. That's all you doing.
Yeah. That's what we tried to do.
I'm glad you recognize that. I mean,
Yeah. You're the one that said it was better. You said it was better at first. Then you changed it and said, well,
yeah, it's better in certain ways, but you never explain the certain ways part.
I explained some of those ways, and there are more ways because
Which
during
ways is
segregation,
that?
because see, this the part y'all
Which
don't want to
ways is that?
acknowledge.
Which
During
ways is that?
segregation, there were
Which
black
ways is that?
colleges and universities that were started
Were
during
you
that
trying
time
to
where they started black colleges and
were you
universities.
trying to
So,
explain
many of those, some of those
right?
universities still exist to this day.
Were you trying to
That was
explain the
started
first?
back in the 1800s. That was started back
Okay,
in the
yeah, back
1800s.
then.
Many of those college universities that was started way back in the 1800s before they integrated, they still produce more college graduates than all the other colleges. See,
That
these are
did
facts
what?
y'all don't want to acknowledge.
And
I,
then
I,
when they
I want to
graduated college,
acknowledge that. I want to
yeah.
acknowledge that right now. So if we're pumping out all these college graduates, then what's the issue?
Exactly.
Give me just a half a second because the guy had asked me about La-di-da Patterson.
It took that nigga a long time to get his motherfucking thoughts together. I know that.
Yeah, I brought it in just now. It's a govdelivery.com reference, and it says it was sold, shipped. They shipped them to Haiti, which is a international, what I said it was. So I'm just saying I wanted to be sure that
Yeah. You said
that
you read where they shipped it to. You're not reading nothing where it came from Tulsa, Oklahoma. Are you?
Yeah, I didn't even know Patterson.
The company
that was Ohio.
Okay, whatever.
Patterson was based in Ohio, right?
He's telling me it started in Tulsa, Oklahoma. That's what he said at first. Gotta run past it, like nobody was listening.
Nah, bro. That's Ohio, man.
Wale,
I had
are
to
you
mute myself
make
to laugh.
Tulsa, Oklahoma, the home of Patterson Car Company?
That's what
That's
he
what
said.
we're doing right now.
Oh yeah, he got that one past me though. Yeah, I ain't hear that one.
Then you're gonna interrupt the previous thought to say that the car parts and things were ended up in Haiti. Like that proved your point.
You told him, you corrected him earlier when he told me that. And then he said it, restated it. He keep connecting Tulsa, Black Wall Street with Patterson.
This is what I was talking about when I first started the stream about being truthful to yourself. If you're not truthful to yourself, you damn sure ain't gonna be truthful to nobody else.
That's why I cracked that joke about let me Google. I made a joke about Google and some shit.
Meanwhile, the cars were internationally, which was my claim at the moment when I was speaking to you, and you denied that and said no, la-di-da. So I asked you to prove it, and you said no.
No. That wasn't what I denied. You said it started in Tulsa, Oklahoma, because that's what the fuck we were talking about.
That's what you were saying.
What about the
No,
Tulsa,
I didn't
Oklahoma
understand.
part, Wale?
Hey, cousin.
We were talking about Tulsa, Oklahoma and black community. That's what we were. Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Hey, I had the geography.
Where on your website are you looking right now where you say Tulsa, Oklahoma and Patterson Car Company? Where is that website at?
What's the name of this guy? Oh, devastating for you? What I'm saying to you at this point, when you said you argued about something and I didn't understand.
Yeah, no, I didn't say the word something.
You said
Tulsa, Oklahoma. That's what I said.
I know what you said. I know what you said, but I didn't understand.
You said something. You don't want to acknowledge it.
Go ahead. Yeah, I said Tulsa, Oklahoma, man. I said I was mistaken about the geography.
No, you didn't. You never said you was mistaken.
Said that. I just said that.
Yeah, you saying it
yes,
now,
of course.
I'm standing on it. I'm
no, because I didn't understand. That's what.
So everything that you else said about the car company is irrelevant. I don't give a fuck what else you said about it. Just correct that part.
I have. I'm doing it now. I'm saying I just understood. That's what you were correcting me about.
So if you were wrong in the beginning, You're wrong in the beginning about Tulsa, Oklahoma, and Patterson. After being corrected 2 or 3 times, then whatever else you're saying about Patterson Car Company, I don't need to know. I don't need to know nothing else about that car company. I already studied it. We already went over Patterson Car Company on this platform before. We know where it started. We know who started it. We know about the horse carriage foundation. We know about the assembly line progress and how Henry Ford came in. We already know what happened to that car company. So you have not proven any point except that you are stubborn and refuse to acknowledge the initial mistake. So instead of saying that in the beginning, you try to come up and present something else, which was not said, to make it appear that you knew what you were talking about in the beginning, and that's not false. So either acknowledge it, own up to it, take accountability in the beginning, or you're just going to continue to ramble.
I would like to respond to your statement, if I may.
I know you would like to respond, and you can.
Yes, I can, but I mean, if you don't allow it, this is your thing. You got the button. But what I'm saying is this: I didn't understand your implication as you corrected me. I didn't understand that you were saying that's not the place. Tulsa is not the place that happened in. I didn't understand that till recently. As soon as I did, I said, "Oh," I checked for myself, and I said, "Oh, damn, I messed up." And I came right up and said, "Right, you're correct about that." But meanwhile, the reason I brought it up, the reference that I put back there was simply to say, when you and we both spoke about Tulsa, and you were correcting me about its location, I was saying that it was international. I thought you were saying, no, it did not ship anything international. So that's what I thought you were correcting me on. And that's what I went and got information about. And that's what I didn't realize you were correcting me on, the location of the place. And the location of the place, you're absolutely right, Ohio.
Well, like I said, this is another issue that we have. We like to talk about Wall Street in Tulsa, Oklahoma, but I have yet to hear a business reference. What was the name of any business that was existing and doing business in Oklahoma? And not a lot of people talk about it. Some do, but others don't. So when you reference Tulsa, Oklahoma, a business in Tulsa, Oklahoma, not Greenfield, Ohio, I was referring to Tulsa, Oklahoma, a business, any business that was doing business internationally. So it had nothing to do with the Patterson Car Company because you were wrong in the beginning.
About the location, I got that.
Talking about Patterson Car Company had nothing to do with what Tulsa, Oklahoma had going on.
I got that. I understand. I had wrongly, what they call it, the location wrong. I got that already. I admit that. You're correct about that.
So are we going to acknowledge or present something about a business that was operating in Tulsa, Oklahoma?
Oh yeah, I'll get that in a second. I'll go fetch it. I'll be right back.
Oh well.
Oh, but wait a minute though. Are you talking about a business in Tulsa, Oklahoma, that shipped anything internationally? Is that what you're asking me to? Wait a minute. Is that what you're asking me to do? Because that's not what I was talking about.
No, Wale. I'm not asking you to do that. You can continue whatever else you're doing. I don't need to Google or try to look up to see was there any businesses in Tulsa, Oklahoma that was exporting internationally, because there weren't.
But I'm curious. I just wanted to know if that's what you're holding me to, because what I was referring to was about the car company itself. But now that you're talking about Oklahoma, I'm not exactly. I'm
we were always talking about Tulsa, Oklahoma. Like we never veered off that.
Yeah, I was wrong about the location. Yes, because I made a mistake on the location.
That was the initial discussion. Black communities in Tulsa, Oklahoma was made reference.
Yes, it was. And I agree with this chronology and everything. And I agree with the fact that I made a mistake about the geological reference that I made.
I'm glad
I wish he would do
Thank
more
you
of that
very
more
much.
often.
Hey, cousin, as I understand it, I will. Okay.
Great job. Great job. Okay. And now we got the second person who came up here to let us know that he was saying that we lost something during segregation. And then Taz proved that we didn't really lose anything because those people weren't getting paid fairly, right? Which is one of the reasons why we ended up integrated, right? Because black people were not saying we want to be next to, we want to be with white people. No, we just wanted that equality part. We wanted to be able to, get the same pay if we're doing the same job, especially if we're working for the same government, same system. So do you agree that when you came up with this school crap with the principal teacher, you agree that it was a little misleading? Mercy.
Well, I said something else that was ignored. I said all HBCUs were started prior to integration. Nobody said nothing about
why
that.
you keep going back?
All HBCUs started prior to integration.
Yeah, what they got to do with, we know that the schools existed before integration. We know that.
So that's losing something because we haven't started an HBCU since integration.
But that's going to depend on who you're debating, right? Because if you're debating a historian, I would argue that integration started in 1865. Right? So you got to be careful. Because though I would argue that the reason why they had to segregate was because it was already integrated. That's why they had to segregate in the first place. In between that time, you have an explosion of HBCUs built. That was during the time of integration.
I can see that point.
So now you're gonna argue with me and say that integration, after you're gonna tell me after integration helped us start our own college and university. That's what you're telling me.
I'm telling you that after the Civil War, because a lot of
I know that you want to argue that year. You want to get caught up on the year. But what I'm telling you is the general point. You're telling me that we have more HBCUs after integration than prior to integration. You're gonna argue that point.
Okay, so again, I'm only telling you that what you're calling integration in the 1960s, I say it because it's the normal understanding. But the argument that I would make is that it is already integration. Segregation started with Jim Crow laws in the 1890s because they didn't want to sit next to niggas no more, right? I mean, do we understand that point?
So during segregation, we had more HBCUs. They were started during that time than after integration. Now, if you want to say the 1960s, that's already 65 years ago.
Yeah,
that's already 65 years ago, and we still don't have our own college and university that was started after integration.
Yeah, I still don't. I get what you're saying. So you're saying that since 1965 is what you're saying?
You the one going to get caught up on the years. That's what you want to do.
Well, yeah, because
but you want to miss my whole point and then argue a year. You want to miss my whole point and argue a year. But that's okay. But that's okay. You want to tell me the integration, no matter what year you pick, no matter what year, you can pick any year. You can pick 1865. You can pick unless you want to talk about Shaw University. You can pick any year you want after the Civil War. Since you want to argue these years, that's what historians do. They argue over dates. That's what they do.
That's okay. Dates are important, my brother.
Statement. I mean, you made a statement, fam. Yeah, like I'm only.
But you missed the overall. You missed the overall point, and that is after integration, we did not start our own colleges and universities. Why are you not arguing that point? Why are you skipping over that point?
I'm trying to understand what year you're setting and designating for integration. You have to designate a time frame. We have to know what year you're saying we integrate.
Let's do Board of Education decision. Let's do that year.
1955, right? So you're saying since 1955, no HBCUs have been built? That's your point? I would agree.
Okay, thank you. That's all I'm saying. That's it.
But now you'd have to explain why we would need to build a new historical Black college and university? What are we missing with that?
Exactly. That's what I wanted to know. If they exist already, why we need new
We
ones?
can't have more. What's wrong with having more?
I mean, there's nothing. But I'm at you saying it as as if it's a necessity, or as if it changes anything. Like if
because they cost money. It costs money to. So if we already got them, why would we need more?
I mean, I don't see a problem with it. If
We got people starting new schools all the time because we need more.
We need more colleges and universities.
Okay, you don't think so? Okay, fine.
No, I don't.
I would disagree with that. I would disagree with that, but that's okay.
So, okay. So again, my question is then how do we get to this position because my point to you about these HBCUs, they're built in the 1870s, right? So I think Alabama A&M and both Prairie View are both built in the 1870s. So let's take
these universities that was built during that time are producing more Black graduates, which I already stated this, but y'all keep skipping over this. They producing more, because see, this is the problem. This is the point that you're missing, because they're producing more Black graduates than the other universities. That's why you still need your own colleges. You still need them. That's the whole point. That's the whole point you're missing. You still need them though. You act like you don't need HBCUs.
But the question becomes, okay, so they're pumping out all these graduates. Okay, but then those graduates go into a world where it's dominated by white people. So although they're pumping out all them graduates in the 1870s and 80s, once those Jim Crow laws hit, what does their education mean? What exactly does their education mean once?
See, you're missing my point. See, you stuck back in the 1870s. What I'm saying today, I'm saying in 2025, if you want to be a Black medical doctor, you have a better chance going to HBCU than going to other. I'm just talking about percentages. I'm not saying you can't do that. Don't miss what I'm saying. And they got the numbers. These are published numbers. These are published numbers. They're telling you that they're still producing more graduates than the other universities. They're still producing it. And these other universities get all these millions of dollars. They get all these millions of dollars, these other universities, but they still producing less Black graduates in the medical field, in engineering. They're still producing fewer graduates. That's all I'm saying. If you want to argue that, I'm talking about today. I'm not just talking about back in the 1870s. I'm talking right now.
Right. So
today.
So today, I think the number is like 50% of the doctors have a degree from an HBCU. Right. So again, I go back to the question then. So why in that same conversation will they talk about racism? Doctors experience racism too, you know.
We already know this. That's why you need your HBCUs. There are fewer HBCUs than other. You got more integrated college. Well, I'm not saying integrated, they're all integrated, but I'm just saying there are way more college universities than HBCUs. But the HBCU is still producing more graduates than the other college universities. Are you missing that point?
Yeah. So what percentage of the doctors in this country are Black? Let's start there. Google it right quick.
Nah, I'm done, bro. If you want to keep arguing and you don't want to, I mean, I ain't gonna keep arguing with you, because the reason I'm not keep disputing this with you, because you know what I'm saying. You're just ignoring what I'm saying. You're just ignoring what I'm saying.
I know the data that goes along with what you said. I'm telling you that half of the Black doctors in this country got a degree from an HBCU, but only like 6% of the doctors in this country are Black. You don't see that as an issue?
I didn't say it was an issue. When did I ever say it wasn't an issue?
Okay, so if
you never said it,
understand
that's why.
Because we're talking about the HBCU.
This is my overall point. These same HBCUs that was started prior to integration, black people are still getting degrees from these college universities. They're still getting them from these old college universities. They're not getting them from the college universities after integration. They're getting them from the old ones, before integration. This is my point. I don't know why y'all missing this. They still going to those old college universities started back in the 1800s to get their degree.
Most colleges were started back in the 1800s.
I'm talking about the HBCUs.
Well, Dev had asked me what businesses were in Tulsa during that time period. I just come back with the information and I put it in the back chat because it was so many of them.
Okay, man.
You couldn't put it all in the regular
Okay,
chat.
Wale. All right. Thanks, man. All right.
So all of those things included. You
All
can
right.
look at it for yourself and see what the young man is saying now to what do you call it? Substantiate his position.
No, it has nothing to do with what he's talking about. Because St. Augustine College, the HBCU right now, is lost its accreditation for bad administering by black people that is running the school right now in 2025. March 2025, an HBCU has lost its accreditation.
Damn.
But y'all said we don't need any more of them. Y'all said we don't need any more of them.
We need
y'all
better
tell me.
people running them. Why would the building? You're talking about building a building.
Why can't we have more then? Y'all said we don't need no more. Y'all satisfied with the ones we got.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm satisfied. I mean, because again, at this point, you do see HBCUs getting closed down because people are cheating money and shit out of it. But like again, my issue ain't what you're saying about the graduates. I just told you 50% of the doctors that black people have came from an HBCU. But when it comes to hiring a doctor, that's what it seems like you're running from that point. Like you have to deal with the fact that they're not being hired. Like sure, the HBCUs are pumping them out, but why aren't they able to go into their profession, bro?
I'm just saying, I think we need. You said we don't need more HBCUs. I mean, I feel like why we got to live off the HBCUs? Why do we still have to live off the HBCUs started back in the 1800s? Why we still got to live off those?
So you want more schools to pump out more graduates that don't have careers?
Yeah, that's what he said earlier.
Better?
Remember?
That's better.
Yeah, he wanted a lot of people to go to those black schools with those black principals and teachers, but when they got out, they had no jobs to go to.
I mean, the white colleges they expand. They get new college universities. They expand. They expand. They get more land, more acres. They get more. They just expand. They move all over the world.
And those HBCUs have expanded too.
I was gonna say, if you think,
but not. Are you gonna make the comparison between HBCUs and the white? Okay, never mind.
Man, some of the HBCUs started in a goddamn church basement, bro. They didn't expand it to a whole fucking campus, nigga. What are you talking about? You don't even know the history you talking about. Some of these places started in a fucking church basement, bro. Some of these.
Oh, you think I don't know that? You think I don't know that?
Obviously not. Obviously fucking not. You don't know shit. You just wait for somebody to tell you.
I'm talking about the expansion. So you said the black colleges made the same expansion as the white colleges. Is that what you're telling me?
Take my motherfucking gloves off, nigga. I'm not gonna keep doing this. You're not gonna keep.
You said it's the same exact expansion.
Nobody said the same exact. You playing. You got
to come on. Why y'all playing these games, man? We already said it was unequal. We already said that.
Wow.
We already established it's unequal. Yeah, it expands. Yeah, the black colleges expand, but it's an unequal expansion. Just like the pay, it's an unequal pay.
So you want more unequality? You want more black schools to be unequal?
Jeez.
He forgot what he was arguing in the beginning.
No, because just like you gave an example of a black college that, there's a lot of them that got administration issues. Financial issues, misappropriations. That goes down the list. So we don't need any more. No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. But if you don't like something that's being done, you got to do it yourself. You got to do it yourself. If you don't like what's going on.
You're the only one who don't like it. You the one want the new ones. We're saying what's already exists. You don't know your argument, do you? You don't know where you stand no more, right?
I do know where I stand.
Where?
My point is this. If everything you said, if everybody was cool with everything that was going on, people wouldn't be starting their own. You wouldn't have so many people been homeschooled. Y'all act like y'all ignoring the stuff that's going on. People are choosing other options.
We wasn't talking about nothing what you're talking about now.
Homeschool for college?
That's not what I'm talking about. You got to get to college first. But you already knowing that. You got to get to college. You got to get 1 through 12 first.
It's sad, bro.
So why is it okay for you to bring up something we weren't talking about, but you say what he said
We're
was
talking about
what you talking
education.
about?
We talking about
He was talking
education.
about education
No, we
too.
wasn't. You came up here.
Education don't include the first
You
grade, the
came up
second
here
grade, the
with this
third grade.
bullshit.
Education
You
don't
the only
include
one that
college.
came up here talk about education.
Education include the fourth grade, fifth grade, sixth grade.
Ain't nobody said it didn't. Yeah.
That nigga went from an HBCU to the elementary school, man.
Just like that.
Just to
No
make his
transition. Just change the topic immediately.
point.
So I put the St. Augustine HBCU article in the chat.
We was talking about segregation. He came up talking about the teachers, what we lost doing segregation. He mentioned principals and teachers.
We had more broke teachers and more broke principals with students that didn't have adequate environments. And you saying we need more of that? Or you want to try to start that over again?
And the reason why a lot of people not going into being teachers is because they're not making enough money. Teachers don't make money.
Oh yeah, that's a separate argument. But the point is, you lost a lot of teachers. You lost a lot of teachers, and you lost a lot of principals through integration. But y'all don't agree with that.
It's really not a
Y'all don't
separate
agree with that.
Because if you think about that argument in totality, when you start saying you're going to segregate the schools and build another one for the black students, how much more underpaid will they be?
No, we weren't arguing that we lost teachers. We said that the institutions that they were teaching at were no longer there. We weren't making a comparison in terms of teachers being available to teach at white integrated schools. So your argument is that we lost teachers, but the institutions were there. That's the argument that you came up on the panel with. That's not what we said.
I'm not saying the institutions were there because I already said that they were burning down schools and churches. I already stated that.
So why would losing teachers be not be inevitable? Of course, you're going to lose principals and teachers if the school's not even existence. I'm trying to get to your better argument.
So if you're going to integrate, which sounds like a great idea, which it did, but there's another part of that story. So you have to reapply for your position, correct? At the integrated schools. And they were not hiring those people. They were not letting them do a lateral move over.
Why would
which is pretty, which today, let me make my point. Today in 2025, if my school closed down, I will get a lateral move to another school.
Right. So you're proving the point that was made earlier to you.
No. What I'm saying,
in the beginning, it wasn't lateral, but today it is, and we integrate.
Of course.
But if we go segregate it again, what's going to happen?
Yeah, none of your arguments apply in being segregated. How did you miss that point?
Because that's when it was segregated. That's how the institutions got started, through segregation.
And
the ones y'all lean and depend on, but then y'all say y'all don't need anymore. Y'all say y'all don't need anymore because you know why? Because all of them was started prior to integration.
About adding more. You the one brought in all this bull crap into the conversation. We didn't say they don't need more, want more. That wasn't the topic. We was talking about segregation.
Of course. So all your institutions got started doing segregation.
Okay, cool.
Argue that point.
We did. And Tez said, give us a year. And he says that there was a time when it wasn't segregated and became segregated after. You heard him make that point, right?
We already agreed to the year.
Okay.
He gave me 1955. I said, okay, fine. And there's not been we have not had a black college or university started since then.
They've been
And we're talking
enlarged. They've been
25 plus
they have
45.
actually wait a minute. I think you so are you
we
saying
talking
wait a minute,
seven
are you
we
saying no
talking
school? Are you saying that no
we
school have
talking
been
70
created?
years? We talking
Wait
about
a minute.
70
No, you're
years?
wrong though, because see, the name of the school, yeah, maybe, but that doesn't mean they didn't put another school in another location, right? They got bigger, larger campuses, more campuses
But you
throughout the
still
year.
living off the past.
No, what do
You
you
living
mean?
off the
These are new
past.
schools. You are ridiculous. This is ridiculous, yo.
So how do you live
So
off
you
the bro?
so you tell them you tell them we got our own schools today? You tell them we got our own schools today.
Are you able to tell us how it's better outside of teachers and principals? Because your teachers
I
and
already said that.
principals.
We mentioned doctors, we mentioned lawyers, because you got to go to college for all of those professions.
It's
Yeah.
sad. I hate to see black men in this intellectual state.
In 2025.
You should see me over there arguing with them. They don't know how to stay on point. It's all over the place. They ramble.
It's
These
like
are men.
even like with this point, it's like, okay, so like if 20 black people build 20 universities tomorrow, what is that going to do? I'm just trying to understand, like, what is it that you're getting to for the end of the conversation? What's the end of it? Like, let's say they built 20 brand new universities. What was the benefit in that? What happened that changed?
Because y'all said there was no benefit doing segregation. That was what y'all told me.
I'm sorry, you might be confused on something. Say that again.
You said there was no benefit because that's what I've been trying to prove the whole time. What benefit is doing segregation? What benefit? There was no benefits.
Yeah, we were comparing it to post 1955 and post, like that. So
yeah, the comparison between segregated versus integrated schools.
Yeah. So how was it better before that than after that? That was the argument. It had nothing to do with needing more schools.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to understand. I still don't get it.
The benefit was the college at HBCU. That was the benefit. I guess we missed that.
The benefit.
And your HBCUs were started prior to integration. So if you're going to benefit off HBCU, you got to benefit during the time period of integration because that's when they were established. They weren't established after integration.
Yeah.
That's bullshit, bro. I just told you that. You're incapable of having that discussion, though, because you can't even put a year on integration. You can't put a year on it.
We already put a year on it. You said 1955. I said you could put any year on it after the Civil War. I said you could pick it. I said you could pick any year because I know that's what you want to argue. You want to argue dates and miss the whole overall point.
Well, no, if we pick any year, then we could obviously pick all of the HBCUs.
No, you already picked one. You already picked one.
He had to take that date because you brought up education and teachers and specifically integration of schools, and that happened at a specific date. So you can't say the Civil War and then bring up schools and think he's not going.
No, he mentioned the Civil War. He mentioned 1865. He tried to make that Shaw argument. I knew where he was going.
I'm not making a Shaw argument. Every single HBCU in question is after the Civil War. Like I'm trying to figure out why you think that time period isn't a period of integration, though. Do you understand that point? After the Civil War, when they start trying to enforce the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment, that is a time of integration. Do you understand that point?
The year you picked was 1955. Do you understand that point?
Yes, I understand, and I agree that.
So what? So why you want to go back on your year, historian?
Right. Because I would, again, if you go back to what I said initially, is I would disagree because I argue integration started in 1865. So
that means you disagree with yourself because you provided the year.
Oh my God. I gave you the year of your understanding of integration. Brown versus
no, you don't know what my understanding. I asked you for a year, you gave me one. Now you want to backtrack.
Absolutely. Well, actually, I agree. There's been none built since 1955. But again, if integration started in 1865, then they were all built after that. What are you missing?
You gave me a year, 1955. That's who you gave me.
Are you incapable of dealing with the other point?
No. Are you incapable of standing on your point? Stop tap dancing. Stop tap dancing. I asked you for a year. You could have said 1865, but you didn't. You said 1955.
My initial statement was 1865.
Historian, you said 1955.
Moved to 1955.
So stick to it. So stick to it.
Right. So here's the problem with dumb, stupid ass fuck boys. Bitch, I already told you I agree. There's been no motherfucking HBCUs built since 1955. So where the fuck am I tap dancing, you dumb fuck? Where am I tap dancing at? Your stupid ass is incapable of furthering the conversation. Can we agree on that, bitch? And I keep trying to further the conversation. Your stupid ass keep tap dancing. Dumbass niggas.
The schools were still segregated after the Civil War. You gonna argue that point?
No, schools were not segregated directly.
But you know what? See, you like to tap dance. So you know what? I want you to stick to your own year that you came up with. I want you to stay here with your own year that you came up with, historian.
Right. And what point we making?
You know how important dates are. If you're an historian, you know. That's all y'all argue about. That's all y'all argue about.
So what point are we making about 1955?
Since integration, you haven't had any newer HBCUs.
Okay, I agree.
But how could you have to? That don't make no sense though, because how could you have HBCU after integration? If you're making a college, it wouldn't be a whole black college because now everything.
I'm trying to understand.
All your private colleges that was started by churches. Hold on. Answer your question. That was started by churches. You tell me you can't do that?
What? What the hell? You know how much it costs? As a matter of fact, I ain't even get into funding. I'm just talking about how illogical your statement was. If you're talking about
fine. You're right. I'll just stick with the fact there has been one after 1955.
You're not even considering how much it costs to actually create make a college and then fund it. And that's a part of the reason why integration happened, or the people who fought for integration is because of how underfunded the schools was. It's like Taz brought that up. It's not even that I'm bringing like breaking news. Taz brought that up earlier. Part of the reason for integration in terms of your school system was because of how underfunded a lot of the schools were. And then even if you did keep those schools around and keep them segregated, with the dominance or the majority of the people being being white people, you wouldn't be able to keep up in terms of facilitating everything that you knew to keep your schools up with the white schools, because of how much more money they bringing in than you're bringing in, because you are a minority.
Well, how about this? I know this idea gonna sound crazy, but let's say the lawyers during that time decide to fight for, okay, we're gonna make y'all hold up to what y'all promised us. Let's do separate but equal. Give us the right funding. We're gonna put y'all in court until y'all give us the right funding. How about that? I know that sounds crazy.
What?
What about that?
You might as well
what about
argue
that fight?
For reparations. Why argue for funding for school? You might as well, if you had them same lawyers, argue for reparations. Like, why stop at schools? If you're going to argue for funding for school, give us equal funding for your schools, why not just argue for reparations then? If you're going to argue for some money and all that.
So, I mean, because I'm thinking that you don't have an understanding of the Civil Rights Act in the Civil Rights Bill in '65, and Title I and Title IX and whatnot, because you're implying that we could actually start a black college that would be historically recognized in this time period. I mean, do you understand?
Yeah, the statement is
equal funding. You need equal funding. Equal funding, right? Separate but equal was the law. Why couldn't you take them to court over what the law was? That's all I'm saying.
Because I'm asking, how do you start a historically?
But that's okay. That's okay. No, that don't make sense. Never mind.
Are you able to hear what he's talking about? Did you hear what he just said?
Start a historically black college in the modern times. How do you do that?
After civil rights.
But can we stick with separate but equal? Can we stick with that, or we gonna move past that?
Are
But
you
we have
able
to
to
move
answer
past
any
it.
question at all?
No,
The
I'm
country
trying to
moved
deal
past
with.
it,
See, this is the reason I'm dealing with the separate
well,
but
no,
equal.
fam, the country moved past separate but equal.
Hmm?
We're like that died. That died with the civil
But how
rights.
did it die? But how did it die? Do you remember the case where it died at?
Yeah,
Our lawyers was fighting for integration.
It's called the Civil Rights Act.
But our lawyers was fighting for integration there.
What's your point?
Never mind.
Right? Because again, like, understand something I'm telling you, right? When it comes to a college like, let's say, West Virginia State University, have you ever heard of it?
Why we keep jumping around, bro? Why we keep jumping around? I just said the lawyers were fighting for integration. The lawyers fought for that. The lawyers, our lawyers fought for integration.
We're gonna jump right into an HBCU, right? Because now
Well, hold on. Our lawyers fought for integration.
Right. So let's talk about.
Are you going to deny that? Are you going to deny that?
Yeah, some fought for it, some fought against it. I mean, the ones who fought for it won out.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So our lawyers fought vehemently. They fought hard for integration. So it ain't like they, so it's not like they just gave us integration. Our lawyers fought for that.
Right. Exactly. So I don't understand where you're going.
Okay, so our lawyers, just like they had all the energy to fight for that.
Are you done with the
Why couldn't they just fight? Why couldn't they just fight for separate but equal pay? Like the issues you're bringing up, which is very valid. Equal funding. If our lawyers had fought for that, make them hold on to what the law already was. They already said separate but equal. They already stated that. That was already the law. So now we got to hold you to it.
Ain't no holding them to it. They do you, and I don't know. The way you saying is like now you hold them to it. Like you got any real choices? Like you really don't have no choices. Like a lot of the stuff that you got in terms of arguing is just because they want to hear you out. Other than that, you really don't have no choice. Let me explain something to him right quick, man. Let me show you what tap dancing look like for real, right? So the implication here was we need more HBCUs, brand new ones. But what he's not acknowledging is
that's not my implication. That's not my implication. I already stated the fact that there were none started after integration. Then I heard somebody say, "Oh, we don't need anymore." I said, well, "Okay, fine." I said, "Okay, fine. You don't need anymore. That's cool. That's your position." I was just stating a benefit. You had your HBCUs prior to integration because you wanted a benefit. That's what you said. God said, I stated the benefit. You wanted the benefit. I stated one. Your HBCUs was a benefit. Y'all disagree with that?
Yes, I disagree again because when we start talking about
y'all disagree with that. See, I didn't know y'all disagree with that. See, that's why I didn't know. I didn't know y'all don't consider HBCUs a benefit. Y'all don't consider that a benefit. I didn't know that.
Right. So in terms of the conversation that I'm having with you, there are 70% white HBCUs. Do you understand that point?
Yeah, we didn't say HBCUs was not a benefit. We said building them after 1965 was not a benefit.
As if it's some black shit. I'm telling you that because the way the laws are positioned now, there is no building such a school. Again, look to West Virginia State University. We're talking a 70% white enrollment. So at some point, you got to realize that it ain't HBCU that makes us black or educated or in the college realm. It's not none of that. Okay, it's historically black. That's great. But the laws don't dictate none of that no more, fam. Like that shit sounds good on paper, but we can't worry about that. Niggas need to try to get in Harvard. Nigga, fuck West Virginia State. What are you talking about?
Of course. I'm not saying you have a choice where you want to go to school. I just stated the fact that even though that's the case, you can go anywhere. Bro, you can go anywhere you want to go. And even though that's the case, the HBCUs, which I don't know why y'all won't acknowledge this, they're still producing more graduates than the other colleges. Why is that the case? And there's way more of the white historically colleges than black ones. So why are they still producing more?
What do you mean producing more? What do you mean producing more
graduates? This stuff is published, man.
No, I'm asking you what. Chill out for a second. I'm just trying to hear what you're saying when you're saying producing more. What? Producing more graduates than white Then white schools.
Yeah, because see, a
Wait
lot
a minute,
of
brother. Why? Bro, hold up. What's wrong with you, bro? Like, why are you so triggered? I'm trying to figure out something. You saying HBCUs are producing more graduates than white school than other colleges are producing what? White graduates?
no, we're not talking. We talking about black graduates.
See, that's what I'm trying to be clear. So
they're
you saying that
they're not as many
HBCU
black graduates
wait a
in those
second.
PWIs. Yeah,
And because a lot of what you're saying should make like sense to you before you even ask it. So you saying that HBCUs produce more more black graduates than average colleges altogether, or are you talking about separate, or what are you talking about?
Now, the federal government, they keep statistics. They publish.
I didn't ask you. I'm asking you. What are
I'm
you
answering
talking
your
about?
question. If you
No,
allow
you
me,
said
because you
the
want
federal
sources.
government.
Because you want sources for everything I say. You want sources for everything I say. They
No, I'm
publish this data.
asking you. I
You ain't
didn't
got to
ask
argue
you.
with me
I
because
even
they
asked
publish
you
this
for the
data.
source yet.
Share
I'm
my screen
asking
when
you,
you get a
what demographic are you talking about? What demographic are you comparing HBCU black college graduates to? What demographic? What are you saying when you say that? Produce more black college graduates than who or what?
This nigga slow, man.
Let me just look it up, bro. Because I see y'all want to.
You don't even
I
know
just
what
look it
you're
up.
looking for. Oh,
No. Because I already said what I said, but y'all not
no,
listening.
you
So
didn't
I
finish.
already
You
said
just
what I
said
said. Y'all not listening.
HBCUs.
I know what he's
Look
looking
what I'm
for, though.
trying
What
to
he's
tell
looking
you,
for
Mercy.
is that
I want Taz to explain what he got on the screen, but I just want to point out to you what you said was HBCUs are producing more black college graduates, and I'm asking you, then what? So you said what you said, but you didn't say then what. Who are they producing more black college graduates than, and what demographic are you talking about? More colleges than other colleges are producing white graduates, or more colleges, other colleges outside of HBCUs are producing black graduates? What are you talking about? And a lot of it should make sense. They are historically black colleges. Like that should tell you a lot in terms of if you saying if they actually do. I'm just trying to figure out what demographic you're talking about. But not.
I said they're producing. I said they're producing more black graduates. That's what I said. So what demographic am I talking about when I say black graduates?
Then who?
The PWIs, bro.
there's not as many black students enrolled in PWI.
That's what I said. You should know that your question is illogical at that point. Like what the?
But there are more. But there are more. Hold on. But there are more PWIs than HBCUs.
It don't matter. It don't matter. Like what the fuck? Like
because there are more white people than black people. We can play this. We can play this more game.
So what it is that he's referring to, bro? And I know the statistic he's referring to is 50% of doctors that are black graduated from HBCUs, right? That's the data he's pointing to, but he's making it sound like that transfers into the greater society as 50% of doctors. You know what I'm saying? Like no, bro. Like no.
No, but Taz, let me ask you this, Taz, because I'm when I'm hearing PWI, I was kind of lost. Does PWI stand for predominantly white institutions?
Or primarily, yeah.
Yeah.
Primarily white or predominantly white? Either way, like the first word in it should tell you why HBCU will produce more. If it's predominantly white or primarily white, why would they produce more black graduates? If it's predominantly, if the numbers are overwhelmingly one demographic over another demographic, why would it compare to another demographic when this one's saying we're predominantly a black school?
Black doctors, bro. He's specifically talking about black doctors. That's what that data was about, right? But he's citing it again, making it about, doctors in the medical field and making it sound like the country is 50-50 and we, got them on the other side of the 50%. Like, no, fam, like this is about black doctors, but then the rest of the data goes on to show that those black doctors are underrepresented in society. Right? So that's where the question comes in of what are you talking about? But what I got on the screen is this though, fam. So West Virginia State started off as West Virginia Color Institute in 1891. Again, it's the Reconstruction era and the policies that came from that saw a lot of these built. But as time went on, this is West Virginia. Right now, this motherfucker is 75% white, fam. 75% white. So I'm just saying, when you throwing HBCU around, make sure you know what you're talking about because we're not in that time anymore. Like we're not the ones. We're not the only ones at HBCUs, fam. They're not black-owned schools or no shit. Like we got to stop that logic. It's not real.
How are we supposed to have the same amount of schools or more than white institutions when our population have always been somewhere in the low to mid-teen in terms of percentage as a whole? Where does 14% of the population have equal anything? Name one thing that's equal about 14% of an entire nation. Crickets?
Well, today in 2025, I'm talking about right now, 2025, right now. A lot of
14%?
your black high school graduates are still going to HBCUs. I know it's gonna sound crazy to you. I'm saying it every day. That go, and you say they can go anywhere, which they can, but for some reason they're choosing to go to HBCUs and the community colleges. And then I got to get that article where it talks about how the PWIs of they have lower enrollments for black students. They're lower now.
It's lower, but in terms of the overall percentages
what you
of
mean?
students,
What does he mean that it's lower now? Lower prior to segregation? Integration. When you say lower, what do you mean lower?
We talking about over the years is going down. The number of black students going to PWIs is
The
going
number of
down.
black students was always lower in a predominantly white institution.
No. See, you missed what I'm saying. I said the enrollment is going lower.
Yeah, but it was
it was always
lower. It wasn't
lower.
like it was any factor. The shit was already a low percentage. Like I don't get what you're saying. That's why they go to HBCUs because it's so hard to get into them.
And if we being honest, if Damo would argue that's race based. If Damo was here, he would argue that that's because they're not accepting the students.
No, of course, Tad. No, Tad, that's obvious. Like it's predominantly white. Like that's supposed to be that's what I'm trying to say. I don't even understand if he understands the arguments that he's making.
I don't like it's obvious. It's like too easy. That's layup drill.
Shit is called predominantly white for a reason because they're racist institutions.
Yeah, I don't think he understands the depths of this argument. I think he got the surface.
Like what you think affirmative action and all that crazy shit was about? Like
yeah, we know that. So therefore, the enrollment at the PWIs are going down for black students. You say we don't need HBCUs.
Who say you don't need HBCUs? What? They called HBCUs for a reason. They called
HBCUs cutting that off. For a reason. You keep cutting that off. We said brand new HBCUs are not.
It's not. Yeah, you
brand
think HBCU just means HBCU? The H stands for historically or historical.
So I said was HBCUs a benefit, and somebody said no.
Contextually
speaking, that's what we were trying to get. Yeah, what is the benefit? What's the benefit of going to an HBCU over PWI?
I'm saying the existence of HBCUs, there's a benefit, but you guys don't think so, right? Is that what y'all telling me? We don't think there's a benefit?
I was waiting on the actual benefit itself. That's what I was waiting on.
Yeah, you can't even show a benefit, bro. That was a challenge.
I mean, you already stated that blacks that have lower enrollments at the PWIs, so it's harder to get into. That's what y'all say, but then y'all say y'all don't need well, you say HBCUs is not a benefit, so therefore it has no benefit. Although
you keep saying we said HBCUs, basically, you don't need HBCUs. Like I don't even know who said that unless you're saying Taz said that.
You said it's not a benefit. So if it's not a benefit, what we need it for?
No, damn, like, are you hard of hearing?
That contextually to the argument of new ones, though, bro. We were talking about making new ones.
But if there's no benefit, Now, see, first,
No,
I've already
we were
stated.
waiting on you to
Why
No,
give
no,
us
you
the
hold on,
keep
hold on.
benefit.
repeating that to yourself?
I've
No,
already stated. I've already stated there are no HBCUs after integration. So if we talking about HBCUs, we have to be talking about prior to integration.
and so
We
what's the
have to be talking
benefit?
about that. We have to be talking about that. If I
So
say HBCUs, I'm talking about prior to integration because there are none after.
right. So name us
How are
the
you gonna
benefit.
have an all black how you gonna have an all black institution when all of that when it's integration? That means there are no you can't just have an all black institution. You're gonna have to have different groups within your institution, like they do now. All HBCUs are not just all black people in them. You got other races of people in HBCUs today because of integration. Back then, they were all black colleges because you had no choice. You couldn't go to any white institution. Like, what are you talking about?
Did you know trying to build an all black college after integration was against the law?
Well,
I'm
not talking about building an all black institution.
No, but that's what you
What
literally
I'm
just
talking
said. You
about,
just
what I'm
literally
talking
just said
about is
there are no
a
more
black person.
HBCUs after integration.
No,
And
I'm
they're saying
talking
that
about a black.
it's
Well,
illegal.
let's say this. What about a black person establishing a college after integration? How about that?
Do you?
Since
And
y'all
I'm
want to get
gonna
caught up
go
on
back to
semantics,
what I'm gonna go
how
back to
about
what Taz
a
was talking
black
about.
person starting a college or university? How about that?
Do you know
Since
how
y'all
much
don't get
it
caught up on
costs
the
to start
acronym,
a
y'all get caught up on the
university?
acronym.
Like, what the fuck? You don't even know how much it costs to begin to say why aren't any black people starting any colleges? Like, what the fuck? And that's on an individual to pick up. It's not because individual can't start a college. It's because they don't want to. Whoever got the money to actually do it. Like, that ain't because you can't do it because of integration. You can't start a college as a black person. No, that's what the integration is about. Integration is about being able to do some shit around a bunch of white people rather than them trying to keep you kicked out of certain opportunities. That's what I'm saying. Your arguments are illogical. Like, you saying, all right,
I
no,
mean, we got plenty of billionaires today. We got plenty of black
but
millionaires
that's by
today.
choice. What are you talking about? That's by what do you don't get?
Okay, I understand. I understand that.
So why
So
would you bring up billionaires not starting colleges as if they're not starting colleges because of integration? If the discussion right now is integration versus segregation, why bring up a black billionaire not starting a college when that don't got nothing to do with because we are integrated now, they're not starting any colleges? If that's not your point.
my point is this. I was talking about HBCUs as a benefit. You guys disagree with that.
Why you keep saying
So
you guys? Like, why do you keep saying you guys? Taz disagree. No, I don't think Dev disagreed. I didn't disagree. I ain't even
you
saying
disagree? Okay, okay, all right. I misheard you. Okay, so that was just one person. Okay. I mean, I'm just trying to get the points. I mean, y'all position straight because, so it's only one person that feels that way. Okay, fine.
Right. The
I
person
mean,
that
I
you
think the HCUs is a benefit. Obviously, there's somebody else on this panel that thinks HCUs is a benefit.
no, there's
it ain't
benefits in this. There's pros and
benefit to
cons to
everybody.
everything. There are negatives as well to HBCUs. Like, what? Just because it's an HBCU doesn't mean that it's an institution that's providing the best education.
I never stated that.
I didn't say you did. I'm saying that's why there are pros and cons to a HBCU. Just because it's an HBCU doesn't mean that's the best thing for a black person to get the best education. Like, I don't get your arguments.
I was just saying it's a benefit. You agree with that point?
Just like integration had its benefits. You don't agree with that.
I'm not saying everything about it is perfect. I'm just saying that there's HBCUs did serve a benefit, and I believe it still does.
But
Man,
you're not able to name the benefit.
Well,
You can't replace saying the word benefit with just name what it is. You're not able to do it when you're talking about a bunch of integrated black students that are going to be socializing with people that are not black. Hello, crickets.
But like somebody also eloquently stated,
But
our HBCUs are integrated. So what's the deal? What's the big deal? Crickets.
yeah, that was my original argument. What is the benefit? And you're not able to name none. So why are we even having this argument about Bill 65 or 1955?
It's
The
crazy that they
enrollment.
can't
Yeah,
respond and
if
then back off topic, bro. I'll never understand that.
not even nowhere near a close comparison. That doesn't make any sense.
That's the first thing Bomb Cherry asked him. What are the benefits? And we still at the point of like, what are the benefits? And then he's just like, oh, so y'all saying ain't no benefits to HBCUs? All right. Like what? That's like you trying to guilt trip us or something because it's supposed to be historically black colleges. We ain't supposed to go against that.
Oh, I'm not saying that, you can have your opinions about it, but I believe it served the benefit.
No, we not. Of course, anybody. That's obvious. Anybody can have their opinion about anything.
That's what yours is.
It still doesn't get past the question of why you're not stating any benefits.
Because that's what yours is, an opinion. Because if it was not, instead of using the word benefit, you would actually say what it is.
It's already been stated, but it's been ignored.
What's been stated?
They're producing graduates, and one benefit that was one that was stated was he only stated one field though, but there's plenty about doctors. He talked about doctors, but that was ignored too.
No, it wasn't ignored. I dare you to respond to it. I brought it up.
I already know that's true. That's why I responded. I already know that's true.
So what would be the benefit?
You making my point. If there are fewer HBCUs, why are they producing half of the doctors? That don't make any sense.
I'm sorry, say it again. Say it one more time. Say it one more time.
There's so fewer HBCUs than other college universities. Why are they producing half of the doctors? That don't make any sense. But you got all these medical schools around the country. Why these few? And then there's very few HBCUs that got medical schools. We ain't even talk about that. All of them ain't got medical schools.
95%.
Now, if you want to talk about the HBCUs that actually got medical schools, if you want to talk about that, that's very few. That's very few.
95% of the doctors
anyway
are not black. So I'm trying to figure out where the benefit is.
We're talking about the black doctors.
Right.
Why you keep jumping around?
I'm not. I'm talking about them. I'm saying if black doctors account for half of the doctors that come from HBCUs, right? What I'm asking you is where are they represented in society? You're dumb. Remedial.
No, I'm not, because you can't even have a doctor. You can't even become. First of all, you got to become a doctor before you get into society. Why you not using logical reasoning? You got to get a medical degree before you get into before you can serve in a hospital. I mean, why are you ignoring these steps?
I'm not.
I mean, you talking about how they're represented in the medical field. I'm talking about them even having a medical degree.
Right. But
I mean, we got to get the medical degree first. And then we hopefully, hold on. After we get the medical degree, hopefully we could be that's the goal, to get represented in society. But first, you got to get the medical degree. And then hold on. Let me say this. It's gotten so bad. It's gotten so bad that when they see a black doctor, they can guess where he went to college at. There's an article on that.
Right. Do you understand why? Do you understand why that is? Can you?
Now they don't say it about the white doctors. They don't say it about the white doctors.
Right. Well, why not?
We're talking about the benefit. We're talking about the benefit of HBCUs. We're talking about the benefit of HBCUs. That's what we're talking about. That's what we talking about. There's articles. There's already published articles that when you see a black doctor, there's a good chance he went to an HBCU.
Do you know why?
Okay, the point is this. I'm talking about I'm establishing a benefit, which you seem to be deaf to what I'm saying. That's a benefit. A doctor is a benefit. You disagree with that?
The 5%.
Yes, a doctor is a benefit, but it's not a benefit if he does not have a place to practice. So, being a doctor, graduating from a black college with a doctor's degree is not a benefit if they cannot practice.
Right. That man got to go be a school principal or some shit. Right.
So is a school principal a benefit?
Not if he's not at a school.
Doctor, no, if he's
okay. Okay. So you saying being a school principal is not a benefit? Okay, fine.
Not if he graduates and if he has a principal degree in education, it's not a benefit if he's not able to find a school or an institution to rule over. Nope.
Yeah,
it's not a benefit.
All black teachers and doctors and shit are a benefit. I'm trying to understand your line of questioning here, bro. Like nothing you're going to say about black people moving forward.
But before we get into you know what I noticed? You keep moving the goalposts. You keep moving the goalposts. See, again, you talk, well, they're not representing society. Of course, we know there's discrimination in society. There's employment discrimination. I mean, there's all kind of articles and stuff on that. But the point is,
ain't that why they went to school? Ain't that the main fucking reason why they went to goddamn school, to get a fucking degree to operate in society? Did they go to school just to fucking hang their goddamn degree on the wall and brag to their friends, or did they want to get it to actually practice in society?
Of course. But you have to get the degree first.
We cannot have this discussion. We cannot have this discussion without talking about being able to apply it to society.
But you can't. You have nothing to apply if you don't have a degree.
What?
See, y'all missing that point. You can't get a degree. First you got to get the degree. Y'all want to act like, okay, he's just walking inside. He's got to get a degree first.
Right.
And then when they see, there was articles written on this. They were saying when they see a black doctor.
Wait a minute, Mr. Run Pass, Mr. Stop Sign Runner. Well, hold on, Mr. Stop Sign Runner. Who on this panel said students are benefiting by just walking out into society? Who said that?
He just making up shit, bro.
Hello?
It going backwards in the arguments and shit, but it's weird, bro.
No, you ain't gonna be able to get away with that shit. I don't know what panel you be hitting and
gotta have a degree.
ahas and cheers in the chat, or somebody just say, yeah, you're right. But it don't work everywhere, man. You just can't jump on panels and say random shit just because it sounds good to you, or someone else said, hey, it sounds good. You actually have to apply it.
So how you gonna get a degree if you're a black doctor?
The same way you've been getting a degree, like all other doctors get their degree.
So if I say 50% of them went to HBCUs, then there's a 50% chance you went to an HBCU.
Right. So great. So now again, apply that in the societal context. Show me why that's important. And please don't take what I'm saying and say it's not important. That was just a challenge to your fucking stupidity.
No, because see, I said something, but see, when I said something, you totally ignored it. I said when they see a doctor that's practicing, I said this, but y'all deaf to what I'm saying. I said when they see a doctor practicing, they can tell you what college he went to. I said that.
Over half of the
I said practicing. But hold on. I said practicing doctor.
Right. Well, I didn't say practicing.
Then y'all moved it. Then y'all said, well, what? They ain't practicing. I'm talking about the ones that are. I'm talking about the ones that are.
Out of every doctor, 1 out of 2 of them came from an HBCU. What do you not get about that? You can
talk about the ones that are practicing.
Yes, bro. You can roll the dice, bro. Half of them came from an HBCU. You can roll the dice and just say, yep, you came from Jackson State. Yep, you came from Alcorn State. You can roll the dice with that. Half of them came from an HBCU. What are you not getting? Like, what's the problem with your understanding here?
So that's not a benefit? That's not a benefit, right?
They are a benefit. Yes, they are. They're
okay. Okay.
But you do see here that PWIs produce more college graduates, right?
Of course. But then we get into the fields.
That's not what you said, though. That's not what you said, though. You said, of course, just now, but that's not what you said. You said HBCUs produce more black college graduates just a second ago.
What they do? What they do? If you make a comparison between one HBCU and one PWI, that HBCU is going to produce more black graduates.
And then they got to go out.
That's not what he just said. He said 1 for 1 just now. This nigga is crazy. I'm done. I can take this off the screen. You bogged out. He said if you take one school to one school. You said HBCUs produce more college graduates than PWIs. You ain't saying no one school for one school. Like what?
Isn't it fair to compare one school to one school? Isn't that fair?
No, that's not what you said, though. You're not hearing me. That's not what you said.
We have to look at the schools. They have to be comparable in size, bro. We can't compare a small school to a large school. That'd be stupid.
And PWIs have a way larger enrollment, so they enroll more.
I mean, are you just ignorant to the fact that there are more black students in black schools than white schools? Did that go over your fucking head?
You
How
know,
the fuck you gonna get more black graduates out of white schools if there's not even close to an equal amount, let alone more?
Well, let's look at the numbers. I can compare one school that had a black enrollment about 2,000 students.
I'm gonna pause. I'm going to pause, and I'm going to either let you look at the numbers or some numbers just gonna fall out the sky.
You want to do a one-to-one comparison? Let's do a one-to-one comparison.
This is your argument.
We can do a one-to-one comparison. I do a one-to-one comparison.
Man, this is crazy.
Are you actually gonna put something on the screen, or am I supposed to picture and imagine what's in your fucking head?
That nigga want to build modern day historically black colleges and universities. I mean, it's just still crazy to me, bro.
Yeah, the National Guard and Department of Homeland Security arrest all the faculty and staff. What are y'all doing? This information is in school and education. Students that paid attention in civics and government and economics classes, they were tested to see were they able to recall the information and the part where it says that only serves one particular race is illegal after 1964 in the United States. But that's not what you said, though.
Yeah,
you jumped up on this.
I said a black person. I didn't say the person had to only accept black students.
Nah,
I said
man,
a black person started a college.
Man. You went from
I said a black person started a college or university. I said he can accept whoever he wants. I'm just talking about a black person establishing
you
a college.
did try to change that up later.
You try to change it up, Deb. You keep that? You try to change it up, talking about you mean. So
I'm a black man, so let me start a college that enrolls white students and black students. Just to say a black man started a integrated college. That's not what you jumped up on the panel.
It's crazy.
I mean, our HBCUs are integrated, so what's the big deal?
Oh my God, bro, this is crazy, bro.
Why call it a HBCU if it's going to have black and white students in it? What's the point?
They're still called HBCUs.
So what's the point of building a new one then?
To make
they're still called, even though they're integrated, they're still called HBCUs.
That was your only answer, bro. You should have said to make history, bro.
What's the point of building an HBCU after integration or after civil rights?
I was just saying we don't have any.
Maybe
So
because it's against the law to have them. You never took that into consideration, or you
what
just
about?
said
But then I said, but then I said this. What about just a black
But
person
then I
starting one?
said, but then I
It's not
said,
illegal for a black person to start a college. Is it illegal
it's
for a black
not.
person to start?
And I
Okay,
simply
that's
No,
all I'm
reply, and
saying.
I
That's
simply
it. That's
reply.
all I'm saying.
no,
But
no,
what you saying
no.
don't make sense, because if you're talking about integration versus segregation, just because because black people are involved in integration doesn't mean that that's stopping anybody from starting a college. Like, what the
I didn't
fuck?
say it did.
College?
I didn't
What?
say it did.
Then why did you bring it up for? If you're talking about integration versus segregation, because that's what
Because
HBCUs
obviously,
started.
so what would make a people, not even have the desire of starting one?
Not integration. What the fuck? We got a person right now who got a whole institute dedicated to black people on here. Integration ain't stop him. Like, what the fuck are you
I
talking
didn't
about?
say integrate. I didn't say integration stop. I
Listen,
didn't say integration stop.
HBCUs happened because black people could not get into white people colleges. Like, what the fuck? Like, if there was no need for, if there wasn't no racist practices, if they were funding, if they were allowing black people to go to their schools and learn and everything like that, there would be no need for HBCU. Everything would all be hunky dory. But you would have
So
to come
then you,
up with an HBCU because of racism and everything like that.
so then it did serve a benefit then, right?
Nobody said it didn't serve no
Oh yeah,
benefit.
there is one person that said it did. There is a person in this panel that said it didn't serve a benefit.
Why you keep saying that for? Like, what's wrong with your brain? Like, what the fuck? Like, something got to clearly, you going back in that circle?
No, somebody did say that, but y'all get mad at me. But somebody else said that. I didn't say that. Somebody said it was not a benefit.
Contextually speaking, in the moment of what we talking about, yes, sometimes it's not going to be a benefit. Like I told you, 70% of white kids go to West Virginia State University. That is an HBCU. What is the benefit in that?
Obviously, they saw the benefit. That's why they went there.
But what's the benefit for black people?
What kind of response is that? That was childish.
He said opposite. They saw it.
That is crazy. What kind of response is that? You ain't trying to have no
white. So you're talking about what white people are thinking. So white people thought integration was a benefit. So why are you jumping on this panel?
That makes sense.
White
Obviously,
people.
somebody thought it did. What kind of response is that? He just asked
Somebody
you to graduate from that specific school. You could have looked and see what their focus is in terms of what they're good for, in terms of what you major in, and you could have just ran with that. But you're gonna say obviously somebody thought it did. That's why they enrolled.
But that's not just West Virginia State. That's a lot of HUs. A lot of white students are going there. That's just not West Virginia
but
State.
The argument, but just so like GA, because I see GA down there, like just so you clear though, GA, the argument was about starting a brand new HBCU, right? Not dealing with the ones that's existing now and what they've accomplished. He's saying that that's old news. He's saying that's old shit. Fuck them old HBCUs. We need some new ones. That's his argument.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Yes,
I didn't say that.
You did, nigga.
I did not say that. I said you said HBCUs was not a benefit. That's what you said. I've been trying to prove it was.
Oh my motherfucking God, bro! You can't move the goalpost.
You saying it wasn't. You're saying it wasn't. You said it wasn't a benefit.
Hey fam, you can't move the goalpost.
No, you keep moving the goalpost.
You got a memory problem, bro.
No,
nobody
because
agree with you. Nobody agrees with you except for you.
You said that we have not.
Well, I agree with him. I agree with him, and I agree with that what he said. But I wanted to also
we ain't built a new.
I wanted this man to also write down whatever your point is. No, hold on.
I can't hold on because he just lied.
No.
The man came on here and literally said that we have not built an HBCU since 1955. So in terms of saying they're not a benefit to that degree, they're not such a benefit that we need a new.
You're not even doing your thing. And so I suggest you write down whatever your statement is so you can keep it handy before they change it up and have you chasing a ghost.
Well, that didn't make any sense. We were keeping in context with what was being said, and nothing that he came up on the panel and said related to being a benefit to black people other than they went to a black school?
These niggas weirdos, bro. I can't believe we're this engaged in this conversation.
I don't know how he moved around like that. Like you moved around so much that it was that Bomb Cherry had to break out.
So we talked about black doctors. We ain't talk about that.
Contextually, what were we talking about though with black doctors?
I'm talking about black doctors in 2025 today.
Mm-hmm. What about them?
And so I made a statement, and then y'all keep saying y'all don't hear it. I said a black
Why you
doctor
keep
that's
saying shit we didn't
practicing
say?
in society today, they can guess what college. I mean, that he went to an
So
HBCU.
what's
They can
wrong
guess
with
that.
that
And
though?
then
What's wrong with that?
but I'm establishing the benefit of an HBCU. That's all I was trying to establish.
All right, man.
Yeah, I'm not. There's no. Yeah, I'm not even gonna say it, bro. You right, bro.
What's up, Q? Q had a test today. You took a test on a Saturday, Q?
Yo, y'all hear me?
Yeah, what's up with it?
What's goody, baby?
What up,
We
though?
rocking and rolling, trying to get something in. They wanted to
What you take a test about, dog? Q.
Yo.
What was your test about?
Oh no, this was a coding test on MATLAB.
Oh, it wasn't no Black History test.
Nah. I don't take Black History classes and that was my.
Yeah, I ain't fucking with it, bro. So look, let me ask you a question right quick, man, before I get up out of here, bro. Have you ever heard of the Dolly Parton?
Dolly Parton. Why that
Dolly?
sounds? Dolly Parton.
Dolly Parton.
That name sounds wild familiar. I can't
I know,
pinpoint
right?
it.
Mm-hmm. Now check this out. So I was just reading some shit right about this segregated baseball league that the women had, some white women, and inside of that, I started reading about these black women named the Dolly Bardens, who was playing baseball in Chester, Pennsylvania in 1883. It's a whole article written about them and everything. Like it was intriguing to me that black women had their own baseball team and the whole nine. Like really on, like they were really out there type shit.
And then where you said they was at?
Chester, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, Pennsylvania, Philadelphia got a strong black, like, you know what I mean, story. I ain't gonna I ain't gonna. They got a strong one.
Yeah, they posted up right there.
Yeah, like the free blacks in Pennsylvania was putting in work for a minute.
Yeah, it was just interesting because you don't really hear much about especially in the 1800s baseball anyway with black people, but then especially women. You know what I'm saying? That's different. So just wanted to share it.
Nah, I'm on that publication shit. I'm hunting. I'm definitely gonna do something on the black slave codes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm definitely gonna do something on the black slave codes. Or the slave and black codes. You know, you understand what I'm saying?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I might do something on religion and black
Yikes.
leadership.
You definitely gonna get reviewed on that.
Man, those two things seemingly go hand in hand historically.
That's the reason why I think we should do an analysis of it. Like, you know what I mean? Like the religious like how religion has helped shape, you know, black ideological thought. I remember somebody was saying that with even the concept of black ideology, black theological thought.
especially in the way we've fought against colonization. You know, from like the African amalgamation into like what's it voodoo. Then you got the what's it the Santa something stuff. But I know a lot of the Maroon people were using those religions. Damn, I'm out of papers. Wow, that's crazy.
I gotta be back.
What you said?
Oh, that was Taz. I think he fell off.
Yeah, that's tight though. You got that one test out the way. I got my OSHA test coming up next week. I did my road construction certification last week.
Let.
Yeah, Taz.
Oh, y'all thought y'all was the only one in school?
Hey, yo, GA, my bad. I got caught up on freaking motors last night. I didn't even get to the IoT thing, and I was studying. So, but I'm good today. I am good today.
Yeah, Chris came up on the panel and said he didn't know Morris Brown was black.
You know who?
Morris Brown College. Morris Brown.
Vayasa, I definitely agree with that. As Christendom as a political ideology, definitely even going to what's the definitely agree with that. I think that's a major point in that. What's it, King Alfonso? That's the right one.
From Spain?
Nah, he was from Ghana, Senegal. He was like one of the first African kings to turn Christian.
Oh, okay.
But it was more of a political move than a religious move.
Yeah.
You know, and so from that context, that period on, like,
Yeah, I think yeah, we registered to vote and the voting polls were inside our church in 1984 when Jesse Jackson ran for president.
and I want to. Oh, Taz left. I got a couple of papers for y'all, man. Truth, I don't know. Truth will be scared of this. Y'all nigga be scared of this one. I'm going to do an analysis of involvement of Jews involvement in slavery. Yeah, I'm
Who was
definitely.
involved?
Oh, that's your shit right there.
Yeah. Because the people be scared of that one. I'm like, oh nah, I'm doing that one. I'm like, yeah, that's going out.
Who you saying was involved?
The Jewish nation's involvement on slavery.
Oh,
Y'all niggas with y'all fake AMGs, man. Get up out of here, man. Fucking 43. It's just a fucking V6.
yeah,
Jungle
that should
Kingdom. Damn, they got
be a,
man weed spot. But yeah, B. Yo, y'all know y'all supposed to be by Psycho Crib.
yeah. I posted the link up earlier.
I ain't been on the streams this week. I've been mad busy. Then life was lifing.
No, that's all good.
Definitely need to get no suit. That one looks nice. I ain't gonna lie. That is a nice suit right there.
That suit?
Yeah, I got like 6 suits. I'm trying to get it to 10. 10 to 12 suits. I ain't like Brandon though. Brandon he like, Q, that's nice. You gotta have 10, $1,500 suits. Nah, Brandon, we not in your club, Brandon.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't mind getting in that club.
I mean, maybe some Calvin Klein.
Not on a regular basis, but I wouldn't mind being in that club. I mean, I got a few, don't get me wrong. I got like 3 or 4. I don't got like 7 or nothing. I got about a good 3 good ones and I got 5. I know I said I got 3 good ones and I got like 3 portobellos. Q know what a portobello is.
Yeah, portobello. You know, we got to have a good portobellos, man.
I got a lot of good 3 portobellos there. That's the cheap soup spot. You go there and get you a good soup.
But that's only if you choose the cheap one. You can go to Portobello and choose a decent one.
Oh yeah, no, I get the most decent ones they got, but none of them is nowhere close to a band.
Nah.
Even after you get it doctored, like you get your joint tailored up and all that, you know they gonna hit you with the measurements and you come pick your suit up and all that. Yeah, it's still not gonna be close to 1,000.
Nah.
And you done got a shirt, you got a tie, everything you got from in there. The shoes you get from in there, you ain't hitting no thou wow. That's the spot though, Dad. That's where all the kids go for prom.
$1,000 in Portobello, you gonna be on your Steve Harvey shit for a good one. You know what I'm saying? The way you can blend that up, you know what I'm saying?
You got flavors to savor like now, lady.
I'm gonna switch this up. I'm gonna put the brown with the black, the gray with the blue, the group. You know what I'm saying? You go ahead with that right there.
Look at that. Portobello boy. I need me a couple of Armani joints. Shit like that.
Yo, Vayasa, you got my email? Yeah, we need to put together the Black Power Research Group. Word. Oh, that's fire. In a Pan-African Research Group. Yeah, man. Yeah, I like that right there. Where Metal Judah at, man? Metal Judah, your old ass in here, man. Stop bullying niggas in Detroit. We gotta get you in the conversation, too. If Vayasa email me, man, that's fire. Hell yeah. All these niggas talking about blah, 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 blah. Y'all ain't got no publication respected. That's progressive movement. Fuck out of here. Yeah, if Vayasa email me, Q Butter, man. And Cash is good look, because I know he was on the AR. She sent me some videos on AR, too. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, man. All my joints are tailored.
Oh yeah, Miss Bond, that's the sewing machine, lady. Yeah, she got you tailored hooked up already.
Oh, damn. Nice little, what is that, Cadillac? Oh, he got the Cadillac pushed up, OG? Yeah, nice. Yeah. Yeah, I see you, OG. I see you. That's just me right there.
He got a Sunday Cadillac out on a Saturday.
Nah, this is me right here, boy. What engine is in that one? What engine? 425? Yeah. Yeah, I already know. Hell, that's a sleeper right there. Yeah, that's clean right there. All right, OG.
You got old school?
Yeah, he got the mean caddy, boy. I ain't gonna lie, this shit fly.
We got old school Fleetwood.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a Fleetwood. He got everything. Prime.
It's long. It's long though. It's not a CT.
Nah.
The Fleetwood is the biggest one right there.
Yeah.
Pause.
Nah, I don't think it's a Fleetwood. You see it right there?
Oh yeah, I see it.
Oh yeah, the old DeVille. Yeah, damn, that's 71, 72. Yeah,
That's a DeVille.
yeah,
Yo,
DeVille.
he didn't look like no Fleetwood.
Fleetwood. I've never been a caddy, man.
Yeah, I didn't hear that motherfucker. So man, that damn engine. Man,
Oh
check
nah,
it
we
out.
in we in Brooklyn traffic, one of a
Yeah,
kind.
yeah.
20 minutes a block.
No, that's a dude got a one. He got a 68 around here. He's got it clean and shit. They only break them out during the non-winter months, which makes sense. Now, yesterday, the first day of spring, or today?
Yesterday.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was cold as shit too. Definitely feel like it was a crazy breeze. There's a breeze picked up today too, but yesterday was a crazy breeze cut.
Yeah, we still defrosting the windows over here, man, in the morning.
Definitely ready for that weather break. I think we getting it next weekend though. I've seen probably like next week by like Thursday, Friday. I saw like 61, 63, 65. So I think next weekend is
That's,
going to be it.
I should fake it. That should be 60 for like 20 minutes.
yeah, we got up to 78 last weekend.
70,
78.
78? Oh man,
Yeah, last Saturday.
York don't know how to act when 70 degrees jump out of nowhere like that. Man, they don't know how to act when 60s jump out of nowhere. You know, shorts and t-shirts. They don't know how to act for real. As soon as the weather cracked just a little bit. '78 seems like a dream right now.
Yeah, that shit be short-lived like a mug, though. But everybody got their jackets and shit on back now. Jogging pants, hoodies up. Can't drop that top down just yet. Oh, there go Chris. What's up, Chris? Me and y'all little intervention moment last night. I couldn't hold up. I tried to hang in there.
I think Chris was asking for the link. I forgot.
What's up, Emmanuel Briggs, Shane Lester, Shaz, Asa Price. You know,
He
Black
got
gonna
that
be
caddy
around.
sitting nice too, son.
You ain't never seen it before? He not from there?
I ain't
Oh,
seen him before that.
He got another day before it started raining. Yeah, he about to get all his this is out now. He got to spin them blocks while he got a chance.
yeah, he about to roll back in the garage before that come down.
Yo, G, I saw you put steppers in the chat. I ain't gonna lie, Jalil was wilding last night on the coding. Me and I was working, but I let him lead it and stuff. So he ran through like 3, 4 projects. So I told him today if he pull up, I grab him while I have him do the stepper motor.
Hold on, Chris, I got you.
Early, I heard Wiley and Bon Cherry going at it. Oh
Why
shit!
they was banging? Yo, Bomb Cherry ain't no joke. She was on Wale neck. She like a barracuda. She like she different. She different. She spicy. She on point.
Yeah, Bon Cherry been in the YouTube streets for a minute. She know how this go.
Yeah,
She
yeah.
been in a
She
couple
wasn't
different
letting up.
sections, so she know.
She wasn't letting up. Q. She was on them with like a certain amount of intensity that was like, I guess it seemed like it was shocking a while ago.
Bon Cherry.
Chris, Will, what's the word? What's the word?
What up? What up?
What's going on, everybody on the panel? I just jumped in here to laugh to say that Cadillac was made, the Cadillac that you just seen was made over in Tulsa, Oklahoma. To let y'all know that, I'm just jumping in and add a little humor to the conversation.
Man, you got something in the background, brother.
That ain't me.
Oh, my bad.
I say raggedy, but it ain't that raggedy.
Nah, that's you, man. Yeah, it was.
Nah, I think it might have been Q.
Oh. Oh man, who that calling? Man, everybody on mute now. Just when I pop up.
You popped up on the panel. What you pop up on the panel for? To hear?
No, not for y'all to be on mute.
Go ahead then. While it's slow. Before we end it. It's our bonus time.
Man, y'all just started the stream 5 hours ago.
But I'm saying, Psycho starts at 12 every Saturday. You ain't never missed no Saturday. This year, I don't think.
Yo, I don't know if y'all can hear me. I was pumping gas. The wind was blowing kind of hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, I said I only jumped on here to fuck with Q with that Cadillac. What was that? Wasn't a Fleetwood. That was
DeVille, yeah.
DeVille.
Mm-hmm.
To let them know that motherfucker was made in Tulsa during Black Wall Street. I'm gonna say White Wall Street. During Black Wall Street, according to Wale. Just to let y'all know that.
I remember black people saved the Cadillac business because back in the day they didn't want to sell Cadillacs to black folks.
You said you remember that happening, or you
No,
were reading?
No, I wasn't alive when it happened, but
Yeah, I was about to say you're an old motherfucker, boy. If you remember that shit. Shit, you older than motherfucker Trump saying 300 years old. Yeah, but that's some real shit because that lets you know that, even though we was fucked up, it probably was a blessing we couldn't put our monies in the bank. That the banks wouldn't let us put our money in there. Because when that depression hit, that recession hit, it didn't fuck us up. So that's something to look at.
You mean the fall to the bottom when it's long?
We was already at the bottom. We didn't have to fall. We was already down there. You know what I'm saying? But when you look at the story of the Cadillac, how Cadillac was saved from blacks buying Cadillacs, then you start really pulling the layers off of you. Like, damn, most of us had our money in the house. We didn't have our money in the bank.
So when was that?
Huh?
When did black people save Cadillac?
This was, I wouldn't say this was in the 1920s, in the 20s.
Yeah.
The early 20s.
Yeah, Cadillac was going to go out of business back in the day.
Yeah, Cadillac was on the chopping block for real. And then I want to say it was one of the top executives noticed that a lot of blacks was paying more money to have a white person buy a Cadillac because Cadillac wouldn't even sell a car to a black person.
Mm-hmm.
So they would pay an extra $200 or $300, let's say James Dean, to go buy a Cadillac, sell it to a black guy. That's how a lot of black people started driving Cadillacs. Because I know all my motherfucking uncles had Cadillacs, every last one of them. And didn't know why they had Cadillacs. Now you know why they had them.
Cadillac, good solid car. I like them.
Yeah, that motherfucker that Q just saw, he said that bitch had a 427 and I was driving. I said that bitch is 70s. That's ain't no way no 90s Cadillac. 90s had a North Star in it. They ain't had no motors that big.
Oh, you didn't see it? You didn't see it? He put his camera on when he got behind him.
Yeah, I caught a little bit of it because I was in the middle of some traffic, so I glanced down at it. Wasn't it blue?
Yeah.
Yeah, them cool, but they ain't even the cold ones is them Fleetwoods, them motherfuckers with them big tails on the back.
That's what I thought he was looking at.
Yeah, them bitches gonna have 500 cubic inch motors in them. Them motherfuckers, they ain't gonna have no 400. They gonna have 500s.
Hey, y'all do know a black man that's he designed the Chrysler 300 model. Do y'all know that?
Yeah, I know that. He did a lot for Chrysler.
Yeah.
And I wasn't even a fan of that motherfucker. I thought that motherfucker was ugly to me. Still think it's ugly.
Man, that was the Pitmobile, man.
I ain't gonna lie. He tried to make it look like a
that
Rolls Royce.
Till you pull one of them bitches up next to a Rolls Royce, then you know them motherfuckers don't look nowhere. They don't even resemble each other.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, man.
That motherfucking Rolls Royce like twice the size of that 300.
Chrysler has always been on the bottom of the big three since I've been born in terms of reliability, durability. The only thing they had, I think, a lot of people saying it was an advantage is that they always had the innovative toy features. They had the quartz. They were the first one to come out with the quartz clock.
Mm-hmm.
They were the first ones to come out with a digital speedometer.
Oh, for real? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I think they was the first ones to come out with economy turbocharged motor, which was the Omni. Y'all might not know what that is.
Yeah, look like a box. Yugo. Yeah.
Yeah, but you run up on that bitch, it will run out your motherfucking life.
Remember, you talking about a 4-cylinder now.
I remember back in the day when I got my Monte Carlo SS, I said, I'm about to fuck this motherfucking Omni up. Them white boys ran out my motherfucking. I was sick for days behind that shit.
Yeah.
They run out my motherfucking vision. Like, damn, the fuck was that? Yeah, I mean, Chrysler, Dodge, they always, they like you said, they been at the bottom of the barrel, but every once in a while, they throwing a sucker punch. They fucked a whole lot of motherfuckers up with that Hellcat and the Challenger and all that shit. They did some damage with that because every motherfucking body around this bitch got one of them.
Yeah, that's because Ford and GM took that shit out. I mean, Mustang's still around, but
GM just said fuck it.
Well,
And
no,
Camaro,
GM still had the Camaro. Just
yeah,
you know,
yeah.
the
That's
Camaro.
what I'm saying. They chose to go retro.
Right. Well,
So
they
and
don't have
choosing
a
to go
four.
retro.
Well, Chrysler killed them. They don't have a four door other than the V, which is a Cadillac. They don't have a four door performance car.
Luxury. Oh, Porter
Performance.
Performance. Yeah.
Yeah, luxury performance. Chevy don't have one that I know of that I can think of right now. Only
Shit.
Cadillac.
No.
I can't think of a four door performance car. That's what Chrysler really shot a move at because Chevy don't have one, and Ford only got the Taurus show, and motherfuckers really didn't. They didn't really gravitate to that Taurus like that.
No. That was a security car.
Yeah, but that bitch will wrap your ass on a telephone pole. You run up on that show, that SA show. That bitch wasn't no hoe. Don't get it twisted. I think that bitch was all wheel drive, twin turbo, making like 650 horses. You fuck around and slap that bitch up into a telephone pole if you want to.
Telephone pole.
Yeah, short run.
Yeah, but that's when Chrysler they shot their move with that Hellcat and that Challenger in it. I swear
I
every
take that
motherfucker
back. Yes, SHO. That's a
that's a
base
Ford.
Taurus model. Yeah, Taurus came
Yeah,
out in the late '80s. Yeah, they actually uh, ranked top in sales for a couple of years.
when? What year was in the 80s or
90,
recent?
90, I think it was 91,
Okay.
91, 92, somewhere up in the early
Well,
90s.
yeah, it was super popular then because they had the show in several different models. They had the Taurus show, and then they had the Thunderbird show. A lot of people don't know that. That's when that Thunderbird came in a stick.
Yeah, my dad had the Thunderbird.
Yeah, so
Was
then
that,
over here we saw them a lot at the racetrack and shit. But try to find one now, you a bad motherfucker. People just they look like security guard cars. Ain't nobody buying that. I don't give a fuck how much horsepower it made.
yeah, they tried to go retro for a minute.
Yeah, with the Thunderbird, but they discontinued it. And that bitch, that ugly motherfuckers, them white folks, they bought them bitches up,
I
and
know, right?
they
There's a
they
couple
still
riding
hold
around here, yeah.
they still hold their value. If you know somebody got one, I mean, I'm not interested in buying one. They still kind of the last model kind of holding his own.
Yeah, only because that's what it is, the last.
Yeah, you ain't gonna get no $1 million for that bitch, but
Nope.
you probably break even with it
Yeah, at best. And that's in uh,
in pristine
better than
condition.
fair. That's what I'm
Fuck
saying. Damn near
that bitch.
no smoking. Yeah,
Right. Seats better
no
be still
fucking.
looking, still smelling brand new almost. All that
Damn
shit.
near. Yeah,
And it better be a convertible, the hardtop convertible.
that's what I'm saying.
Ford ain't really working on nothing, but they do got some badass Mustangs out now. Don't get it twisted.
Man, I can't get with that goddamn
Man, you
all
better stop
electric.
playing. This bitch ain't no electric. This bitch got a Coyote, got the biggest Coyote motor they make in it.
Oh, you talking about that model? Oh, okay, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
they got three of them that drop.
I'm not seeing durability and reliability. I see a lot of them in the shop, yo. Still with
Yeah,
the temporary tags on them.
yeah, with them, they got a base model that's a piece of shit,
Yeah,
and then they got a mid grade model that's got a V8 in it. But then you
yeah,
get into the big Coyote motors, which are called the Dark Horse.
yeah,
They above the GT. The GTs them always break. But when you get
yeah,
into the more exotic ones like the Dark Horse and the
yeah,
Dark Coyote, and then they got another one called the 350 DMT or some shit with a big ass wing on the back. That bitch cost them to $700,000.
yeah. I seen that shit.
But them bitches get on the highway. I don't give a fuck what car you in. All that shit, Kiwi on that European shit. That motherfucker Mustang will run a motherfucker away from your ass on that highway.
Mm-hmm. I'm saying there are plenty of other models that you can not pay as much to get the same performance.
Yeah, you're gonna have to build it up. But Mustang they got some Ford got a couple Mustangs. They cost a lot of motherfucking money. They got one cost $250,000. You don't even get a title with that bitch.
I know. I've never been a Mustang guy.
Me neither. But for 250 bands, you just get a car that you can only race at the track. It don't come with no title. It don't come with no. It's called a Copo Mustang.
Oh, okay. Chaz, I never owned a Chrysler Dodge product ever. I've never been attracted to them.
Man, I like them smart cars, man. Most reliable car in the world.
You out your motherfucking mind.
He said reliable.
Out your goddamn mind. You ain't riding around with a motherfucking chargeable battery pack in your trunk to charge that bitch if the battery go dead, is you?
Man, that shit goes 0 to 100 in 1 second.
And then you ain't got no battery left.
And how many times can you do that?
Man, you can do it
Twice.
a million times, man.
You a motherfucking lie. You can do that shit twice. The first time you lose 25% if you at the drag strip. The second time that bitch down to 50%. Who the fuck you think you talking to?
You ain't never drove one, Chris?
Yeah, I drove one at the auction. I was like, man, who the fuck made this?
No, I'm talking about on the street, man. Not no fucking parking lot shit.
No, I never drove one on the street.
Oh, okay.
Gasoline car beat the shit out that goddamn electric car over and over and over again.
Yeah, you need to see if you can get one for a weekend or something like that to get the feel of it. That's why I talk shit about Teslas and shit.
Man, them bitches burn up. Man, them Teslas ain't shit. Them bitches burn up. The doors lock motherfuckers in.
Y'all like Teslas?
The fuck no, I don't fuck with. Definitely right now, I don't like them motherfuckers. And then my nephew, he got one. We had an ice storm. He couldn't get in his motherfucking car.
Oh yeah.
At least with a gas car, you auto start that bitch, the whole interior warm up with a door unlocked. His motherfucking car wasn't unlocked. He couldn't even get in the bitch. And on his phone, it says 80 degrees inside the car.
God dang.
Because the door locks on the outside was frozen. Fuck them goddamn cars.
Man, I want the Tesla truck just because it's bulletproof.
That bitch is not. Who told you it was bulletproof?
I thought it was. That's what they said.
Fuck no, that bitch ain't bulletproof.
So that was a lie the whole time?
Did you look at the video? A small caliber bullet, a 9mm going through it. It ain't going through the whole car, but anything past that bitch going up in there. 40 cal coming up in there. And you know he ain't shoot the window. Who shooting the door? A motherfucker trying to get at your ass. He ain't shooting no motherfucking door.
Dang, because I seen videos.
Man, that shit was bullshit. He ain't shoot the window. Motherfucker trying to get at you. What they gonna do? Shoot the door of the car up? Fuck no, they shooting the windows. They shooting everything they can see your ass at.
Well, shoot, man, they didn't make that whole motherfucker bulletproof then.
Man, listen. Then that bitch gonna be heavy like the president's car.
Yep.
And then that motherfucker, when you charge that bitch up and go to the gas station, you at 10% now because that bitch weigh 7 million pounds.
You're right about that.
That's how they make shit bulletproof. They had to make that shit super thick. You ever been inside the president's car?
No, I never did, but I know that motherfucker heavy.
You don't even want to try to open the door on that bitch. The door weigh like 1,500 pounds. You gotta pull that bitch open.
Hey, did you see the nigger robot on Eddie Griffith's Nigger Network News on YouTube?
Nah, I don't watch stuff like that.
The last one he put out, yeah, okay, well, there you go. The last one he put out, he showed the robot on it just before he went off, so the last 5 or 10 minutes.
Did you find that car dealership, that car manufacturing plant in Tulsa?
You talking to me?
What are you saying now?
I'm fucking with Wale.
No, he
Oh
he
yeah,
came back.
I said the wrong place, man.
But you know you lied about that, right?
I didn't lie. I was just mistaken. I didn't intentionally
No,
mislead
Wale. I
someone.
heard you clearly when he asked
Okay, well,
you
I'm done, man.
what company was producing something to export out of Tulsa. You said, what did you say? The Patterson car. That was your exact words. I was driving like, boy, he about to get his ass towed up with this one, because there was no truth to that.
No, he came back later.
He just smeared shit all over the room. That don't mean he cleaned it up.
Nah, but I never been a Dodge truck admirer as well in terms of reliability. Yeah, it costs cheaper, but by the time I get through getting paid for a big job, I don't want to spend my rewards for my job on maintenance that early.
I
So
don't know if that's 100% true. Dodge they Ram 3500. I got one. I paid 125,000 for it, and that bitch out towing the Ford and the Chevy.
what do you mean out towing?
Out towing. Before I have to put my truck in tow mode, I can pull it to about almost 30,000 pounds. So you get what I'm saying? Where most Fords and Chevys at about 12,000 pounds, you got to put it in tow mode that you'll burn the transmission up in it.
All right, I get
So it
for
has its benefits.
towing and trailer capacity. But yeah, I would like to put your maintenance against a same model year Ford or Chevy. How fast do you have to run back? Are you getting things replaced? Are you going back to the gas station before the Ford? You know what I'm saying?
They
Across the
all
board.
average. They all average around the same amount of miles based
Yeah.
on the fuel tank. On the mine had a 33 gallon. Most Fords
Yeah.
got a 45 gallon. Most Fords
Yeah.
and Chevys have a 45 gallon tank on them.
Yeah.
But as far as maintenance, I don't think I
Yeah.
had my first issue with my truck. I think I had like almost 400,000 miles on it, and
That's pretty good.
and one of the pulleys for my air conditioner had broke in Quebec, had seized up. That was the only real issue I had with it. So other than that, I just basically put oil in it, oil and gas and DEF. You got to put that DEF in them, not for American cars though. DOT catch your motherfucking ass, a $10,000 ticket.
You talking about a pickup truck?
Yeah, all diesels you got to put this stuff in it called DEF. You got to have regular diesel, and then you got to put DEF in it, and it's called diesel exhaust fluid. That's what DEF stands for. It keep all that black soot from blowing out everywhere because people was complaining about it.
I drive trucks. I didn't know they had to sit in passenger cars though.
Not in passenger cars, no, but in not in the passenger car, but in a pickup truck. Hell yeah, DOT pulled me over one day. Check, they stuck a stick down in my DEF shit. Make sure it was working.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
I had the DOT stick the rod down. I was in going across Erie, Pennsylvania.
Yeah,
Got the
DOT
damn.
catch your ass. You get one of them assholes, they gonna check.
Yeah. He pulled
They know
over
you
the
can
guy behind me
bypass,
though. Yeah.
bro.
So why won't they just put DEF in the diesel gasoline when you go pay for it?
Wait, what is diesel gasoline?
You know when you go to the gas station where it says diesel, the diesel pump?
Yeah, you got a DEF pump right next to the diesel pump.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, when you go to the
But
truck
not.
stop, you gotta. Well, you probably don't go to the truck stop. Not at a
Yeah,
regular gas
they
station,
don't.
no.
Yeah. I don't think it's none at the passenger car gas station.
Nah, ain't none at the regular
that's what I was
gas
talking
station.
about,
You
the
gotta
passenger.
buy it. Yeah, my bad. I misunderstood your question.
Death. Man, it's spring break time, man. Gas prices done shot up. I said, fuck. And now all these little punks gonna be driving at night, blocking up the road. I hate them.
You think you the only one supposed to be out at night?
Hell yeah, man. These my roads. These my streets.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I just hate traffic there. That junk is annoying.
Why you didn't move to the country? Like down there in Macon somewhere.
Man, I don't like that. I never like making like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe if I get old, but you know, I like Gwinnett because probably because I've been living here most of my life.
Yeah.
Hey Dev, I wanted to ask you about that music thing. Did you where you were like down south that thing? You did the Chambers Brothers or the Neville Brothers or that what's that other group name? There's another group of dudes down that way singing that kind of music. You know what I'm talking about? You know the Chambers Brothers?
Yeah.
Yeah. Was that popular down there at all? Wherever you were, I'm saying down there. I mean, before you went to Ohio and Chicago and stuff.
No, I was in BB King country.
Oh, okay. The blues. I never liked the blues. I just say that right off. I have never. I like some of the licks, but it'd be too bluesy, man. I'd be like, I can't do all that. It's too blues. But hey, thank you though. I was just wondering if y'all got into that kind of music.
Man, sure. Me personally, I like all kinds of genres of music.
No, I don't like heavy metal and electronic.
Well, yeah. I don't like that that heavy metal where they be like screaming, yelling, and doing that monster voice. Yeah, I can't stand
Wait
that.
a minute, you didn't like Led Zeppelin, man? I thought everybody liked Led Zeppelin.
That's not heavy metal.
Oh, it's not. What is that? Rock and roll?
Kind of classic rock or something. I would say classic rock.
Oh, okay.
But I do like the instruments that they be playing. I just don't like the lyrics.
Yeah, I think that's what Cycle doing, George Foreman.
Yeah, I see that all on my news feed on George Foreman them passed. I seen that yesterday. Did he die of just regular old age? Do y'all know?
I actually didn't. I didn't click the link.
Yeah. Man, life is short, man. A lot of people. I mean, that everybody's gonna die one day, but this is like, dang, it's just back to back all the time now.
Yeah, we just had Roberta Flack and Angie Stone.
Yeah.
Now we got somebody saying she went in the van. They sent her to Cuba. all types of Tupac is still alive crap.
Man, people still believe Tupac alive. Oh man, they need to give that a rest.
And they did the same thing to Elvis Presley.
Yeah, they did. Hey, did you see the JFK files that got released?
I didn't look at them.
Man, 80,000 pages, bro.
Did you look at them?
Yeah, I looked at it,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm like, bro, I'm not reading all this.
They handwritten notes or they type with the typewriter?
I just got on the PDF. So, you know, there's a lot of stuff, so I didn't see any handwritten stuff yet.
Oh, okay.
The only thing I remember, because I was just skimming through it, one of those government agencies, what they were doing, they're putting like invisible paint or visible ink on like telephone pole locations, and I thought that was interesting. And the dude that gets the blame for shooting Kennedy, like Russia was looking at him as well. It's like that dude was like a James Bond agent. So I just want to know who killed him. And
that'll make you sleep better.
Nah, it'll just be mystery solved.
Oh,
yeah. So I guess I'm assuming that
You think it was one person?
I'm assuming that right now, yeah.
Yeah.
So, but maybe somebody read all the pages, they'll find out something.
It's on the same download era, the Martin Luther King. They got the name of the hotels he was with when they send them prostitutes up to his room. Oh, okay. I'll get it. I'm gonna do it on this device, though. Trying to keep my devices separate.
Hey, that'll be a good show y'all do one day. The JFK files.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that'll be a good show, man. Last for about 2 months.
You think people gonna be talking about JFK for 2 months?
On this channel? Hell yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Remember what happened with the FBA stuff? Hell yeah, that shit, man. That shit was popping for a long time. So,
well, y'all download them files and see what's out that we didn't know or either rarely or never talked about. Maybe we do something on either or.
Yeah, I think Taz will get into it. I think Taz like that type of stuff.
Yeah, I knew about the white women. I don't know if it was a league, but there were all white women baseball team in the early 20th century. I didn't know about the all black women baseball team. I knew about because we have all white women softball memorial where I'm at. I think it's a park named after them.
Are they good?
No, they were. This was back during World War II. Yeah, so in terms of their performance, I don't think anybody would try to judge it and compare it to anything other than another woman's team. I think they were probably maybe 2 or 3 other teams in the whole 3 or 4 state region. One like it was a lot of them.
Hey, you know what I just heard? Y'all probably talked about that on the panel before. Social Security offices around the U.S. Trump been closing them.
What's the number? How many?
Let's give about like 30%.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't agree with that one right there. So I haven't read any reason on why they decide to do that.
I thought he said it would save money.
Oh yeah, you definitely gonna save money, but if that's it. You know that I don't think that's a big enough reason. That's something I wouldn't do if I was a president. So, because you know, if you elderly, you know what I'm saying, like you call the Social Security office, you're gonna be waiting on hold forever. You know, older people, they ain't trying to go online and try to figure shit out. You know, they need a person, and then now you can't, you know, go to Social Security office. You might have to drive a long ass distance, go to your nearest one now. Yeah, I don't think that was just a good idea.
Yeah, I think they gotta go in and show their ID.
I thought you always had to do that.
Now, COVID, they was letting them turn their cam on or take a picture and send it in.
Yeah, I have no problem with them showing the ID and stuff. You know, you gotta verify who the fuck you are. Definitely have no problem with that. So, but I think if I'm not mistaken, a judge blocked Doge from you know, like doing their little Social Security, you know, spending habits. I wanted to see what Doge is going to find out because I know there's some fuck shit going on in Social Security. But oh well. And I'm waiting to see what they're gonna pull up with on the Pentagon.
Yeah, they deleted military records from Jackie Robinson.
Yeah, I think that
Colin
was
Powell.
I think that was a fringe employee that did it. I know they're blaming Trump and them, but I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. I strongly doubt Trump and them was behind it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I don't believe that. Because it's like it only happened to a black person, and you know I can look up my dad's mom and my brother's military service because you know it's
It was other black
it was
they
other
did
black.
yeah, they did Colin Powell, Lord Austin,
God
and
damn.
a lot of names that we don't know that's not popular.
Yeah.
You still don't think it was Doge?
No, I don't think it was them.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. You know, it's just a way to promote the racist narrative. If you believe he's racist or not, that's your decision. But I don't think he did it.
You don't think Trump racist?
No.
Nah.
No, I don't think he's racist, in my personal opinion. And I'm just going by, you know, his actual black friends.
Oh, he got black friends. That mean he not racist.
I find it hard to believe he is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even though he wouldn't let black people apply for residence in his buildings.
See, I thought that was about he didn't want Section 8. He didn't want to rent out the Section 8.
Guaranteed. He didn't want guaranteed money.
I guess he wanted to keep a certain bottom line, but I'm not educated on the actual court case, so I really don't know anything about it. But
so when he blamed the Central Park 5 for doing that after taking the page out and going public, you still don't think that was racist?
No.
Oh.
And I'm going by, you know, when it happened,
mm-hmm.
You know, a lot of people thought that they did it. Should Trump apologize? You know, I think apology, you know, will be good, but it ain't gonna do nothing. But him taking out an ad and people blaming him for the ad instead of the prosecutor and the cops that were involved. I think they deserve more to blame than just an ad.
Dave, I wasn't coming back on here, but I'm coming back on here. Fuck that.
I'm just going down the list. You know.
So you say you don't think Trump's a racist? How'd you come up with that?
Because he got non-white friends. I'm just going by their word.
The black friends argument.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, so the friends is hanging around him for what?
I don't know.
Give me a black friend that you can identify as his actual friend, not somebody that worked for him or
Mike
taking
Tyson.
a fucking picture. He took a picture with Mike Tyson. Come on.
No, I mean Mike Tyson.
No. No. Let me clarify.
That's his friend.
Let me clarify.
One of Mike Tyson.
No. Listen. Let me clarify a friend. What is a friend to you? If this is hard, that means you ain't got a whole lot of people in your circle.
I'll define a friend as a close loved one, a non-relative close loved one.
No. They don't. That don't count. I'm talking about a friend, not a family member.
No, yeah, I said non-relative.
Yeah.
Close loved one. Yeah.
Okay.
He loved Mike Tyson.
Right. So give me a friend other than a celebrity that you can say is Trump's friend is of color.
Other than a celebrity, I can't.
They get hard right there, don't it?
Yeah, I said I can't.
Right. And racism is most likely taught in the household, right?
I don't know, but I think it's a big part of it.
Yeah, it's a huge part of it. And Trump's dad was caught at what rally?
It was called at a Klan rally.
Okay. So you think people that was anti Ku Klux Klan was just hanging out at a Klan rally, just hanging out with him?
I mean, if you blame Trump's dad,
I'm asking you a question though. You want to answer it? You gonna answer it?
What's the question?
Do you think anti Ku Klux Klan people hung out at Klan rallies, especially back then?
No, I believe Klan members or people who had that mentality hung out there.
Thank you. So, if his dad hung out with him, and Trump respects and honors his dad, wouldn't you? Does the apple fall that far from the tree?
Sometimes.
In what cases? Show me one.
I mean, like for example, for my life, my dad's a super Christian, and I don't agree with,
That's religion. Everybody got a choice of religion, though.
Yeah, but I'm far from that.
Okay, my mother was bona fide. My mother to this day a bona fide Baptist. I don't go to church unless somebody done died.
Yeah, but you asked me a specific question. Is the apple far from the tree? And I was like, I'm giving you my personal experience.
Yeah, but we not. Yeah. I'm trying to stay away from a personal conversation versus a factual conversation.
I mean, ain't my personal experience factual?
Well, to you, it is. It could be subjective to me.
But it's a fact of my life.
Yeah, but I don't know if you're telling the truth or not.
I guess you gotta take my word for it.
Right. But we can deal with the facts.
There's no way I can prove my life unless you've been there.
But we can. Okay, so let me ask you this, because I just recently I saw this video a long time ago, but I just recently ran across my timeline again. There's a video where Trump was saying that an educated black man had a better chance in America than an educated white man. At what time period was that ever possible?
I didn't hear that video, and I'm not, I don't know history like that. So
this is a video probably about 20 years old.
Yeah, if you want to pull up the video, I'll check it out. But I never heard about that. And then, like I said, I don't know history like that. So I'm going to say no, that never happened. But okay, I'm not educated on history like that, so I can't really give you an informed viewpoint.
Or you're not educated on Trump's history like that.
Okay.
That's what we're saying. You don't know a whole lot about Donald Trump, right?
I mean, bro, I can't comment on his personal life, bro.
No, so I get you with that, but my question is, from the actions that he's taking, you don't see no racism in there.
Which action are you talking about? Is there a specific one? And I'll give you my opinion on it.
Well, I mean, I give you one that everybody should know something about. Is his view on the Central Park 5.
And I just explained it. Like, there's people who believe that he did it. Those kids did it. And then I was like, yeah, apology would be good, but it might not do anything. And then I said that, there's a lot of smoke for him instead of the prosecutor and the judge and the cops.
Well, the prosecutor and the judge didn't go to the New York Times, or was it either the New York Times or the Wall Street Journal, and put out a whole page against them boys. Correct. Hold on, let me finish. Even showing the overwhelming evidence that they were not guilty. They didn't do that. He did that.
So are you talking about when he put the ad or now?
No, when he put the ad out, you can actually go back and look at the case and compare the times, and it was overwhelming evidence that there was an issue with that case. They even had the man that did it already in custody that day.
Yeah.
Hey. New York NYPD was on some bullshit, but Donald Trump jumped on the bullshit.
Yeah, and so that's why I said apology. But I'm not blaming him for, what happened. I put the blame on the prosecutor, the judge, and the cops.
Okay. But what about how he quick to come to a conclusion because there's black men involved? How about that part? Because those are the acts of people with racial issues. Normal people that don't jump to conclusions don't do that.
So you don't think when the Central Park thing happened, people were jumping to conclusions? You think he was the only one that jumped?
We're not speaking about everyone else. We're speaking about Donald Trump.
That's a choice that
let's keep it isolated to him. I didn't even, to be honest with you, in Detroit, we didn't even hear about Central Park.
Belief. Like I can't, excuse his belief or nothing like that. Like that's something that he did.
Yeah, but my question to you is, why would he automatically assume that these black boys raped this white woman?
The media, probably.
The media? He has enough money and enough resources to find out if it's true or not.
He probably believed the media. Like, I don't know what was going on through his thought process.
Yeah, I can pretty much put it together. He figured them motherfucking black guys raped that white woman. He defending that white ass cheeks.
Like, I strongly believe that he believed that, and his belief was wrong.
And he defended some white ass cheeks that he don't even support. He don't support American women. All his wives are immigrants.
He was wrong in his beliefs. Like, there's nothing I can say about it. Motherfucker was wrong. And
So
that's why I said, you know, he can apologize, but I don't think it will do anything.
it won't change his
Yeah,
image
but
in the black community.
I still will put, me personally, I will still put more smoke on the prosecutor, the cops, and the judge.
So what's your definition of a racist? Since you say you don't think he's a racist, what's your definition of a racist?
I'm just going by the actual definition of racist or racism.
Okay, what is it?
All right, without reading it, racist is a hatred towards another. Damn, I'm using the word race. What, a hatred towards another ethnic group?
Yeah, I don't think that's the definition of a racist. I think that's the definition of a bigot or someone of prejudice. Definition of a racist is a person that controls education, resources based on their race to control for the benefit of their race. That's a racist.
All right, let's see what it says.
That's what I'm known it to the definition.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not disagreeing with you.
So if that's the case, give me a law that Donald Trump is trying to put into place to benefit anybody else but white people.
I don't think he can. I don't think he could put in a law because he's not in Congress. He signs the law.
Okay, even mention a law. Even mention a law to benefit black people or minorities.
I mean, you know what the Supreme Court said, you know, like, you really can't do shit to benefit one person. I mean, to benefit a specific group of people.
Okay.
So it's hard for me to say something like that because somebody's gonna be like, this is unconstitutional, and they got to fight in the Supreme Court.
Can you give me a conversation that he's had where he's even admitted that black people was done wrong under these laws and something needs to be done about it? Just like, I just go for a conversation. I'm cool with that.
I don't know any specific conversations. Probably the closest one that he probably had when he signed the First Step Act.
The First
That might
Step,
be the closest one, but I don't know. I don't know the conversation.
okay. And the First Step Act was the Prison Act, right?
Correct. To get people out of prison or reduce their sentencing.
Okay.
And it wasn't only for black people.
Okay. And that was based off the woman that wasn't that woman that got caught. We had this conversation on here before. Me and Tez. And I mean, I don't see that being I feel like that wasn't even a his move. He just piggybacked off some shit. He didn't care that, you know, black people were incarcerated, you know, wrong at a high rate. He don't care about that. He could give a fuck about that. And we already had thousands of different organizations working on that before he even did that. He just piggybacked off some bullshit.
I mean,
to win the black vote.
That was like every presidency, like, there'd be stuff set in place, and then when they switch presidents, you know, the president signs that bill into law and they get the credit for it. Doesn't that happen all the time?
I mean, in his case, he don't know anything about bills and laws. He's just a regular guy with a wig on that pushes popularity into the White House. Now, I get other presidents that's been politicians and lawyers, I give them more credit than him because they could have actually been a part of those bills before they came into office. In his case, no.
But I got the Merriam-Webster definition of a racist.
What year?
And they use the word racism in their definition, which is
what year is that? What year is that book?
This is an online one. If you want me to pull up my dictionary, I actually got a physical dictionary. I can read that one, and mine's in 1995.
No, I mean, that's cool. Anyone you look up, it's cool. You know, we'll roll with the current definition because it, you know, as they update definitions, they got to update it to the era of the people that's using those terms.
Yeah, words are fluid. You know, they change over time or get added to it. But what it says right here of relating to or characterized by racism, such as having, reflecting, or fostering the belief that race, see race one entry. Let me click this. All right, that's just talking about race. All right, let me go
Did you
back.
look up racism or racist?
I put racist. I can share my screen if you want to see what I'm looking at. I just clicked on the link that says see race entry 1 since 1A. I just clicked on that, and that's just talking about race. So okay. I just wanted to see what it's talking about. But yeah,
we'll roll with that one for right now.
So what I was talking while you were talking. Repeat that.
No, I said we'll roll with that one for right now. That's we'll roll with that definition.
So it says having, relating, or fostering the belief that race is a fundamental determinant of human traits and capacities, and that racial differences produce an inherent superiority of a particular race, racist speech, racist views, a racist person. Over the last 3 years, this is non-highlighted words. Is just talking about something else. B, the second part of the definition of relating to or characterized by systematic oppression of a racial group to the social, economic, and political advantage of another. And it's talking about racist laws, policies, a racist society. And then it talks about the history and dictionary meaning of racism and racist usage guide. Racism and racist appear to be words of recent origin with no citations currently known. I don't think that's really important. Here's the racist noun: a person who is racist, someone who holds the belief that race is a fundamental determinant. I just repeated that definition.
No, it's all good. We ain't got to spend an hour on the definition.
Yeah, the racist that I'm familiar with is a hatred, but I didn't say anything about hatred for that specific source.
Yeah, so I'll say this: Donald Trump is definitely number one with being a bigot, a prejudice, the ideal definition of a racist, hands down. Nobody can show me anything that he put in place that can slightly benefit anybody else but his constituents. His first term, he said, how much money did he say he was going to give the black community his first term? That was just to get us to vote for him. But how much money did he say he was going to get the black community? Now you should know this.
I don't know. I don't know a figure.
Oh my goodness. So in his first campaign, two things he said. He said he was going to fund his own campaign. He didn't do that. Then he said he said he was going to 100% fund his own campaign. He didn't do none of that.
That part's a lie, but he did a little.
He flat out lied. Then he said he was going to get a black community $500 billion. Now I don't know where you was at, but everybody that I know saw that and heard that.
Yeah, I didn't. Well, when Trump's first presidency, like I thought, I didn't vote for him, so I didn't vote for him the first term. That really didn't give a damn.
But you voted for him the second term, huh?
Correct. And the third time.
The third time?
Yeah, he ran again.
Oh, you mean when
yeah, because he got Biden beat him. That's the first time I voted for him.
I mean, Kamala beat his ass too. He lost on the popular vote with her too.
No, he won the electoral college and the popular vote with Kamala.
I might have to look that up. Maybe I read it wrong. But regardless, he's the president. So for a man to tell you, because if you voted for him, didn't vote for him the first time, and you ignored all the false promises that he made from his first run, and then you turn around and voted for him again the second run and the third run, what was the point of that?
I mean, because I'm not ignorant to the fact that, all politicians give false promises.
But he's not a politician.
Well, all people who run for office give false promises.
Oh.
That's just a inherent fact that happens. Because one, they really can't do all that shit without Congress. And then some of their ideas that they're trying to do, it might be unconstitutional. So when they get in that office, real life hits them like, damn, I can't do this shit. And they just pander to get votes. So if it's kind of, unwise to believe everything that they say. And that goes for everybody.
Okay. So then you should never vote again, knowing that.
I mean, it's my right to vote. I vote for whoever I want to.
Right. I'm just saying, but based on
that
what
goes
you
for
just...
everybody. Like if I believe what everybody's going to say is going to happen, then I shouldn't be voting, period. Because that's just being ignorant. Because it's not going to happen. And you know that.
Listen, I'm just going by what you said.
What did I say?
You said all politicians and people in office lie to people.
They do.
Okay. And I pointed out that the man has lied multiple times, but you still voted for him. So that means you support the bullshit.
No. I don't support the lie. Like I can't stop a motherfucker from lying.
Okay. But you can definitely hear the lie, process the lie, and make sure you don't put that person in power knowing he's a liar.
Then I shouldn't be voting, period, because they all lied. Then nobody should be voting. Then
that's what I said, especially to you.
Then the same thing goes for you too. Then you gotta put yourself in that too, unless you don't vote, period.
Listen, I didn't vote for that motherfucker because I know he was a liar before he even said he was running for president. We already knew this.
Okay. So was there anybody running who wasn't a liar?
I vote for Mickey Mouse before I vote for him.
Hey, that's your right to do that.
I know I got a better chance at getting to Disneyland.
I'm not gonna fight you on who you voted for, man. Like that's your right.
I just the thing that fucks me is the writing is on the wall in bold letters for our community. And the few that tend to ignore it, I have to ask them, why are you ignoring it?
What writing are you talking about?
I mean, okay, so let's take race out of it. Let's take that out of it.
Mm-hmm.
His first term in office. Mm-hmm. How did our country do when he left office? What was our country's status when he left office?
What do you mean?
What was our country? What was the status of our country? What was our situation? Was food cheaper? Was the cost of living cheaper? Were we in a better state financially?
I mean,
when Donald Trump left office.
I mean, when he left office, we were going through the pandemic.
Okay, I'm asking you, was we in a better state? Yes or no?
I mean, bro, it's a pandemic, bro. You blaming him for that?
Hello.
Yeah, I said we're in a pandemic. You blaming him for that?
Can you hear as well? Hold on, Chris. His mic went out.
I can hear you.
Yeah,
you can hear Chris though.
Nope. I think Trump might have cut him off.
We talking now.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Chris. Now
his connection probably off.
My StreamYard just rebooted.
Yeah, I don't hear him at all.
Yeah, I hear.
Yeah,
I hear
he's talking. Yeah, he never stopped talking.
Well, Dev,
well, let me log out. Let me hit the link again, and that'll put me back in. I don't know.
Yeah, just refresh.
All
yeah.
right. All right.
What you was gonna say?
No, I was just gonna say this. I guess he just got relayed a message to him. I was just gonna say this. Repeat this, Dev. I'll wait till he get back.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why the other guy didn't say nothing or open his mic. He got a camera, so he just wanted to get up on the panel. What's up, Miss Chocolate?
Yeah, the Trump thing, man. That's a sensitive topic. I'm not calling him sensitive or nothing like that, but it's I should say catchy topic then.
Yeah, I tried to avoid Trump topic. This was all week.
Yeah, Trump's always gonna be a popular topic, even when he get out of office. He's still gonna be popular.
In 2019. Yeah, funeral director always been job security. At least funeral homes in general. Yeah, he might be in a rural area. I don't know if he was on his phone or not.
Somebody hit the private chat.
Integrationalist? Is that somebody that's black that's, I don't know. I don't want to speculate on that.
Is he coming back?
It's Saturday, man. It's Saturday mid-afternoon. Being on YouTube on a panel is low priority right now. Very low.
Yeah, I'm gonna hit the gym at 6. Then I'll go hang out. Yeah.
Still got the same partner?
Yeah, Jazz is still my girlfriend.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I like her, man. Hey, man, might get married in a few years. You never know.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Then I can make some babies, man.
Yeah, good. I'm against about almost everything that is being done.
All right, Gold says, well, he's talking to Dev. He says, Dev, how you feel about what Trump is doing with Department of Education?
Yeah, we could. It's almost like desert type weather uh, with short sleeves and sunny weather in the day, but at night it's like freezing. We've got about another week here so far. I think Wale is done for the day. One love, you missed it earlier. What's integrated guns?
What he called for me?
One love in the chat.
Oh, I didn't see anything relative. Oh, I didn't see anything relative to me, so I didn't bother.
Yeah.
You said something about I was gone, so I heard you say something relative to me. That's why I even sparked up. Meanwhile, I was kind of listening to y'all chat.
Yeah, I want to finish the conversation.
Yeah, that's what it is actually. We're doing waiting. We was waiting on somebody that got connection problems to come back, but we're not gonna wait forever. So we're already 4 hours over.
Right.
We normally be.
Identity said, a word of advice: don't get married before you discuss having babies. Yeah, we talked about that.
You had a blood test?
Yes. We talked about a lot of things. She knows how I feel. Like I won't get her pregnant without being at least engaged. Planning like make sure we had the money, to take care of the child or children. Where we're gonna live at. Make sure that our foundation is right. What happens if we get on hard times? Do we have a backup plan? Then like, are we compatible? Like, do you have any like this family history, like diseases and stuff like that? So
All right, so let me respond to Meta Judah's comment. You gotta mute up while the background.
Oh, okay. I left it open.
So you say niggas sit on a pro-black channel and defend public education, right? So after education, where are they going to participate in society? Are they going to be in all black communities, or are they going to operate primarily in the public sector? And even Q himself in this institution has programs setting them up for college enrollment. So in college enrollment, public education, that don't count? Or y'all talking about just K through 12? Yeah, if I live in a town that's minority black, how am I expected to have black only education? I don't give a fuck if the education department is fucked up. Closing it is not going to resolve the issue. I'm still trying to see where destroying or shutting down a business that's has some criticism resolves the issue.
Yeah, that don't have anything to do with Department of Education, though, man. I'm trying to argue against another point. I'm saying closing the department or uh, shutting off funding to the Department of Education is stupid. That's one of the most dumbest actions that any public officer can execute if their objective is to resolve education, which is not, or alleviate financial strain, which is also not. It's not saving money and it's not fixing the education issue in America. So which dumb point do you want to argue? Take your pick. Oh, okay, here you go. I knew that argument was coming up. So school choice is a buzzword that was created once again by some white people to give them an option of having uh, biasly funded institutions that mostly benefited white people and not black people. Where in the United States or Texas, since that seems to be on the agenda in Texas, where school choice is set up to benefit black people? Do school choice represent black people having a choice of education, or does school choice benefit mostly white people that already have the the zone district uh, placement to where the only choices you have are places that benefit mostly white people? There is no agenda from what I've seen in the school choice argument that allows students to have a choice of going to a black-owned institution or an institution that's ran by black people. That's not school choice. That's called civil choice. You want to enroll on an online school, that doesn't have anything to do with school choice. So that's not an argument. Yeah, yeah. I know about what's going on in different areas and communities. That's not what the political school choice argument is. I'm just responding to what you type. You can't back up your argument. You shouldn't have made the response. And like I said, you still have to have some sort of funding source if you want to have the option of going to an institution and what you choose. So once again, how does eliminating the Department of Education resolve that issue? You don't have that.
School choice. I know Georgia passed a little school choice thing, and it's not really school choice. That's just like a front. Because when it's like a scholarship slash voucher program, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, you're right, Chris.
Yeah.
Yeah, he may not live in the area where that is actually implemented. So I don't know. That's why he don't understand what it is. He just typing.
Yeah, I'm disappointed for Georgia's one. Like the way they're promoting that shit. I was like, man, shit ain't really doing that, but I guess it can help some people.
Yeah, it helps some people. The people that actually promote it up that's not black.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, Meta might not even be talking about the policy of school choice. He's just saying the word. Like people don't have a choice of sending their kids to public or private school right now. But like I said, my response was into the defense of closing the Department of Education. I didn't say anything about choosing which school to send your kids to.
Yeah, no, I agree. Like, closing the Department of Education is not going to do nothing. And then I really don't think he can like really shut it down because didn't Congress create the Department of Education?
That's what I was waiting on somebody in the chat to say, versus trying to fight me over semantic words.
Oh.
But since people don't know how government actually works from top to bottom, I just left it alone. Cause I don't need to go back to it. I was taught most of this in public school.
Yeah. Yeah. So I wonder what's going to happen. Like, I don't know. Just gotta wait and see. And I heard y'all other day, talking about the proficiency and reading and math, how that shit's so damn low. I have no idea how to fix that. I guess it starts at home. Well, I mean everything starts at home. But I guess parents just gotta set some time, to make sure that their children are proficient in math and reading.
Yeah, well, I guess we'll not able to regain this connection. And I don't want to turn this into no. Let me post up my discontent with talking bad about Donald Trump on a pro-black channel. I want to defend Department of Education. So he might stretch it out throughout the night or whatever.
Yeah.
Probably
But I'm still big on that Social Security one, man. I really don't like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then I heard some talks about privatizing Social Security. I don't like that either. Now, if you have the choice, like if you want to privatize your own Social Security account, yeah, I don't care. But for just government just to do it flat out, no, I don't agree with that.
You want to answer that?
Who, me?
Can you see that?
It says, please tell me one negative effect of shutting down the federal Department of Education will have on local school systems. Go, you and Chris. One negative effect. The only thing that I can see is because it's gonna go to the states, and the states, in my opinion, they're gonna prioritize, schools that are doing good, and failing schools, they might just say fuck it. So there might not be a lot of funding going to failing schools. That's the only way that I can see it. So that might be a negative effect. Well, yeah, it is a negative effect if that does happen. Better said, what are the states doing now? Man, I guess the states ain't doing shit if you got a lot of people that are not proficient in reading and math. But I don't know what government can do to resolve that, because if this been happening for years, it's like there's a problem beyond government. Are they hiring sorry teachers? Are parents not being involved in their children's education? Like, I think those problems have to be addressed. Is there a shortage in teachers in certain areas? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, there is. But I don't think government can solve that problem, man. If government knew how to solve the problem, logic would dictate that they would have been solved it. But I don't know. Camille says, you care about senior citizens in this one specific situation only. No, that's not true. I don't know why Camille said that, but whatever.
Nah, it's just the niggas you hang around, truth, that don't care about their kids. Y'all kill me trying to put all this goddamn 1% into making it seem like that's most people, most black folks.
Meta, that was the best answer I had, man. Shit, I don't freaking know, bro.
Well, until anybody can lay out how shutting down the entire department is supposed to be some sort of advantage, whether it's addressing the scholastic issue, economic issue, or whatever issue, it's still going to be useless as a parent with his other actions being blocked and rescinded by the Department of Justice and other agencies that also see it the same way. It's just a dumb white rich nigga, not rich nigga, but a dumb white man in the White House with another equally as dumb rich sponsor. You got two dumb clown ignorant ass white men trying to dictate policy in the United States. They haven't really proved anything except they know how to get large masses and groups of people upset. That's it. Speaking and saying shit out their mouth without really thinking or realizing the effects of it. Going through all the trouble of executing a plan only to have it rejected in relatively short period of time, like 2 days. And one day, I think one of his executive orders got rescinded the same day.
Damn. Yeah, I know when he got in office, man, he was just signing shit. Like over 200 in one day. I said, God damn.
Lying about statistics and other aspects in American and world history. Such as the 300-year-old person collecting Social Security, and that whole goddamn lying about other countries around the world ripping off the United States. So, them all the ones I feel like naming right off the top of my head without actually taking the time to look. I'm just naming those because those are the only ones that I can just recall right at the time moment. Most rich people only care about themselves and their bottom line. I don't see why these two would be any different. Show me where a rich, wealthy person made part of their agenda to open up opportunities for others around them to be as equally as rich, or at least
Man, I don't think that
advance their opportunities. Why would these two be any different?
Yeah, I never seen or heard of a rich person want another person, to be rich like them.
Damn, just because you got a lot of money, Aaron, that don't make you smart, man. Damn. Anybody can have fucking money. Yeah, y'all values are different, so that's cool, bro.
I know I'm trying to get to that bag, Dev. Give me
That's
that
cool
bag.
too. I don't think nobody out here really not trying to make sure that access to resources is gonna be there. But yeah, that don't move me whatsoever, man. Richest man ever, richest man in America on the planet. That don't mean shit to me.
Hey, click the link, Aaron. Come talk to us, man. I'll put the link in the chat.
Nah, I'm finna shut it down, man.
Oh, you about to shut down.
You can come up if you want to for a minute. I'm not gonna drag this out.
You got 10 minutes. 10 minutes, Aaron.
Trying to have some sort of validity or me talking about somebody else's goddamn money. No, that is dumb.
Oh, there go One Love. I ain't see One Love in a while.
You know,
There go
all I
Aaron.
gotta hear is the bat signal.
Uh-oh.
All I gotta hear is the bat signal. I just want to know how your values keep on going to his smartness. What does you keep calling him dumb, but then bringing up his money? Like those are two different things.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't see how they relate.
Well, I can tell you, if you're the richest man ever in the world, I don't see how you can be dumb and get to that point.
Somebody else gives it to you.
And who gives you the money for not being smart?
You don't need intelligence to be awarded funds.
Say that again.
Yeah, you don't need intelligence to be given money, man, or resources. What's up, Miss Tucker?
What up? What up?
So
That
you
doesn't
don't need
equate to money.
intelligence to be
That
given up resources.
if that was the case, Albert Einstein would have been fucking rich,
Right, they
according
didn't
to that
start
logic.
respecting him until after the man died. So,
No, wouldn't that make you smarter because you have more
no,
money and you've done more?
no, no, sir. Coming from a person who educated folks, no, that's not it.
Yeah, I was really trying to holler at Deb though. I ain't really want to go into the picture with you honestly.
Well, let me ask you a question. She's trying to get at Dev. What makes
Nah,
a
cause
person?
you gotta finish your conversation with Chris, Willie.
I mean, I cannot. Chris ain't going
Well,
nowhere.
go
But
ahead,
let me
go ahead.
hold on, hold on. Don't
Nah, cause
buck man.
I want to have my conversation with Deb. You can have your
Okay, but I want to
conversation with
have a
Willie.
well. Listen, I want to have a conversation
Well,
with
you have
you.
your conversation with Chris, and then we have our conversation, Willie.
Oh, so you ain't ready for the heat? Okay, I got it.
Nah, I
All
don't
right,
care about the heat.
I know. I
Nah,
know you don't.
Aaron don't be running, Willie.
He running right now.
Hmm?
What you mean?
No, trust me, he don't be running.
What he doing right now? If I say I'm coming to get at him and he buck passing it to you, what he doing right now?
No, I mean,
Even though you just did the same thing, you just went
Huh,
missing for about 40 minutes, and then
because
you
I got a
popped up.
phone and
All
because
right,
I
so
got a
why you
phone
ain't
and
so why
people.
you ain't
Hold
pop
on.
up and go and finish your conversation with Chris?
Okay, check it out. I can deal with you and Chris at the same time.
All right, well let's get it
Because
then. Let's get
let,
it.
let me say this.
You got
Let me
chocolate
say.
and dead.
Hold on. Listen. The
It's
Let's get
crazy.
it.
conversation me and Chris was having was basically a dead conversation. Okay, he admitted that he voted for a guy, knowing the guy a known liar. So I don't even know how we can go any further in the conversation.
Okay, so you don't want to continue your conversation with
I
Chris.
just if he admitted that he voted for a guy that's a known liar, what more can we have in the conversation?
Because what his point was that both sides are known liars. So he picked the known liar that was better for his situation.
Oh,
I don't
okay,
know.
okay, but to counter that, give me a lie that Biden said that
I'm
he
not
know
gonna
of.
give you one of those. I'm
I'm
not gonna
talking.
play
I'm
that
talking.
game.
Well,
Oh, okay.
hold
I
on,
thought you were
Aaron.
talking to Chris.
Hold on. You quick to respond to that, but when I come in and get on your ass, you quick to strap your shoes on and get off running.
Oh
So
no, ain't no
get
running.
it.
I'm right. You see,
So well
I'm
then,
right here. I said
well,
you got dead and you got
well
chocolate.
then, well then, hold on. Let me finalize my conversation with Chris, then I can
Go ahead.
crack your head.
well, a lie that Biden said that his mental was good.
All right, cool. Aaron, now let me deal with you. What classifies a person as a dummy?
I mean, we can go to the definition of dumb. Let's do that.
Now I'm asking you. You said that
And
they
I'm giving
wasn't
you my
dumb,
response.
but
I'm gonna
and
give
I'm
you my
responding to
response.
you,
We can
and
go. We can pull up. We can pull up dumb right
but I
now.
didn't ask you. I asked you, not you, to go look at definition.
Well,
What
why wouldn't I go
classifies a
to the
person as?
source of the? Why wouldn't I go to the source of the word?
Because you just told them how was they? You obviously know what a dummy is and what makes a person smart or dumb. You was on. You weren't looking for no definition talking to Dev.
Yeah, because I didn't feel like I needed to ask Deb that question. You feel like you need to ask me that question, so I'm gonna go to the definition for you.
I'm only asking so we both on the same page of your
Exactly. So
understanding
let's
of it.
pull up. So let's pull up the definition.
So your understanding of it is just a definition version of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I use as dumb.
Okay. Well, my definition, my personal definition of a dummy is a person that's not willing to learn information that's presented in front of them.
Got you.
So by that definition, that would make at some point everybody on this panel a dummy
A
because it
dummy.
might be some information that you don't subscribe to.
100% correct.
So how does that make them smart because they got money? How does that work?
Well, I didn't necessarily say that. I said that he's the richest man ever in humanity's history. That would make him not a dummy. Well, not dumb. I didn't even use the word dummy. I said dumb.
Okay, but
I
he
don't.
had
I don't
a
think that you can get to be the richest man in the world ever and be a dummy.
okay. I mean, listen, he had a hell of a head start, and
I
he took
mean, you could
advantage.
say what was his head start?
Can I finish? The motherfucker went to school every day in a Rolls Royce. Who you know do that?
What was his head start?
That's one hell of a head start
What
in
school
South
did he?
Africa.
What school did he go to every day in a Rolls Royce?
His daddy said that.
Okay, his
His
daddy
daddy
said
in
that
South
out of his
Africa said,
mouth.
hold on, let me finish, Aaron. His daddy did an interview and said that Elon Musk lied about growing up poor when he got dropped off in school every day in a Rolls Royce in South Africa. Where the fuck they do that at?
Well, let's pull that up so we can see that source.
Well, get to typing in your Google search.
I mean, you the one who made the statement, so I'm asking you to just provide the source.
I'm in my car on my you know what, I ain't gonna make no excuse. I'll pull it up right now and put it in the back chat.
There you go. There you go.
Hey, I would say one smart thing Elon Musk did that they said was a dumb thing to do.
Hold on, real quick, Chris. Is you gonna talk about the options?
Yep.
No, I'm asking you what is that
Okay.
When I put it in there,
Because that would make you fucking a genius to me, but to others that may make you dumb. Go ahead and explain what you was gonna say, Chris. Though, because I don't know.
Just to clarify, I never said they were dumb because they were rich. Is that what you got, Aaron?
No, not at all.
Oh, okay. I just want to clear that
The
up.
fact you were calling them dumb. Now, if you calling them dumb, how Willie just came up and explained it, I understand that.
Yeah.
But in the aspect of how Willie explained it, I can give you that. You're just throwing out words. I can
Right.
understand
That's what
that.
I'm
I got
saying.
you.
Yeah.
All right. No pushback on that. I thought I'm taking you literal.
Especially in the social media age.
But yeah, Aaron, to explain the stock option thing, because I know you know what he did, but for everybody.
Wait a minute, did you name up the smart thing he did?
He about to explain it.
Oh.
Yeah. So what Elon Musk did and conventional wisdom was this is dumb. It's not a wise thing to do. All right. So with Tesla, take a salary or whatever, being the CEO, and I think he's in the board too. So what Elon Musk decided to do, he decided to take a stock option instead of, the salary. And so the stock option, what it did, it allowed him to buy Tesla stock at a cheaper price than what the market value was. And that set his income through the roof.
That's what made him, because technically, like liquid money, he's not the richest man in the world. He's only labeled the richest man in the world, and his net worth is that because of the stock options he sit on. So he's really gambling right now. Some people call it smart. Some people call it a dumb decision.
Did he cash in on all the stock options? Do you know?
No, not on all of them. He did cash in on some, but not all.
Yeah.
Nowhere near all.
And boy, that was a goddamn come up because he already had money, but god damn.
Then he used that to leverage and buy Twitter.
Yep. So
Yeah, I don't think Will gonna make it, man. He said he was driving. He could barely hold on the panel without going to a web page. I know, cause he may be traveling to a site this weekend. I'm surprised not at a track. I thought he was gonna be at a track so we could see a race. It's getting that time of year.
Identity. I don't think that was dumb. I said that was smart for him.
Yeah, he was going the other way on that identity on that point.
Some regardless, all this white male worship.
How far did the stock drop as of yesterday?
It went up on Friday.
Yeah.
He made some of his gains back. But me personally, I'm pulling up the stock right now.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you know, we know Tesla did a stock split. So but if you go from
going bankrupt.
Nah, if you go from 2010, you know, it used to be $1, then it shot up to $381. I don't know when it did the stock split. But the highest,
remember it was up to like 1,100, and it did a stock split.
Yeah, I think it did a 4-to-1 or something like that.
Yep.
But I think its high was at 404. No, 488, and it's down to $248. So right now, if you look at the overall thing, it's going sideways from November 21st to now. It's going sideways, but it's still up if you would got in there early. And it has a hold rating. I think it's a good buy right now. Me personally, y'all know I want the stock market to crash. I got a buy order at a 162 because I think it's too high right now, but that's just my personal preference. And then if you look at the financials and stuff, the way I look at financials and I pick a stock, Tesla, in my opinion, is not really the best company.
It's definitely overvalued.
Yeah. So.
What about SpaceX and Twitter?
Now SpaceX ain't overvalued, but Twitter not even profitable yet. And Twitter private. It ain't even public anymore.
I thought it was XTE.
Yeah, X. No, it ain't
No.
on the market no more. It's private.
Oh, he
So
took it
how do
off.
you?
Took it off.
Yeah, he
Okay.
took it
How
off.
y'all? So how do y'all feel about the Trump guy Donald uh, uh, rescinding the Caribbean leaders' passports to the U.S. or visas? I mean, to the U.S. and
You talking about
putting
the gold visas or the platinum visas?
and putting restrictions and warnings on travel to Caribbean, especially Jamaica, but I think all the Caribbean islands. And I'm asking also with that question, what do you think of the fact that several other countries have put in warning restrictions, travel warning restrictions on the USA, telling their people not to even, I'm not talking about Canada in specific, but I'm saying inclusive of that. I heard of 4 other different countries that are doing the same thing. So I was just wondering, yeah, Chocolate Earth says she been following it. I was just wondering what you thought about it, if anybody had a thought about it, that's all.
Well, if the government is like warning people not to go to the Caribbeans, you know, take that advice.
So what about the Julio or whatever, the Mario, the little guy that's head of state, they call him
Marco
Mario?
Rubio?
Yeah, okay. He told the people that they had the Caribbean. You know about him? He was the one with the stuff about the visas, right? He the one with the stuff about the visas for the Caribbean countries. So I don't know where you were going with your first statement, but I could dig it if you just succumb to whatever the government tells you. I could dig that if that's where you're headed.
No, I don't succumb to everything the government says, but if they warn you not to go there, I would take that warning serious for that specific case.
That's what I'm saying. Several countries are telling their people now, do not go to the United States of America. They're putting out very strong warnings not to go because America is on a different chain, a different thing, and they're not sure what's going to happen should their people come to America.
What country saying that, Wale?
France, France, Canada, China, fucking Jamaica. What's another country I could think of real quick? I think the other country with the woman, I forget what the name of the country is. They're over in the Caribbean area also. And then there's England. England put it out too. Same thing. So that's 4. I'd said 4 or more, but I named 4.
Yeah, I ain't heard that. I ain't seen that one. That's a new one to me.
Yeah, I mean, you know how this stuff is, man. You could Google what countries have put out travel warnings against America, travel to the United States, and you can get a whole list, man.
I guess there ain't gonna be no traveling.
The thing I'm looking at is that I heard somebody say it last night or yesterday, the Hitlerization of America, because that's what's going on. That's the same structure and floor plan methodology and everything. Isolate the country. You do it when you want to, I've seen it in relationships too, private, personal relationships. They isolate the people, la-di-da. But they isolate the country, go into that heavy nationalism, patriotism, and they call it where you're just looking out for your country. That's heavy national. That's what Hitler did. Run right into that. And then when you look at the things that the way Trump moved around, he moves authoritarian. That's similar to the move Hitler made. I'm not saying that they're going. I'm saying he's following the methodology and blueprint. Whether he has a short mustache or a long or no mustache. I ain't talking about the mustache. I'm talking about the methodology and blueprint on the social structure as he is applying the pressures along with that Nazi Elon Musk, who is an apartheid Nazi. So along with that, and they are great friends with Australia, which is another apartheid Nazism. And they all moving. And Netanyahu, who is another Nazi, right? So they all running the same program, moving to a place, start running the people, bomb when you say you're having a ceasefire, bomb their ass. Every time you say you're going to have a ceasefire, bomb them. So, because they're going to put down their arm thinking it's a real ceasefire. That's when you get a chance to bomb their dumb ass listening to you. So they think you're going to do what you say you're going to do. And that's why people say don't go to America, because it's hard to tell what America's going to do now. Trump said 5 or
You
6
came
things.
in. You came in the middle of a smart dumb topic.
Yeah,
Will got disconnected, so I put his link in the YouTube chat. Y'all want to check out the Rolls Royce comment?
hey, that's beautiful.
I read it. I can't even give Willie that. Nepotism still ain't gonna call me. Let me say he's a dummy. So
Yeah,
even I
you
can give
guys
Willie
can.
that.
But that's
I
why
like
I asked you to.
nepotism. I'm in
That's
favor of
Hey,
nepotism.
Chocolate was saying something.
What you saying, Chocolate?
Yeah.
Hey, I just wanted to throw in there. If y'all can't hear me, I'm sorry, I'm working. But if you guys can hear me, it was Denmark, the United Kingdom, Germany, Finland, and Canada who issued warnings talking about immigration. If they don't care, they'll send you to Venezuela. Like, it's interesting. Definitely go to the State Department website, and you can go to, I went to other countries' websites just to read that stuff. It's like, to the world now, we a third world country. We in a dictatorship. We are facing, what do you want to call that? Authoritarianism, whatever. It's Saturday. Uh, he want to be like Putin and Kim Jong Un, and if we pretend like that's not happening and that we can just survive this like everything else, I think we're all a little naive.
Oh, I'm
So
not. I'm not.
yeah,
I'm definitely not
I
pretending
think
that he ain't on some bullshit. I'm with you.
uh,
I just never. I never saw. I never saw those posts, but I'm gonna look at them once I get home, and I appreciate that. But let me say this: nepotism is has nothing to do with you being smart or not or dumb. That's just somebody putting you in a position to make some money.
well, when he turned
Aaron.
21, he got $1 million.
Yeah. So what I had,
So
what I said was, I will give you the
just like that,
nepotism. What I said was, I'll give you the nepotism. Right. It takes more than nepotism to become the richest man of all time. It takes more than nepotism to sell 5 companies to become a billionaire. To start 2, 3 different companies to become a hundred millionaire. It takes more than nepotism to do that.
What company he start? What company did he start?
What do you mean?
yeah, I
What
wanted
company
to
did
just
he
ask
start?
What company
I
did
know
he
you
start?
said,
Yeah.
Didn't he start
You want
SpaceX?
to? You want
Hell
to?
no, he didn't start Tesla. Tesla already had existed when he came
Hold
on
on,
board with
hold on, hold
Tesla.
on. So let's get Tesla right first. Tesla didn't even have a car prototype. He
They
bought Tesla.
definitely had a car. That's a lie.
So you want to bet? Let's bet some money then, Willie.
Man,
I
I
can
don't.
look it up. Don't
First of all,
mind
I
being
don't even know you to bet no money, so
I
that
mean, we
ain't
can
about to
send it.
happen.
We could send it to
Listen,
Q.
listen. I'm not on. If I want to gamble, I go to the casino. We got 3 of
Okay,
them
I
downtown
got you. I
Detroit.
got you. I got you. I just
But
like to put my money where my mouth is. That's all.
okay, but Tesla had the Roadster. That was their first
No,
car.
no, that was Elon's. That was Elon when he got there. The Roadster got there. Tesla didn't
Okay.
have the Roadster before Elon.
Well, listen. We got somebody. What's her name? What's the young lady name on here?
We can pull it up right now.
She's doing it right now. She said she gonna look it up. So
got you.
how
Y'all
you
got it.
doing? Thank you for being the fact checker
Yeah.
today, because Aaron
Hey,
about to get his
listen,
feelings hurt.
I ain't trying to start out. I just like a good debate and the fact that in talking about this, the policy part, I'm all for it. We can go all into that. So go
Yeah,
ahead.
I'm with it
Continue.
too. But if you don't mind, can you give us a few seconds at your time and look up if Elon started Tesla, did Tesla already exist? I already know the answer to it.
But I don't think Aaron is arguing if Tesla already existed.
Yeah, I didn't say that at all.
Well, then I asked you what
What?
company did he start. You didn't answer it.
Oh, he
Well,
started Zip. Zip, PayPal.
He didn't start
SpaceX.
PayPal. He bought into PayPal.
No, he didn't buy into PayPal. He started PayPal, then sold it. It started with Zip
okay.
to share.
Yeah,
He sold
well,
that.
I'll be right back.
Then it was
I'll be right
PayPal.
back.
He sold that. Then he bought into
And
Tesla. He built that company up from the bottom, went
no,
into
sir,
debt, built it
he
up,
did,
put his last 30 million into Tesla and SpaceX. 10 years later,
sir.
they boomed.
No, sir, that's incorrect because with
What is
SpaceX, the only
incorrect? What is incorrect that you're speaking on, Chocolate?
the first one, number one,
Zip
the last.
so Zip 2, he
No,
did
no,
not
wait.
start Zip 2.
You told me to tell you. So do you want to ask me or do you want me to
No,
tell
I
you?
didn't tell you to tell me. I don't know where you got that from. I didn't tell you to
No,
tell me
that's not
anything.
what I said. You said which one was wrong, and I said I'm gonna start in the end, and then you said you started with the zip question. So I'm just asking you if you would like us to discuss zip or Tesla or SpaceX, because SpaceX wouldn't be SpaceX if it wasn't for the over $400 billion in
Again, that's not what I said.
you
So again, I said he
said
started that.
SpaceX, sir.
That's why I
You
didn't want to
said
have the conversation with you. I was trying to talk to Dev and Will. I didn't
uh,
say I didn't even bring up SpaceX first. I
that's
said
fine.
Willie
Fine,
asked me for a company that he started. I gave
I
him
know
two.
you
You're
got it,
bringing up
babe.
SpaceX.
No, I didn't bring it up. It was said between y'all, so I'll leave that
Is
there.
SpaceX not one of his companies or something?
Yes,
Yep,
that's one of his companies. Willie asked
I'm a
me what companies did he
my
start.
question
Right. You
and
said he
you
started 5 different
start
companies.
there.
Now you're down to 2.
I could have kept going, but I was getting interrupted. And I was exaggerating with five. I was exaggerating with the five that he started
I
from
apologize.
scratch.
I'm sorry, Willie, to the rest of the panel.
No,
Didn't
you
want to
good.
talk.
You good.
So I'll wait my turn. If y'all got questions, I got you. You want me to look something up? I got you.
No, well, listen, I'm done. I already he blew his own head off, so I don't have nothing
I
else to say.
want I want to hear what Chocolates had to say when the guy kept interrupting her. He asked her a question. What was she saying he was incorrect about? And she was about to tell him. I want to hear that answer.
She was about
Please
to body him about SpaceX.
let
No, I
her talk.
never said that he started SpaceX. One,
No,
Wale, you're wrong, and Willie, you're wrong.
I was the one who brought up SpaceX.
I'm asking
Exactly.
a question. I should be hearing Chocolate's voice because that's who I asked the question.
Yeah, but you're asking Chocolate a question based off of something that I didn't say. So I gotta make sure
Wale,
that's right.
Wale,
Yeah,
don't
I mean,
worry. It's Saturday. No, you good. It's Saturday. Femininity and greenery. I'm here for the combo. I'll wait my turn.
I thought that was your turn, and they're trying to supplant your turn.
Oh no, sir. It was out of line. I stepped out the box. You good.
You ain't step out of nothing. He was coming up with some bogus information. You ain't step out of nothing.
Name one thing I said that was wrong, Willie.
You didn't even know his daddy said he went to school in a Rolls
Name
Royce.
one,
Stop it.
name one thing that I said was wrong.
I got you with Tesla, and you changed it up real quick.
What did I change up about Tesla?
So again, when you tried to say that he started Tesla, I stopped you right away and said he
Because
didn't
I
start
never said
Tesla.
he started
And then
Tesla.
you
So
tried
we
to change it up and say,
let's
well,
get
he
that correct.
was a part of it, and he
So
built the car
Chris,
and all that.
Chris,
When
did I
Tesla
ever say
already had a car
no,
in
Did I ever
existence.
say he started Tesla?
yeah, Willie, that was never his claim that
Thank
he
you.
started Tesla. Like you could rewind it probably about the video, probably about 5 or 3 minutes. You can hear what he said.
You got to try to listen
I
before
don't know what the
responding.
fuck going on with my phone right now.
Well, I was just trying to answer the question. I'm sorry that it turned into a but the question was, what did I think that Aaron said was incorrect, and I was going to give him the information. But again, please continue the conversation. We good. Everybody good. Saturday.
Thank you, Chocolate. Because I was the one who said anything wrong about SpaceX.
Yeah, I thought he started SpaceX. If I'm wrong on that, well, goddamn.
Well, here I'll give you the information, so we all clear. So what he ended up doing. So Elon Musk did not start Tesla. He was an early investor and later became the CEO. But the company was founded by engineers Martin Eberhard and Mark Saprin in 2003. Zip 2. Elon Musk's first company, founded in 1995, was Zip2, originally Global Link Information Network, which provided online city guides to newspapers. Then it was Tesla. Then he got involved with, he also became an early investor. And then he was a board member as well. And then after he sold Zip to Compaq, then he founded X.com before, and he used it, which is now called PayPal.
So yeah,
And then
Chris, he
also,
started SpaceX.
wait.
Cool.
Yeah, he was the founder of
But she skipped
SpaceX.
all around that one.
No, I was getting to it if you'd have waited. It's the next one on the thing. You want me to finish? Okay, well, anyway, Musk is also the founder of SpaceX and co-founder of Neuralink, OpenAI, and X.com, which is also part of PayPal. So he put his money into things. I think he only really created two of the businesses, SpaceX and Zip2. But everything else was he brought his money in or became a co-founder or board member. But
So he was the early investor for PayPal. He didn't start PayPal.
you asking me, so
This goddamn phone.
yeah, he founded it. Remember I said Zip2, he sold Zip2 to Compaq. And then he founded X.com. If you watch the documentary, it's real interesting. They
What
get
did
a
you
couple
ask,
of
Willie? What did you ask, Willie? So I can make sure I heard it right. Did you ask if he was the founder of PayPal or
No, she just
no?
stated
I'm asking
PayPal.
you what'd you ask? Because I ain't get
No,
to hear if you was going in
I'm
and out.
saying she just stated that he was an early investor for PayPal.
No, he started PayPal. He
he
was a
founded
co-founder. He was a
X.com.
co-founder. He was
Yeah,
the co-founder of X, which later merged
right.
with Cofinity, which became PayPal. So he's considered the founder of PayPal. He's co-founder.
Well, I think what it was before y'all had this part of it, it was, and that's why I was saying I get that on the outside it looked like he invented a whole stuff, but he's been riding on the Tesla name. He's not. He hasn't invented anything, and that's what it's brought up to
He's not
public.
an inventor. No one said he invented anything. He's an
And
engineer.
you may not have said it.
He's
You
an
may not have
engineer.
said it, but the media, sir, the outside world will tell you different. He is presented to us in this country as some kind of genius. Am I
Yeah.
incorrect?
I will consider
Okay,
him a genius. Yeah.
there you go. No,
Yeah.
no hate, no shade. I just don't think he should be. He should have access to government information. But that's
We're not even talking about that, bro. What? That's the whole
just
total different conversation.
Aaron said. I wasn't changing the conversation. I just made my statement and was getting mute up. What is your issue?
Cause you about to go into politics. We talking about what the nigga done did in business.
Go into nothing but my kitchen and get me some water. Just that.
Yeah, let's go on milk, bro. So Willie, what's your stance? You say he don't create businesses.
Yo, can y'all
You too,
hear me?
Wale.
Or
That's what you feel like.
shit. Let me.
Yeah, you just came back, Will.
No, I've been here. I've been. I was looking at something else. I had muted out. And my phone just. I don't know why. Whenever I get on YouTube, it just start bugging out. I don't know what the hell going on.
Trump don't hack your phone, Willie.
What happened to Aaron? Cat got his tongue or something?
Nah, Aaron been here the whole time asking you questions. I think your cat got your service.
I know this. If I had an opportunity to meet Elon Musk and talk to him, I would take that shit.
You couldn't you can't hear Aaron Will?
No, I can't. I'm gonna go out and come back in. I can't hear none of them. Nobody but you.
Damn.
Cat got his service.
That's crazy.
No, I can hear you now though. Why you talking shit? So it's clear that you support Elon and Trump, right?
No, no, no. That's not clear. That's not clear. What's clear
Can you
is
clear?
I'm about to make what's clear. What's clear is I do not feel like Elon Musk is dumb at all. I feel like he is a genius. Now his intentions behind whatever he got going, that's y'all conversation. I came up to ask Dev what is dumb because he
Okay.
said Elon was dumb. So
So what is a
that's
genius?
what you say?
What is a genius?
All right.
Because money don't define genius.
Exceptional intellectual. Hold on. Exceptional intellectual or creative power or other natural ability. A person who is exceptionally intelligent or creative, either
Okay.
generally or in
So
some
other than him having a
protective
bunch of money,
respect.
where is he a genius at?
When it comes to aero engineering, aerodynamics, when it comes to spacecrafts, shit, when it comes to business, um, when it comes to creating systems and
Oh
structures
my god
in
damn.
business. Um, Shit, look at the Giga Press. That
Yeah,
was
he's definitely
genius.
making some good
Like,
business
come,
decisions.
uh, what,
I mean, if you had a
what's not
$30 million
genius?
head start,
What's
how
not
could you? I'm
genius?
pretty sure he done had way more fucked up decisions than he
I
had
mean, if that's your
great
come
ones.
back to everything, brother, then I can't have a conversation with you because there ain't gonna be no merit in it. Because everything was based on, and then you can't even give that fact. You can't even bring that as a fact. If we were doing a debate and you tried to bring that in, you would not be able to bring that in as a fact. You have nowhere ever where you can resource that he got $30 million from his fucking father. You can't source that. Now that shit you pulled up earlier that I didn't know about the Rolls Royce, that still ain't proven. That's just his father say word. That still ain't fact.
They got an
That's
interview
one
showing
man's
his father saying that.
that's one man's word against another man's word.
Listen, they got
Now Elon must say something different. Elon must say he took a loan from his father, which he paid back.
hmm.
Which I've took a loan from my mother before. So what? All the success that I didn't come from me came from my mother little loan she gave me that I lent back.
I don't know if you're successful or not. Where you get that from?
Okay, we was giving out. It was a hypothetical.
Oh, okay. So don't you notice something funny between both him and Trump? Both of them lied about where their initial money came from. They claimed it was a loan, but shit show otherwise.
I can't say that.
Didn't Donald Trump say he got $1 million loan from his father? Then you
I
find out it's
don't,
10.
I
It
don't,
was
I don't
$10
know.
million.
I don't know. I ain't bring up Trump
I
name one
know it
time in
because
this
I read it.
conversation. I
I
got
know it
you.
because
I
I
know,
looked
but
into it.
I ain't bring up Trump name one time in this conversation. I ain't got nothing to do with politics in this conversation. So I
Well,
don't even know why his name got brought up.
we talking about finances right now. We ain't talking about
So what you bring up Trump for and not just Elon?
because he's another millionaire, right?
Another billionaire?
Or whatever, right?
I don't know how that has to do with.
And both of them got a head start from their parents. Both of
I
them.
don't know. I don't know. I don't have no proof of that.
What you mean you don't know?
I don't got no proof of that.
You
It's been
just said
said.
that Elon got a
It's been
loan from his
said.
daddy and paid it back.
Yeah, that's nigga. You can go get a loan from bank right now. What the fuck?
Man, you can't be serious right now.
I'm dead ass serious, bro. My perspective is not your perspective. It obviously is not. What's your
Thank you.
credit score look like?
My credit score's in the 700s. Why?
Seven what?
I
Because
don't know. In the
you can be in the
700s.
700s and it not be good.
Oh shit! Damn, Aaron.
How
You
you in
know
the
you
700s
finance
and got a bad? How you
cars,
in the?
Chris.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm
I mean,
listening.
yeah, you're right about that. You talk about my credit score, Aaron. God damn.
I'm not a credit expert. I know when I motherfucking sign my name with
I'm
some shit,
talking
I
Willie.
can.
I'm talking shit, Willie. I'm
I'm just
talking
saying.
shit, man.
I know when
I'm
I sign
bullshit.
my name with some shit, I can get it.
I know you shit from your what you already told me. I done heard the conversation about the motocross, not the motocross, but the motorcycles. I know you doing your thing, man. Just talking shit.
Now don't get it twisted. Now if I roll up in a dealership and try to sign for a Veyron, I'm
I
probably
know
not
you
gonna
can
get
get it.
that. No, I'm probably not gonna get that one.
What'd you say?
I said if I roll in the dealership and try to sign for a Veyron, I'm not gonna get that. Okay,
Nigga, you
let's
talking
be
about a
clear.
damn Bugatti?
Yeah, I'm probably not gonna get that one, but I can get a vet, shit like that. Okay.
No, I was just talking shit, but I was talking shit.
I can get a Bugatti at the auction.
I ain't buying no vet from no auction. You crazy? But Chris, didn't you say the electric car was a great car? Didn't you say that earlier, Chris?
Yeah, I think Tesla makes good
Yeah,
cars.
I don't think you know a whole lot about cars. To be honest with you, that's why I didn't
No,
even
not like
further
I
that
don't know
conversation.
a lot about cars. I sell
Yeah,
them,
I would
but
have
I
beat
can
your head
sell
off.
them.
I would have beat you in the ground
Yeah, but
behind that.
I still think Tesla makes a good vehicle.
Well, I mean,
Willie,
I
is you
guess it's
talking about on the
everybody's
racing?
perspective. I'm not a fan of
You talking
certain
about on the
electric cars.
racing
Tesla's
end?
one.
You hear me, Willie?
Now, if I had to get a car, it would be the Fisker. I don't know if you know what that car is.
No, I never heard of it.
They went out of
Yeah,
business. They
it's
didn't they go
an electric
bankrupt?
hybrid car. It look 1,000 times better than that damn Tesla.
Man, that Tesla, man,
And
that
Can
motherfucker
y'all
rides
hear
smooth,
me?
bro.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we hear you, Aaron.
yeah, we
What
hear
you
you.
say?
Yeah, didn't Fisker go out of business?
No, they still in business. They had some issues with their cars, so they kind of and Tesla was one of the reasons why they tanked.
Good. Put
But
them out of business.
if I was to buy one, it would be one of those because of the range of the car. It's a self-charging car too.
Hey, I'm sorry I left my mic open. I didn't mean to do that. My bad. Hey, but I do have a question for you guys. Since y'all talking about something and it came to my mind. I want to know what you just think. Off the top, I'm good. Please spare no barb. If I show you a business plan that proves from the business plan that had an investment of 500,000, in 2 years you can make $1 million, and every year after that you can make $1 million, and you don't have to get up out of your bed. Would you be interested in that kind of business?
What was the initial investment?
500.
$500 or 500,000?
500,000.
500,000.
And your return is what you said?
2 years, $1 million would be the net, and every year
100%.
after, huh?
That's more than 100%. I don't know. This.
That's 100% a year.
And every
Yeah,
year after that,
No,
it
that's
would be
0%.
That's more than 100% a
No,
year.
no, it's $1 million after 2 years. So every year you only making your investment. So
50.
you at zero.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
That's 100.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then
So
after the 2 years, what is it?
it actually, what I have what it looks like is after the 2 years, it's still $1 million a year. You don't have to get up because it's a self-run business. The next
no.
thing, though, the next year as it expands, you can expand it up to 3 to 4 million. Well, I have it up only to 3
What's
million
the
in
risk
5
factor?
3 million, huh?
What's the risk factor of this business model?
Okay, you would have to tell me how you calculate risk factor so I could tell you that answer.
Well, they will have a risk factor on how many times this business model has been used and how many times it's been successful, how many times it's failed.
How many times what has been?
They would have some statistics on this business. This business model, and how many times it's
Oh
been
yeah.
successful and how many times it's been failure.
Okay, and it hasn't failed, and the business model, from what I'm understanding, is it's like, if not 100%, it's near 100%. Because I see businesses still going up, but they do it differently. That's all. They have a different angle.
It hasn't failed because it hasn't been implemented.
Yeah,
I'm
I
saying that the type of business that he's talking about, I'm saying the type of business that I'm referring to, I thought that's what he was asking me. The business that is referring to, I thought that's what you were asking me. How's the market? How's the business? People going business? Are they successful? I thought
No,
that's what he was asking.
no, you said it was a business model, so I'm using. It's obviously this is it's not a,
Oh
the
no,
model's
I'm
been
not saying.
used before.
Okay. No,
It's
I'm
not
not
a new
saying a
model
business.
because it's not a
Okay.
new model because you're telling us the the rewards of it. So somebody's done it before. right?
Yeah.
Because you're giving us a projected profit margin from it.
Right. It's already a product on the market. All I'm talking about is getting involved in making manufacturing, mass manufacturing.
No, what I'm asking is, you gave us a projection, a yearly projection, and then a 2 to 4 year projection on it. So my question is, has this model been used before? Is it something brand new?
You talking about the business plan? Because that's a business plan I'm doing.
Yes, this business plan. Yeah, is it a new?
Hold on. This is a business plan that has not been used yet.
So where'd you get the projections from?
From the market.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't have 500,000 to risk. I'll probably be.
I was just asking you whether you think of something of that nature. That's all. I'm trying to be that. Even if I say it, like I said, you like have a detrimental thought about it. I want to hear that too, man. I'm just curious.
He just like to hear people talk about money. That's all.
I don't have a $500,000 to invest. I'll be divorced like a motherfucker as soon as that shit hit the table.
Okay, so what if what if I told you that there's anyway, they say they'll credit half of that money because half of the money is in machinery in order to produce mass production. They say they'll credit half of it.
What type of machinery we talking about?
Oh, large presses and grinders and stuff like that.
You said grinders and presses?
Yeah.
I would have to look more into what this model is, and then look at what the machinery costs and where the facilities would be located at. I mean, and what about the employees and stuff like that? I would have to look at that and give it to one of my family members that I trust to give me a real accurate decision on it. Not saying I got $500,000 to invest in it, because I don't.
I got that. What if I say, where would I send that information to you or not?
Yeah, you can send it to my email. My email is my name at gmail.com.
Put it in the back chat. Put me a link to it in the back chat, and I'll just pick it out of there with the copy and paste. Will you do that for me? Because I don't know your name and stuff, but if I see an email as a link, I'll go. And then you can look at it, you can criticize it. I'd appreciate it if you would criticize it. First. I appreciate you doing that. Thank you so much.
Now, if it's some bullshit, I'm gonna let you know right on here, right?
That's why I'm talking to you, man. I want that. That's what I want. I want it to be just like that. And you can do it in public, private.
No, hell no. I'm gonna do it publicly.
Okay, so I'm saying I want the real. Whatever that is, public or private, I still want the real. But I mean, I ain't trying to hold you back to nothing. That's why I say proceed. I want it still.
Now you already received criticism from another regular panelist about his papers being a little bit too thin. I don't know if he acted upon it or not.
You talking about me, Dave? You talking about me, Dave?
No, Wale.
You talking about me? I had someone. I mean, somebody had come by one day and got quite a count and checked them out. Came back and did thought. Yeah, Deb, I worked on that. I worked that out actually. I just didn't take his recommendation.
Man, I wanted to get on to run Aaron ass over about that genius comment. He done dipped his ass in the corner.
Man, I'm right here, man. I don't go nowhere, bro. I'm right here.
So let's deal with the genius part. You say he's a genius because he's the richest man in the world?
No, he read the definition.
No. That's not my point. I brought that up because Dave said he was dumb.
I'm with Dev on that shit.
Bro, you can't be dumb and be the richest man of
I'm with Dev on that. I
ever.
don't. I have yet to
Come
see
on, Willie, bro.
something that classify this man any smarter than me and you.
Bro, do you not see what he's
Me
doing with
personally, I think I'll
space?
body his motherfucking ass in the conversation in some of the areas I'm in. I'll punish his motherfucking
Bro, yeah,
ass.
I'm not gonna lie, Willie. I'm sorry, bro, but bro, y'all are not on the same level, bro. When it
Bro,
comes to
you don't even
engineering,
know
bro.
what you don't even know what
I
level
don't.
I'm on.
You
You don't
right.
have a
You right.
clue.
I don't, Willie, and I'm sorry to underestimate you, bro. But it is like I'm talking about a nigga who's sending niggas to space, and then bringing back the whole shit.
And see, here's my thing with that, Aaron. You act like Elon is a part of, all of the controlling, the piloting, the shit. He ain't none of that. He's just the name on the company. There's the rockets weren't. He didn't invent no rockets. This shit he
I will give you
got
that,
was
Willie.
already on deck.
Listen, I ain't being
He didn't
biased.
come up with that concept of a rocket or none of that, or landed rockets. But he didn't come up with that. That shit was already on deck before. He just took existing shit and had the money to actually put them to use.
You don't think he's innovative? I think
No, I
he is.
don't. I don't think so. I mean, look at what just came out about the Tesla truck just recently. They
What
say the
happened?
motherfucker put together with glue. Like,
God
where
damn.
where they do that shit at?
God.
Hey, Willie, who just
What?
brought hey Willie, who just
Yeah,
brought them damn astronauts back from space where they were stuck up there for 6 months?
SpaceX. Elon,
Hey,
he probably wasn't. He probably was at home eating some goddamn 100-year-old cheese, some motherfucking where with maggots in it. Come on, man. He wasn't in the control booth making sure this engine fired. He wasn't doing none of that shit.
You know
I
what that
know that
bro,
motherfucker.
reminds me of, Billy?
do you know that nigga was sitting there watching? He's sitting there watching the rocket do something, right? He's sitting there watching, but he's sitting there with somebody who's interviewing him. The guy who interviewing him notices something on the rocket. Elon must had enough sense to notice I ain't the smartest motherfucker in the world. Maybe what he's saying is right. He listened to the interviewer. Turns out he implemented the shit in the rocket.
Okay, what are you talking about? Give me a
I would have to
motherfucker.
pull the exact video up. I'm just giving you an example of.
Get no, fuck that. You made me go get some shit. Get to it. Get that motherfucking interview, goddammit.
Hold on, give me 1 second. I got you. I'll put it in the
But
back.
this reminds me of this when people say Hitler killed 6 million Jews. We know
How does
Hitler
that
could not
remind?
have done it.
How the
Then
fuck did
people
what I
say,
said remind you of Hitler?
hey, because Elon Musk was a Nazi, man. I just told you. So
What
then
the fuck?
I'm reminded of how when somebody is in the forefront like that, they are accused of being the thing itself. Like when it's telling other people did all of them things. And so Elon was around. He's the owner of his company. He's CEO and stuff, but he's not the tech, the janitor. He's not everything.
Thank you.
You understand? That's what I think what the man was trying to say.
When I hear
So
a
wait,
person say you
no.
a genius is somebody that's extremely smart on almost everything you can think of.
I don't know about that
No,
part.
that's not technically a genius. That's not a genius, Willie. You could be a genius in tech. You could be a genius in your field.
Mm-hmm. Right. Because one dude was a genius, couldn't tie his shoes. I heard he couldn't tie. I think that was
Albert Einstein, right?
right. He was a genius, but he
Who?
couldn't tie his shoes. So it's not
Who?
every.
That's an old saying. That's an old saying. He was
It's
so
So
not
stupid
that's
he couldn't
why
tie
everyone.
his shoe.
that's why I
Some
asked
people
you
are
what is
savant.
that's why I asked you what is the definition of a genius, and in your
I
He
definition
read
it
gave
the
it
says
to you.
someone
definition.
of
I
high
gave you the
He read
definition.
it.
hold on. It said someone of high intelligence, right?
Yeah.
It didn't narrow it down to a field. High
Hmm.
intelligence means you're intelligent in all aspects of everything. Because if that's the
No,
case, it's some shit.
that does not mean that. That does not mean you have to be Rain Man to be a genius.
Mm.
You do not have to be
You don't
Rain
have to,
Man to be
you
a
don't have
genius,
to,
bro.
but even Rain Man could be a genius. You don't have to be a Rain Man to be a genius, but even a Rain Man could be a
Could be.
genius.
I agree with that.
I learned about this one Russian guy, Prussian Russian or something, a czar something. And they said he was so stupid, everybody just knew he was stupid, but he had one undeniable quality, and he was peerless at it. He could kill. He could kill thousands of people, hundreds of people. He was an expert at killing. And so they moved him up the ranks.
See, look at all the nerds in the chat, Willie. They finally agree with me.
Willie, do you have a space in your email?
Okay, I got you.
I think it's all one word, Wale. It might
What's
be.
that? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
You asked for his email, so I was just making sure there was no space in the word.
Yo, what you say, Dad? My
I don't
bad. My
see an
bad.
I in the name Daniel either, so I didn't. Which one should I use? The one with the I, without the
Do you,
I?
Hold on.
do
Let
you
me
have
hold on.
do
Hold
you
on.
have do you have a
I
space
see two.
in your email? Is it,
Oh,
Yeah, I typed it in while I was driving. Let me go back and look and see what I put in there. Hold on.
you can disregard what I put in that. It's wrong.
for the moment, yeah, for the moment.
Yeah.
I appreciate you even doing it, man. Thank you.
Yeah, I never seen an email with a space.
Mm.
No, they do exist though. Because at first it wasn't. The script wasn't available to do that. Oh yeah, see that ain't even the same thing that was put up.
I put that one in there because it's easier for me to put that one in there. I just copied and pasted and put it in there
Right.
versus the
Yeah,
other one.
just go. That's a website though, right?
No, that's my personal. That's one of my personal emails.
Oh, at me.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, just do the last one. Wale, what he put in.
Okay, thanks, sir.
Now where Aaron motherfucking ass go?
This is crazy.
All right, here, bro.
Yo, hey, what I gotta say, man? These conversations good. Ain't nobody disrespecting each other. This what we need, man.
So
That's
you
how I like
said
to keep it.
Yeah,
you said
he lucky Tez ain't on here because it's been only cracking for real.
so you said Trump got black friends. So what about Elon doing the Nazi salute at the presidential inauguration? That does not make him racist towards a group.
Man, that shit
Dad,
was
can
not
I
the
can I
salute
give my
to
opinion
me.
real quick, Chris? Can I give my
Go ahead.
opinion real quick, Dad? This is my honest
Oh,
opinion,
you
Dad.
drowned him out. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm conflicted, bro, because I don't know. I don't know if I don't know his intent. I don't know if he actually was doing a salute or was some old goofy autistic shit. I don't know. I'm conflicted. That one right there that took a bunch of points away from me. For me, that fucked me up with. I don't know what to believe right now with him with that situation.
No, what you said, Chris? You
Yeah,
drowned it out.
when we
Well,
talked
hold
about
on.
our Psycho show, I was like, that shit is a damn Nazi salute. I thought it was funny.
Chris has yet to identify any black friends that Trump has.
Yeah,
How
because
the
I don't
fuck
know.
you supposed to know his black friends?
Fuck
Yeah,
you mean?
because Willie, you asked me something specific. You said non-celebrity, and I was like, shit, I don't fucking know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
celebrities they take pictures. They don't motherfuckers say they friends. They don't even hardly know each other.
yeah. I've never heard that you're not a racist because you have a black friend. I never heard
Hey,
that
but
before.
Willie though, who is Barack black friends?
Michelle,
Taylor Swift.
I don't think you said Michelle.
motherfucker.
Nah, that's a funny question though, right there.
But that's your boy Chris. Chris said that he wasn't a racist because he got black friends. Then he said Mike Tyson. everybody who know Mike Tyson is lightweight retarded. Okay, we can stop that part. He more closer to radio than he is to normal people like me and you.
Herman Cain
All
was his
right.
friend.
So I've yet to see anybody black outside of a celebrity claim
I
that
can't. I told you I
they were
couldn't name
friends with
one.
Donald Trump.
I told you I couldn't name one, but I just named another dude. I guess he's a celebrity, Herman Cain, that died of COVID.
Yeah, that's a celebrity.
Yeah.
What was he his friend because he was black, or was he associated with money?
But Willie,
I don't know. I can't answer that. I don't know.
Hey Chris, let me
if I
ask you a
ask you
question.
the
Have
other
you ever
side,
and
go
this
ahead.
not I'm not getting in your person, but any time in your life, have you ever had like a lot of money and a lot of people just started hanging around you?
I mean, people hang around me because I got integrity. It ain't because of my money, because nobody knows how much money I have. I don't showboat it.
Okay, so I give you an example. The hood, the guy in the hood that's, that's the man in the hood. He gonna have a lot of friends while he the man. But as he become less of the man, those friends or so-called friends,
Go away.
we use MC Hammer for an example.
Yep,
MC Hammer,
you're exactly right. That's a valid point. I know exactly what you're talking about.
MC Hammer used to roll around with 150 people entourage, right?
Correct.
But when his ass wasn't MC Hammer no more,
They went
he
away.
by his motherfucking self.
Correct. And I don't think they were friends.
So in Trump's case,
people who did that, I don't think those were friends.
Right.
Yeah.
So the same thing could apply to Trump. You got a lot of people around you because you are supposedly a billionaire. People gonna gravitate to you because you got the money.
Yeah, that could definitely be a factor, but I don't know these people's mindset to tell you if they're a genuine friend or not. I don't know that.
Man, who the hell is
Y'all know
buying?
Herschel
Who is
Walker was
buying
Trump's
black
friend.
friends?
Like, Herschel Walker was Trump's friend. They were real friendly. They would
Yeah, but
hang out.
Willie saying non-celebrity.
Herschel Walker, is you serious?
Who was Biden's black friends? That's what I want to know.
Who was Biden's black friends?
Yeah.
Biden's black friend was Kamala.
Oh, another celebrity.
I'm just looking at it from a more realistic point of view. You know, outside of the celebrityism, you don't see Donald Trump with no black people.
We could say that with all the white politicians.
I mean, yeah, but we talking about Trump right now. Didn't you try to keep some shit right where you wanted to be at earlier today?
You got it, Sam.
Hello?
Yeah, we here.
I said you got it, champ.
I guess it don't want me to talk today, Aaron. You lucky.
You can't hear.
Nah, I'm up in Flint right now, and my phone signal jumping. It's going crazy. It's going from one bar to full.
I bet you won't drink that water.
You on 696?
That's not Flint. Don't Dave, don't do that.
Boy, you know I know 69 and 96. Yeah,
I live
boy.
in this bitch. You don't, goddamn it. 696 don't even run nowhere near Flint. 75 run up to Flint, and 69 run up to Flint.
I meant to say 69.
You just
Yeah,
added a 6 somewhere.
Nah, I meant to say 69 though. They were doing construction on 696 the last time I was up there.
I'm right now. I'm actually sitting right on 69.
Oh, okay. Did they finish the construction on 696 though? That's why they had closed it off the last time I was there.
Yeah, well, normally when they doing construction, they shut one side down and do the other side. They putting concrete down.
Yeah.
But my daughter, she live up here, so.
Oh, okay.
I had to come here and check her out.
Yeah.
So Aaron and Chris, let me I'm trying to clear up where my point of attack is about to be at. I'm almost 1,000% sure Chris is a Trump supporter. He don't know why he's a Trump supporter.
Yeah,
but
I
he's a
voted
Trump
for him
supporter.
twice. Yeah.
And you say you're are you a Trump supporter?
For me,
it's only one Aaron on here.
I ain't hear you say my name. I ain't hear the name part. No, I would say I'm more of a I'm like more of like the hypocrite police. So I jump in when I see hypocrisy on both sides. You get what I'm saying?
Right. So, but do you police yourself?
Of course.
Because you jumped in and then you turned into a hypocrite.
Explain to me how.
He
When
said
we
he
start,
turned into one.
yeah, he morphed into a hypocrite real quick.
Explain to me how.
When we got to talking about Elon Musk, I don't consider him being a genius. And his business, you said, and you cleared it up. You said you exaggerated. So I give you credit. You caught yourself on the bullshit. So.
Yeah, I said when Deb asked that question about the salute, I said I'm conflicted right now. I don't know how to feel about him.
Hold
That
on
was a
real
bogus
quick.
ass salute.
Nikki Lovey said
Yeah,
other
that
black
was
men.
bogus.
Go talk
It
to a
was.
Jewish person. They'll clear that shit up with you real quick.
But I
You won't be
really don't give a
conflicted no
fuck
more.
about. But Willie, I really don't give a fuck about them. So that's why I said I'm conflicted.
Oh, I see what's going on. It's jumping on somebody's Wi-Fi. Who the fuck Wi-Fi? Oh, Home Depot. Let me turn this motherfucker off. That's why this bitch tripping. All right, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, my shit was tripping because the Home Depot Wi-Fi kept jumping on here. So you say you was conflicted with the salute.
Yeah.
Right? But have you ever talked to somebody that saw that salute as being offensive?
Nah, that's why I said I don't know if you had heard me. I really don't give a fuck about them. So
about Jewish people?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I view them in a certain light.
Which Jews? Which Jews? What Jews are you preferring to?
I don't even disassociate one from another. I consider them all the
But you
same.
have
Honestly.
to. But you have to.
We'll break that down for me.
Because there's different types of Jews that have different beliefs and different social beliefs as well. Like the Jews you see with the curls down the side of their face, the Orthodox Jews.
The Orthodox joints.
Right? And then you got the modern Orthodox, then you got Sephardic Jews, you got let me see, Orthodox, modern Orthodox, Sephardic, you got several, you got probably got 10 different types of Jews that have different beliefs and different social understandings.
Okay, well these my two real quick, Willie. These my two contentions with the Jews. One, they financed slavery. They helped finance slavery. Two,
Right.
Huh?
You have to determine which Jews were responsible with that because you had Jews.
I understand that.
That were against slavery.
I got you. I hear you with that. But before you bring me into this new light, these are my contentions previous to this conversation. That and then two, I don't hear Jews speaking up for other Jews and this music that they let their people push of ours. I don't agree with that at all. So those are my 2 points of contention with those people.
Okay, so it's clear you don't really know a whole lot about how a lot of them are against the bullshit music. They fight against it. They challenge it. They fight against Netanyahu. All Jews ain't with the bullshit.
I can understand that and I can agree with that, but I don't see it. All white people ain't bad white people. But
yeah, you're
I
right.
still got my guard up.
You well, until you identify which one you're dealing with, you gotta have your guard up.
For sure. But them my two contentions. That's why I really don't be.
I put my guard up when I hear a brother say he a Trump supporter. I put that motherfucker up hard, like Floyd Mayweather. I got my shit up to my ear.
Yeah, but that's different. That's still that's still your race of people. We're talking about an outside race of people.
Okay. So you said he might not all the way tear the building down. He just might tear down
Yeah, he ain't gonna go
portion of
for
it.
destruction.
Yeah, he ain't gonna totally demolish your shit. He just gonna tear down a 40-50% of it, and then you just gotta
I ain't
rebuild
even
that.
gonna say out now. See now you. I don't think niggas on there. I don't think niggas act like that.
Shit.
Well,
But I
I
hear
put my guard up for anybody who voted for Biden and think he didn't have any mental issues.
I don't even know how you make that. Who voted?
Man,
Who
you
voted for
probably
that?
never thought that, but you know how the media said that motherfucker was fine.
And then they showed that motherfucker driving a Jeep a week later.
Who is this
Man, that
summer
shit was on
goddess in the chat?
autopilot.
That's
If
what I'm
someone
saying,
doesn't
Chris.
like Jews, you think
Part
they
of the
like black people? Who the?
part,
My fault. My fault. My fault. Willie.
part of the media said that he was mentally ill. He couldn't walk. He couldn't hardly talk. But then the next day he driving a Jeep. A week later, he driving a Jeep at the White House.
Yeah, put that
Like that.
motherfucker on caffeine, you could do amazing things.
So listen, I don't know if caffeine stopped you from being mentally fucked up, but they also said that the medicine that he was taking, those was the effects of it.
Man,
I mean, the man 80-some years old. What the fuck do you want from him? They say Trump walking around the White House with a diaper on.
Shoot, my grandma don't act like Biden.
I mean, I don't know. How old is your grandmother?
My grandma 92.
Bro,
Okay.
Trump don't act like Biden, bro. What, they only 2-3 years younger? He only 2 years younger than the
Hey,
nigga.
listen. I've seen some video clips of Donald Trump looking like he motherfucking got stage 3 motherfucking Alzheimer's disease.
Bro, they hid that nigga
Okay.
Biden, bro, for 6 months, bro.
And that big back motherfucker walk around with a diaper on. You can see it when he take his suit jacket off. I said, that motherfucker got to depend on. The fuck going on here?
Oh shit! Is that true? He really wearing diapers?
I'm talking shit.
I'm like, God damn.
So
now, if he wearing diapers, he need to get on up out of there, bro. We can't have no president wearing diapers, bro.
Any motherfucker that get
Why y'all disputing that? How is that not obvious, man?
I ain't looked at his backside there, so I don't really know.
Any motherfucker that get on camera and say that you got mice under transgender development is not suitable to run a country.
Oh my God, bro.
Now he didn't say that.
I thought they were trying to do some shit with mice.
What mice determines their fucking sexuality?
I don't freaking know. I thought they were
What
doing
mouse does that? That's when you know some shit ain't right. Even for a motherfucker to read it and repeat it because it's on a teleprompter, that lets you know some shit ain't right with him.
Read some bad information, I guess.
Because you can't put some shit on the screen and I read it and repeat it. I'm be like, hold on, what's that right there? That was something wrong with that.
But I do know they do experiments and stuff like that. Try to see some shit.
They ain't experimenting on no sexual orientation of the mice. Stop playing.
Man, I won't put it past them, bro.
Chris, go jump out your highest window in your house right now.
Bro, when the pandemic happened and they spent money, and anybody can look this up on the budget. They spent, I think, like 100,000 or maybe $1 million to find out, are fish more aggressive in a drunken state? Why would you who gives a fuck? But
I'm trying to figure out why you look that shit up.
Real quick, Willie. I want you to look at this. I want you to pull this up on your phone right now when I'm posting in the chat. And I want you to read to me what that say.
Nope, I'm not doing that.
I want you to read to me what that say right there.
Because you want some bullshit right
I want you to read that right there, man.
And no, Aaron, I'm not doing that. Fuck out of here.
I'm going on mute real quick.
I'm gonna be the first one to admit I'm a Detroit public school graduate. I'm gonna fuck a whole lot of words up. So don't try to put me in the barrel of the shotgun. Cause
no. It was
Mm-mm.
I was a source on what you had just brought up because I didn't believe the shit either.
What
What is
about
it about?
the
What is it
mic?
about?
About them damn mice.
Right. I looked that source up already. I looked it up already, and
So
it's a and it
so
was a
what's the
test
difference in what he's saying?
because they're not testing the mice on their sexual orientation. They're testing the mice on genetic effects of food.
Oh no, this is different. What I just put in the chat is a mouse model mimicking affirming treatment with pubertal suppression followed by testosterone and transmacu transmasculine youth. That's the study. It's
But
the
that's not the
National
study that
Library.
Trump was talking about, though.
I'm pretty sure this is.
Nah, because I looked up something totally different.
It's a bunch of studies though that
Right.
involve different shit like this, and this is more of what he was speaking on. That's why I put it in the
Yeah,
chat.
but even in what you just posted, there's nothing mentioning the mice sexual orientation. He said transgender mice. We know what the fuck that what transgender mean, right?
Man, that shit changes all the
So
time.
what is gender affirming treatment with a mice?
Gender affirming. That mean they are what they are. They affirming that this is a male mice, this is a female mice. They ain't trying to
No,
make the.
bro, that ain't gender affirming in the
Oh
colloquial
my.
terms that we know of
What's that?
today.
Let me look at this. Hold on. Let me look at this
Pull it up real
motherfucking
quick and bro,
source.
just read through it.
Let me.
Pull
I'm
it
gonna
up, Willie.
no. I'm gonna get it and I'm gonna copy and save it in my notes so I can look it up. I can look at it when I get home, and then when I catch your ass on here again, then I'm gonna handle your ass because I'm almost certain it's a bogus source.
I'll take that challenge. I'll take that challenge.
Oh, this in the National Library of Medicine. This source ain't
Yeah, I ain't
bogus.
gonna put
Which,
this straight from .gov. I ain't
which
gonna pull up no.
wait, which one? I don't see it. I see chocolate earth.
I
Is
ain't
Oh,
put
that
I
you?
ain't put it I ain't put it in the back. I put it in the regular one. My fault. I forgot you is on the phone. I'm on the
And
phone
you
too. That's
and you got Chris supporting you. I'm gonna
Chris
gun
ain't
both of
even
y'all
said
down.
Chris ain't
I'm
even said he
gunning.
supported it.
Listen, I'm gunning both of y'all down because tomorrow I don't really do shit on Sunday, so I got all day to wait for y'all motherfuckers to jump on this
uh-oh.
bitch tomorrow.
Uh-oh.
I'm about to turn into motherfucking the police. I'm waiting with my radar gun out the window. There you go, right there.
Nah, I'm down, man. As long as we can keep the conversation civil like this, man, I'm always down, man.
Yeah, man, this is good, man.
Yeah, I mean, listen, when it get too heated, I log the fuck off. I'll get up out of here because I don't have the patience for all that.
I agree. At least we agree on one thing.
Not
So y'all not gonna call each other stupid and curse each other out?
Nah, we ain't doing that, Q. We ain't doing that right now, Q.
Where will he go? Oh shit, hold on.
Yeah, he on the move, so he might have went out.
Yeah, I gotta go to the gym. Jazz at the door. Yes, and yes, she's my ride. She's picking me up. Yeah. All right, fellas. But
All
All
good
right,
right, y'all.
combo.
I'm get on up out of here too, fella.
Yeah.
all right, man. You love. Yeah, I think that's it. You ready to pull the plug, man? I was just letting him finish that up. What's up, Joe? Everybody got their links, the info. You needed a source for gender, or somebody needed a source for my gender orientation. That's crazy. Yeah. Yeah, them sound like some of the pills they be giving them. I think I've seen it somewhere before. Uh, Stovall. Who was that again? My bad. I'm trying to do this stuff at the same time. I didn't know it was that late. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. He got a new video. He hadn't been back over here. He gonna pop up back up probably weeks or months later. If he's still making videos. Like I said, he ain't dropped the whole story on how he ended up in Vietnam. Ain't nobody just gave him no free house. And he got mad that the Democrats lost the election and he ended up with in Vietnam. That don't even sound right. Not even in a movie. Yeah, they need content. Yeah. I was trying to let Madon get some of his stuff off last night. Savio couldn't help it. Cause let me see, it was something he said he ain't never said before. Damn, what did he say? He said it was something he said that he hadn't been saying in the past. Yeah, they was talking about the rappers. Yeah, he really standing on black people can't control their own societies and their own communities. It was something of that effect. How much how much how much is he trying to sell his book for? I really don't want to know. That's why I'm wondering, was that him that came on the panel earlier and didn't say nothing? but I think that name was Leonard though. I don't think it was $400, man. That's not surprising. Not surprising at all. And there's plenty of people that will pay it. There were plenty of people that were definitely fork over $400, and just to say they was either on his channel or on the panel with. Yeah, probably a bunch of stuff he copied from wherever he tried to get his information from and put it together. He probably gave it to Wale.
You call?
Yeah, they talking about your friend.
What friend? I got a friend.
Yeah, the one you brought to the channel.
Oh, the guy with the MOSFETs and stuff. Uh, yeah, Lloyd something or another. Say he's a scientist. I saw 3 or 4 more channels talking about him. A couple he was actually on. One of the guys is from Kenya. He was on that channel. I spoke to the guy from Kenya about Lloyd, and I told him I got questions to ask of Lloyd. He said Lloyd was due to come back on his channel for an interview and finish up, and he would let me know when that happens, because I wanted to ask Lloyd a couple of questions. No, Wale, that was your man. Yeah, Lloyd. Yeah, I said Lloyd. Lloyd, something, I forget the last name. Talking about the MOSFETs, talking about the free energy kind of thing. Yeah, identity with hell. That's what I'm talking about. The same guy. And he is supposed to be about like I said, a couple of other people's channels, and he was supposed to be re-interviewed because I talked to the guy in Kenya. Told him I had seen the interview with him and Lloyd, but I had questions for Lloyd, the same questions I had gotten from Identity with Hell. And I wanted to put them to Lloyd to see how Lloyd responded to those questions. That's why I brought him on, because I wanted people to question him and have questions that I can come back and talk to him about, or he can answer the questions. Because stuff Identity with Hell didn't ask the same questions I asked. So I want to know what other people questions can be, so I can see how to, see how that thing goes. See how much of that was realistic in my point of view. And so for Identity with Hell, I'm glad you're here, because I heard another guy talk about his credentials and stuff. But what he was saying was that he's using cascading MOSFETs. And the funny part was when he wrote cascading MOSFETs, he wrote the word casket, like a funeral casket, right? He used that spelling. And I was like, okay, this guy may not know what he's talking about. Maybe that was a typo, I don't know. But it did alert me, and I haven't spoken with him, but the guy was telling me he's going to be on the interview as well. So they may get back at me this week. I think he said Wednesday is the day he was anticipating the interview. But that was funny. He used casket. I said, okay. But he was talking about cascading. No, that was a different dude with the spelling. That was not Lloyd, the guy that me and you talked to on this station that had the bad spelling. That was a whole nother guy, a European guy, as it were. And yeah, I'm just saying the spelling threw me off. I mean, sometimes you get the bad spelling. I put something in, and something else will be put down. But I know how that goes. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. Sometimes there's just a miss from the computer itself, what they call spell check. So I don't know. I had spell check do that to me quite a number of times. So I don't just bother people about stuff like that too much. Yeah, I see that's yeah, man, I'm just saying. I don't bother with that too much, but I do keep it in mind. That's all. That spelling thing, especially on these typewriters that have spell check, and they have a mind of their own. Sometimes what they're gonna put out. Even my phone, I dial somebody and I hold it. My phone dial somebody, tell it to dial somebody, it'll dial somebody totally different. That's just how that goes. So, I appreciate it though. Like I said, that you spoke with him at length, so I can get with him later if that should come up. Might not even come up that I get with him again. Matter of fact, probably won't. Okay, that sounds right.
All right, so anybody want to get their last little I guess weekend revelation off? Yeah, we about to pull the plug. Yeah, we about to pull the yeah, we about to pull the plug on this one. It's almost 7 o'clock. Oh, the Kenyan guy. Yeah, it sounds like they be on a lot of not really technical information, uh, but opposing view, and I don't like the word alternative because alternative could mean anything. Alternative could equal not factual. I don't really have no defined definition.
I think I saw someone talk about energy. Ain't no such thing as free energy, and I was saying all energy is free. Actually, all energy is free. It's just a matter of can you harvesting it, and the different ways to harvest it will cost you. But the energy itself is free. Turbo energy they get from actually from dams and stuff, and you turn a thing and then you get the energy from it. So, windmills, all that stuff is just about turning something, a turbine or something, and then you draw the energy from it. Because all of this stuff is free. The wind is free. The doggone water is free. The sun is free. All of this stuff is free. Energy is free. It's out here in the atmosphere. It's 25 volts per square meter of atmospheric energy. It's just, voltage. It's just in there. It's just energy all the time. Energy is free. The thing you have to do is know it and then how to harvest it so you can use it. You could use a water mill, you could use a river running through, long as it'll turn something, you could gather energy from it. Or whatever you could do. There's a lot of ways to get energy. Energy is free. There's energy in the earth. That's how they get earth batteries and stuff like energy is free. All energy is free. That's what I see.
Yeah, everything is free by that logic. Labor, the labor is free. When you break the raw materials down to the
But
smallest component, yeah,
the
whatever.
logic was about energy, not labor, and all these other things. Everything, la di da. I could dig you
Yeah, yeah,
saying.
it's not tied to energy though. So
Mm.
make it seem like energy is free, but other things are not necessarily free. That's not correct. Because
Okay.
nobody can practically use enough energy to either run a community or make it useful to themselves uh, in a simplistic manner. What you're talking about is quite factual, but they're obviously uh, harvesting
That-
it and obtaining it and making it a distribution for uh, practical use requires.
Actually, that's what the Hoover Dam is all about. The Hoover Dam just blocks up the water till it builds a potential, and then they take that potential and turn it into run it through the turbine, turn the turbine, and produce enough energy to you know to probably take over more than one city and providing them with what they call it, electricity or power. I'm just saying that's one example right there.
Yeah, yeah.
However you want to do it after that, man. I just gave an example and I told you what I think. I could dig it.
No, that's like saying the water that falls out the sky is free. Yeah,
Yes,
so
it is.
I get
Definitely.
it. Yeah, I get it.
Mm.
Yeah.
I just came back from. I just took a 3-4 hour ride to go to the river. The guy, I know he got a resort. He's managing a resort up there, and the river runs right by it. It's beautiful, man. How it runs there. I just went up and got some water from there. So the water was free. And it actually springs be popping up everywhere, just pushing water right out of the ground. It's just fresh, clean water. You could drink it. So the water is free, and it falls from the sky. The same water is free. So yeah, in that sense, I'm saying those things are free. But when you start talking about labor, you start talking in terms of people, society, and stuff. I don't know. That's a to me that's kind of like a different animal. Did you pull the plug? Yeah.
Not yet. Q came up on the panel.
I heard it quiet for a few minutes. I just thought maybe you had pulled the plug.
Yeah, I was trying to post a link to the YouTube video that Identity posted in the chat, but I'm trying to see it. What was the difference? unless you have URLs blocked on your settings. Well, is Q here? He may be still on Cadillac duty. Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking about the conversation earlier today, and people were saying segregation was not the best thing, and some guy, of course, was saying it was okay. I said it was okay, but he was saying I think it was better, and in some cases, in instances, I think it was much better because we were more in control of what we did. Where now we have to check with the government all the time. They're more in control of what we do. But besides that, my thought went to the idea. I'm thinking, I was cracking up. I say, Cuba is deliberately segregating his school system. I said, wow, check that out. We went full circle.
Yeah, damn. I ain't think about it. I did click that link. I hope that algorithm don't be caught up in my search. Yeah, make sure I start filtering out those distinct content. Hmm.
Hey, Chocolate Earth, I just want to mention I like your hairstyle. I saw it for a few moments on the camera. I'm appreciative of natural hair. So I just want to make a statement like that. Hope you don't mind.
Let's see. So everybody got their links and info that they wanted. Oh,
You already sent an email to Willie. I sent him another one, but I just sent him like a preliminary thing.
yeah, I think all those people are gone now. Yeah, I thought it was down to making a disclaimer if we do not make a compliment. It could go either way. Not knowing who is who and what is what. But yeah, it's extra ridiculous when you try to put that on animals. But if Q is not here, I'm gonna go ahead and pull the plug on this one. As you can hear, I'm not necessarily in a library environment, so appreciate y'all for coming up. I don't know about later on this evening, depending on who's available, depending on the time, depending on if something go down or not. And I know tomorrow probably be a little bit more realistic. It's the same guy. All right. Yeah. All right. So I don't think Q is there. So I'm gonna pull the plug on this one. We'll be back when we'll be back. Hopefully sooner than later.
Hey, thanks.
All right, man. So yeah, keep it black, keep it strong, peace and black power.